Hello and welcome to The Office Field Guide. Today I'm very excited to be kicking off Season 3 of The Office with Gay Witch Hunt. Gay Witch Hunt aired on September 21st, 2006, and it was viewed by 9.1 million people. This was an agonizing 4 months of wondering if Jim and Pam were going to end up together. I think I should also mention here that during these off months, there were a series of webisodes that The Office released on NBC.com. That consisted of 10 mini-episodes, mainly starring Angela, Oscar, and Kevin. They're on the Season 2 DVD, and sometimes you can find them on YouTube with varying levels of quality. Leave a comment if you ever want me to cover these at some point. But back to Gay Witch Hunt. This one was written by Greg Daniels and directed by Ken Kwapis, both of whom were nominated for Emmys for this episode, with Daniels winning the award for Outstanding Writing for a comedy series, and Kwapis losing to Ugly Betty.
Yeah, we're happy this dumbass show called Ugly Betty just beat us for a Golden Globe. Congratulations, Ugly Betty.
Man, that interview with Robert Schaefer, Bob Vance was great. Check it out if you haven't. Highlight of my time so far on YouTube. Link is going to be in the description. The setup for this one is that it's been 4 months since the casino night. Jim moved to Stanford after being rejected by Pam, and when Michael unintentionally outs Oscar, he stumbles through a sensitivity minefield. And your trivia for today: how many times is the word gay used in this episode? Stay tuned to the end for that answer with a montage later. So with that, let's get this hunt started.
Yeah, just explain what that is. Explain what you think that is.
Okay.
Just explain that.
So let's start with this moment. This was completely unscripted. They went through it a couple times with Steve Carell just embracing Oscar in an awkward hug, but Carell completely improvised this kiss on the spot. In a panel interview at Polyfest in 2007, Nunez said he saw Carell's lips coming closer and closer, and he thought, "Dear God, he's gonna kiss me." And sure enough, he planted one on my face. And while this moment led to shock and awe from us, the audience, in our homes, these reactions around the room are genuine, and staying in character for them must have been quite the task. Pam's reaction is visceral.
Thank you. See?
Kelly's elated.
I'm still here.
And I'm pretty sure Phyllis is 100% breaking character here. And so much happens in this episode to establish what we're in for Season 3. So let's just look at some of those plot lines, the setup, and then I'll give some commentary on each. First, and obviously foremost, is the plot involving Oscar's rough day and his eventual 3-month vacation. I often wondered why this episode, this topic, with such a heavy focus on Oscar, was selected for the season premiere. Well, it seems that Oscar Nunez, the actor portraying Oscar Martinez, was leaving the show temporarily to work on Comedy Central's series entitled Halfway Home. While this episode's plot had some highlights, I think this kicks off the trouble that The Office had throughout its run, with actors needing to leave for various reasons. So I'd speculate that the showrunners were either forced to have Oscar unexplainedly leave until mid-season, or they would just lean into his upcoming absence by tailoring an episode to explain it. And while that works here in this episode, it doesn't work so well for Andy in Season 9.
No way! Wait! Aaron, I gotta go! Them's my cords!
And the next setup focus in this episode is the real key plotline for The Office this season: Jim and Pam's geographical and relational separation. Moving Jim to the Stanford branch was teased in the conflict resolution episode in Season 2.
There's a sales manager position open in Stanford. Want me to call Jan and tell her you're interested?
With Michael even foreshadowing it.
When people work together, there is going to be conflict. You can't outrun your problems.
Okay, Jen, I'll see you now.
Oh, thanks.
In the opening moments of this episode, we see Pam looking at Ryan, who's now sitting at Jim's desk. And here's just my commentary. I think they lose a little bit of the integrity of the documentary here. This just comes off a bit too heavy-handed. It's jarring in the typical editing of The Office, and it makes me realize that this is a director of The Office telling me what Pam's thinking about, not the director of a documentary suggesting what Pam's thinking about. This is not bad for a normal show, it's just not The Office. And stick with me here. As I can't completely recreate these scenes because YouTube will flag it for copyright, I'd suggest the better way to kick off this episode would have been with this sequence.
Chicken or fish?
Chicken.
Yeah, I didn't go through with the wedding. I got cold feet a few days before, and I can't really explain it. I just had to get out of that relationship.
Why did I transfer to Stanford? I think that's pretty obvious. I got promoted.
You have no idea how long I wanted to do that. You really gonna marry him?
Jim is gone. He's gone. I miss him so much.
False. I do not miss him.
With this, we would get the same story points, but it doesn't feel so forced. But that's what they get paid the big bucks for, and I'm just a little parasite following them around. But we do get some great moments later in this episode. We see Pam react to Michael and look at the person next to her, and this is typically where Jim would be. It's simple, we get everything that she's going through in the breaks of the jokes.
Homo sapiens. Gays aren't necessarily who you think
What?
they are, people. I mean, anybody can be gay.
And the same thing happens to Jim almost immediately.
What should stand in their way?
It is very easy for you to be a hero. All you need are honesty, empathy, respect, and open-mindedness.
Also in this episode, we get introduced to the character of Karen.
I don't know how well he's fitting in here. He's always looking at the camera like this. What is that?
And Andy.
I mean, I'm not threatened by him. I went to Cornell. You ever heard of it?
I think Andy is the fill-in for Dwight as the annoying salesman, which I'm glad they didn't just replicate another Dwight. Instead, they swung in a completely different direction. I'll tell you that Andy truly has some great moments in this series, but I honestly never expected Ed Helms to stick around the show for as long as he did.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
And then in Gay Witch Hunt, we have one last big setup, which is the downsizing plot that has been looming around since the pilot episode, is finally going to start coming to a head in this season. But I'm dying to talk about Michael in this one, so let's just jump into that deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, the office has tackled diversity, healthcare, sexual harassment, drugs, and now they're taking on homosexuality.
All right, everybody in the conference room. I don't care if you are gay or straight or a lesbian or overweight. Just get in here right now.
I keep seeing comments on Reddit and Facebook suggesting that the Office reboot would never work in today's hyper-offended culture. And there's probably some truth to that, but sometimes I think that sentiment comes from a misreading of controversial topics presented in this show, rather than what is actually seen. This episode is similar to Diversity Day. Even Larry Wilmore makes a reappearance in the Stanford branch as Mr. Brown. Though Michael says insensitive things or is making insensitive jokes, those lines are not the punchline in and of themselves. For example, take this clip.
You don't call retarded people retards. It's bad taste. You call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Okay, and let me, Chris, be really clear here. I'm not a fan of that word, and I'm sorry if it's offensive. But what is the joke here? It's not that Michael is so funny for using that word, and that people should just have fun with it. It's that Michael is oblivious. That's the joke. That's the joke in Diversity Day. That's the joke in sexual harassment. That's the joke in drug testing. And that's the joke here in Gay Witch Hunt.
I would be the most flamboyant gay you've ever seen. I would be leading the parade covered in feathers and...
Instead, I think we're meant to learn what that ignorance impact would have.
I don't think I can work here any longer. This has been the worst, most backwards day of my life.
You misunderstand.
And based on this title, Gay Witch Hunt, I really wanted to take this into a Salem witch trial direction. I just don't think the episode supports that, though. I will say there were 33 pages of script written for this episode, and an abundant amount of that was cut material. And you can watch those on the DVD or on YouTube at some point. They're not on YouTube right now. Some of these deleted scenes do expand Dwight's investigation of gayness.
Do some research. Find out if there's a way to tell by just looking at him.
Jim told me you could buy gaydar online.
So in another universe, there probably was an episode that was probably cut to reflect some of that Salem stuff a little more clearly. But as it is, what are we to gather from this episode? Well, I think if you take a look at it as a whole, incorporating the Jim Pam plot lines as well, we see that secrets that are revealed have consequences. Michael inadvertently reveals Oscar's secret, and both of them are reeling for some sense of normalcy throughout this entire episode. Jim confesses his feelings to Pam, and Jim and Pam and Roy are all reeling for some sense of normalcy. And then there's this sequence, which I might be reading too much into, in which Angela seems to be implying that hand sanitizer will clean her of the dirt revealed by Oscar, and thus return her to some sense of normalcy. Whereas Meredith comes by and drinks some hand sanitizer to return to some sort of drunken normalcy. And maybe I'm just reading too much into that one. But I think the point is that humans tend to be diametrically opposed to change, because change inherently brings risk. We'd rather deal with the devil we know than the devil we don't. But the thing to keep in mind is that the greater the risk,
I'm in love with you.
What?
the greater the reward.
Are you free for dinner tonight?
Yes.
All right. Then it's a date.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to appreciate Dwight so much more.
Or I'm gonna lose my freaking mind!
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Okay, and most obviously, best improvised moment that I can think of off the top of my head for this series goes to Steve Carell and Oscar Nunez.
I did it.
And the Dundie for the saddest promotion ever goes to Ryan Howard.
It will say, Ryan Howard is a junior sales associate at a mid-range paper supply firm. That'll show him.
But with that, let's rate this one.
What gives you the right?
And before I begin the ratings, here's the answer to the trivia question. How many times is the word gay used in this episode? Well, here's a brief montage.
Oscar's really gay.
I'm not gay. That I'm gay. Yeah, I'm gay.
Can you tell who's gay and who's not? Appreciate me treating them like they were gay.
Told me you could buy gaydar online.
What's gaydar? Oh, gaydar, yes.
Cool that you're gay.
For a gay person. Well, gay pride, right? Gay pride parade. It's not like gay. I think Angela might be gay. Could Oscar and Angela be having a gay affair?
No. You were gay.
I'm not gay, Jan.
Of being weirded out by gays. Am I the first gay man you ever knew?
Dwight's looking at gay pornography on his computer.
You know what? Gay porn. If you are gay or straight. Did you know that gays aren't necessarily who you think they are? Anybody can be gay.
Yes, I'm gay.
Because gay marriage currently is not.
I think all the other office gays should identify.
Of course, we all thought you were gay in high school.
Is gay good? If I was gay, I would be the most flamboyant gay you've ever seen.
Michael appears to be gay too, and yet he is my friend. I guess I do have a gay friend.
35 times.
Kids, sometimes it pays to be gay.
36 times. Well, that's fun. Now let's rate this thing. I'm going to say something that might tick some people off. I don't really get why this episode is listed as one of the best episodes of The Office. I think the Michael and Oscar moments are really good, and the Jim gaydar prank is awesome. I even think that Michael's ignorance throughout this entire episode is spot on. It's a perfectly fine episode of The Office, but I don't think it's the best ever. I'm gonna have to give this cold opening and this episode a 4 out of 5. I'm ranking them together because a cold opening isn't a traditional cold opening, but I won't fault it in this case because this was a season premiere hinging on a cliffhanger, so they really needed to get right in and resolve that. And while this episode is great, I also wonder if they just wanted to give those awards out, and this was the best episode that they could give in the current award cycle. But that's just what I think about this episode. What do you think about Gay Witch Hunt? Leave it in the comments. I'd love to hear what you have to say. What's your favorite bits? What's your favorite parts? Do you disagree with anything I'm talking about? Leave it in the comments. You think this is the greatest episode ever? I want to hear about it. Next week, we're going to be talking about the convention, so stick tuned for that. Subscribe if you haven't. Like this video. It helps me out. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
The
At least we put this matter to bed. That's what she said. Or he said.
Hello and welcome to the Office Field Guide. In today's edition, we are looking at Season 3, Episode 2, entitled The Convention. The setup for this one is that Michael and Dwight meet up with Jim and Josh at a regional paper convention in Philly. Meanwhile, Pam goes on her first date after breaking up with Roy. Man, when I say that out loud, it sounds like such a boring episode, but this is one of my low-key favorite episodes. But we'll get into that. This one was written by Gene Stupinski and Lee Eisenberg, or as I've begun to call them, Stupenberg, and it was directed by Ken Winningham. And as for Stupenberg, I recently found out that these two writers are actually reoccurring characters on The Office. And maybe this is common knowledge, but I had no idea. Gene Stupinski plays Gino, and Lee Eisenberg plays Leo. Who's Gino and Leo? That's what I asked when user, the Star Wars guy, commented on my top 10 supporting characters video. When I looked them up, I realized that they were these guys.
So, what are you doing for Valentine's Day?
They were the Capri salad-eating Vance refrigeration workers. I had no idea, so thanks Star Wars guy for the hot lead. I still don't think they necessarily belong in my top 10 list, but I do have a better visualization to show when I invoke Stupenberg. Alright, so back to this episode. The convention aired on September 26, 2006, and it was viewed by 7.8 million people. With the rating staying strong after shaking things up at the premiere, I'm sure NBC was confident that The Office was going to be here to stay. Alright, with that, your Office trivia for today is, let's make it easy. This is the first episode that Dwight calls Angela a nickname. What is that nickname that lasts for the entire series? Stay to the end for the answer to that one. And with that, let's get checked in. Get it? Because it's a convention. Alright, cue the transition.
No one asked you anything ever?
That has been the longest intro in a long time. I'm glad you're still with me. There's a lot of stuff to dig in for this one. First, and probably what blew my mind the most in researching this episode, is that in an interview, Greg Daniels talked about a plot line that was originally conceived for this season, was set to kick off in this episode, and it had to do with this sequence with Dwight and Angela.
Don't be mad, it is a business trip.
But I don't understand. It's for managers.
I am an ARM, Assistant Regional Manager.
I know.
Originally in the script, Angela was going to say, "I'm late," right before she storms out of the room, implying that she may be pregnant. Daniels opted to cut this plot line from the season, stating, "It was a big move, but we had it in a show that had a lot of other big moves. You don't introduce a C plot line of an illicit office romance, and then all of a sudden have one of those characters get knocked up." And I have to agree that making that decision would have led to a lot of downstream considerations. And without that pregnancy, we have Angela getting upset with Dwight for little to no reason, which just makes this secret conversation the best. Another interesting note from Daniels on this episode was that it was originally going to include some of the cast from the original British Office, including Mackenzie Cook, Martin Freeman, and Lucy Davis. They were going to appear at the convention, but unfortunately the scheduling just didn't work out with the guest stars, and it had to be scrapped. And for the last production note, this episode had a ton of deleted content. I'm not going to talk about them all, but check them out however you can. One of the things I love about this episode is all the hidden goodies in this one, so here's a rapid fire list of some of the hidden goodies. First, this clip is funny.
Ugh, that town smells like cheesesteaks.
But it kind of adds to it knowing that Kate Flannery is actually from Philly. This is the first episode Oscar's missing from The Office during his 3-month paid vacation. Dwight, being Dwight, altered his convention name tag. He inserted his middle name, crossed out the "to the" from the assistant to the regional manager, and added his cell phone number, home phone number, pager number, and his hotel room number. And while the foreground of this conversation is awesome,
I'm still dating her, so nothing can happen between us at the convention.
Step away from me, Michael.
you can see Dwight diligently studying the fire escape routes. And having watched this episode so many times now,
yes!
Well,
I can't believe I never noticed how long Dwight is left hanging for this high five.
I underestimated you.
Yeah, well, maybe next time you will estimate me.
According to Angela Kinsey, this bit...
Why are there flies in here?
...was completely improvised on the spot, and I love it. And this might just be coincidence, but when Kelly comes over to talk to Pam about their double date, Ryan seems to be in quite the hurry to make this phone call. And the last hidden goodie is about this line.
Freedom fries. Yeah.
I'm going to assume that if you're younger than me, you don't quite get the reference here, but France opposed the US war in Iraq, and in retaliation, a small and stupid grassroots movement was started to change French fries to freedom fries. What's so awkward about this interaction between Pam and this guy is that this whole freedom fries thing was completely outdated a few years before this episode even aired. So, no, guy, you're not being edgy.
People always say, like, don't be edgy, but I don't know. I don't know any other way. Yeah, you get it.
And honestly, we could have a whole round of I think you mean here, but we'll save that game for an episode that didn't have so many background things going on. So with that, let's just dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
So I lied earlier. I did notice one more production tidbit, and it fit nicely into my first point for the thesis of this episode. I always thought that it was interesting that the convention episode was the second episode of season 3. It struck me as odd because we haven't squarely established Jim in the Stanford office with much depth at all. And we really haven't seen what Jim's absence from the Scranton branch has impacted, other than longing looks from Pam. Then I noticed the production code for this episode was 3006, which I thought was odd because the 3 clearly indicates the 3rd season, and I believe there's a 3-digit number for each episode. 006 would indicate that it was the 6th episode of the season. So it seems like the convention was originally planned, written, and shot to be the 6th episode of the season, meaning the coup, grief counseling, initiation, and even Diwali were meant to precede this episode. And I couldn't find anything specifically calling out why they rearranged these episodes, so I'll speculate as it does have something to do with my point here. Conventions are places to forge new relationships, reconnecting with existing ones, and to think towards your future. But with all that good stuff comes the awkwardness of being out of your normal day-to-day elements. Presenting both Jim and Pam in these awkward, out-of-their-norm situations, Stupenberg uses this awkwardness to explore how these characters react to being forced to move on. Jim admitting out loud, early in this season now, why he left Scranton, leaves us with knowing that this character is desperate to fit in and is desperate to move on.
I transferred because of Pam.
Jim isn't this much of a kiss-up, but it is interesting that he's sporting the same style as Josh in this awkward introduction scene.
So what kind of commissions you get up there?
Oh, Dwight, I missed you so much.
Indicating that he's doing his best to move on and fit in with the new group. We see in the cue that he's clearly a fish out of water. Meanwhile, Pam is equally a fish out of water on this date, and she even ends with saying,
I went on a date. It wasn't a love connection. I think when I like someone again, I'll just kind of know.
So I 100% agree with moving this episode up in the release order, as it does a great job of further establishing where these characters are. Both of them begin to dive harder into their jobs.
Did I wake up this morning thinking I'd be throwing together a bird funeral?
I started biking to work.
And kindle some romance individually.
There's nothing wrong with your car. Just thought you might want a break from the grief counseling session.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to hinge around the amazing weirdness of Creed Bratton.
There's my girl. Noticed you handing out some shekels. How would one get on that train? Andrea's the office bitch. You'll get used to her. Creed.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the awkward Dundee goes to Michael Scott.
I love inside jokes. Love to be a part of one someday.
I love that line so much. And the Girls Gone Wild Dundee goes to Michael Scott. That's right, Michael gets 2 Dundies in this episode. Michael's sitting in his room alone with the strobe light. This is the kind of cringe The Office is made of.
Whoa. What are all those stains?
Blood, urine, or semen.
Oh, God, I hope it's urine.
And let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, so the answer to the trivia question first. The nickname that Dwight calls Angela in this episode is...
But I don't understand. It's for managers.
Monkey, I am an ARM, Assistant Regional Manager.
I know.
Monkey. Monkey is the nickname. And for all their weirdness, this is such a cute nickname. Okay, and so to the ratings. Let's rate this cold opening. There is something genius and simple and subtle about this cold opening. And I think it revolves around this joke.
You know, she also said the waiting list is like 8 months.
8 months?
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want a baby in 8 months.
Probably won't.
But this cold opening does feel out of place in the episode itself, and it does make it feel slightly disjointed. So I'm going to give this one a 3 out of 5. As for this episode itself, I love this one. I don't know if it's just because I love attending conferences.
Swag! Stuff we all get. I basically decorated my condo for free with all of my swag.
Or if it's all the hidden goodies in this one, or the subtle ways that you know that Jim and Pam are just one episode closer to getting together.
Dwight got a hooker. Oh my God, I gotta call somebody. I don't even know who to call.
And as for an episode that was shot on location, though truthfully I don't really know where this was shot, the establishing shot is of the Philly Convention Center, but I don't really know where they did the internal shots. Regardless, for them not being in the office, I think they nailed it with this one. It all works together very well, 4 out of 5. But that's just what I think about the convention. What are your thoughts? What do you like? What do you dislike? Think I missed something? Leave it in the comments. Consider sharing this channel with a fellow office addict. Subscribe yourself if you haven't. Next week we're going to be looking at The Coup. I love that episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hello, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at The Coup, which is the 3rd episode of the 3rd season of The Office. The Coup is written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by Greg Daniels. It aired on October 5th, 2006, and it was viewed by 8.9 million people. The setup for this one is that Dwight conspires to take Michael's job, and Jim is learning the ropes at the Stanford branch. And so for your trivia for today, Jim, Andy, and Karen's Call of Duty screen names are all shown in this episode. Can you name at least 2 out of 3 of them? And with that, let's get this thing started.
No one asked you anything ever?
All right, so start with some production notes. The first thing that I found that I thought was interesting is that according to the DVD commentary, Rashida Jones took some serious Call of Duty training with some of the writing staff. I have to imagine that that was one of the highlights of the season for them. It's funny to me that Jim had a copy of Call of Duty on his desk during the email surveillance episode in season 2. And it's been confirmed that Toby's also playing Call of Duty in that same episode. Which always cracks me up when Jim says this.
Unfortunately, I really suck at it. Oh, we didn't play many video games in Scranton.
And it's funny, the same prop shows up in the China episode in season 7 in Hank's desk. And just for some appreciation things here, Steve Carell is a national treasure.
Does the tiger transfer the monkey to another branch? Pun.
And this episode spotlights why Dwight is one of the best supporting characters on this show.
I can't talk here. It's too sensitive.
It's not about a surprise party, is it?
No, but we should discuss that another time.
This interrogation scene is incredible.
Sounds like a good dentist.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name?
I always find it funny that while Michael's trying to trick Dwight into eating something, Dwight admits he's stuffed.
Hey, Dwight.
Hey.
You want an M&M?
No, thanks. I'm stuffed.
No, seriously. You should have an M&M. They're really good.
And then later in this episode, this role reversal is so well done.
Well, gosh, if you think I should, then I will.
I've always found it funny that Dwight adds the to the in Michael's title.
Scranton branch, and I am assistant regional manager.
Assistant to the regional manager. Thank you, Michael, for staying on. I really appreciate it.
Oh.
Hey.
Dwight's power trip is amazing.
I just want to say to the few of you who will remain under my employ that I intend to lead you into the black with ferocity.
And then this subsequent role reversal is equally as amazing.
I know, Dwight. I know.
You know what?
Jan called me about your little meeting.
No.
Steve Carell and Rainn Wilson's acting is so comedic and so well done, and these reversals are so entertaining to watch.
Anything! Please, I'll do your laundry for a month, for a year!
I have a laundry machine.
And then this.
And you can hug it out, bitch.
I had no idea where Michael got that from, but thanks to the internet, I know that it's from
Entourage.
And here's that clip.
You want to hug it out?
No, not really.
Let's hug it out, bitch. Not a good idea to say that to a woman, however. I have found. Doesn't translate.
But with that, let's dig into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
So the first thing to point out about the deeper meaning here is that a certain Shakespearean thing is going on in this episode. Mainly, the writers seem to be invoking Macbeth in this episode. Macbeth is a story of a commander of the army being convinced by his wife to kill the king and take over the kingdom, aka a coup. Though the story of Macbeth plays out very differently, the main thematic elements are present in this episode of The Office. And the deeper meaning of Macbeth and the coup have the same central theme. That ambitions, unchecked by moral constraints, will wrought disastrous consequences for everyone involved. Dwight, at the behest of Angela, and for relatively good reasoning,
You sat back and let him play that dumb movie, and now Jan is peeved off and we're all going to lose our job.
decides to betray Michael. And though Michael is shown to be an inept manager in this episode,
people work faster after.
Magically.
No. They have to make up for the time they lost.
no one is truly worthy of the crown.
Movie Monday started with training videos, but we went through those pretty fast. Then we watched a medical video.
It's always funny to me how Jan comes down in the Scranton branch for Movie Mondays, when this is happening in the Stanford branch apparently all the time.
At the Stanford branch, they all play this World War II video game called Call of Duty, and they're all really into it. I'm told it started as a team-building exercise.
We're getting slaughtered out there.
It's the new guy.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what we're talking about.
See what I mean?
We just need a strategy, okay? We're gonna set up a trap in the gun room.
So the message in this episode is that unchecked ambitions can lead to some devastating consequences.
So I felt I needed to punish him just a little bit more. And I'm making him do my laundry for a year.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists because it was foreshadowed in season 2.
Start coming into work late and start having dentist appointments that aren't dentist appointments. And that is when it's nice to let them know that you could beat them up.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Okay, the Dundie for initiating the tumultuous road to regional manager at Dunder Mifflin Scranton goes to Dwight Schrute. Okay, instead of just a normal clip here, I made this edit to really appreciate Dwight's journey. So enjoy.
What's the deal with Dwight doing your laundry?
Ugh. That is a long story. A couple of months ago, Dwight tried to go behind my back with Jan and get my job.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't fire you right here on the spot. I have excellent sales numbers. Not good enough. I'll do anything.
And I am now having him do my laundry as punishment. I have officially withdrawn my name for consideration from the corporate job. Why is my office black?
To intimidate my subordinates.
That's stupid. Bad management. Good thing I'm Mark.
Don't make me fire you.
You can't fire me. You're acting manager, not office manager, so you have no firing powers.
Sorry I freaked you guys out.
I love you, Dwight, but you don't fit this job.
I thought you won that job.
Yeah, I did, but I made too many mistakes. It's out of my reach now.
And I'm looking for a new manager. And with his performance this year, I have been considering Dwight.
Dwight Schrute is
manager!
Angela Schrute, my former accountant, is now my wife. My top salesman, Jim Halpert, was best man at my wedding. And office administrator, Pamela Beasley Halpert, is my best friend.
All right, so what were we doing? Okay, Dundies, right. And the Dundie for the best acting in this series so far has to go to Steve Carell and Rainn Wilson. Watch these reversals again, watch their faces, their words, their tone, their body language. Everything changes. This is such a good episode. With that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
Okay, and before we get to the ratings, let's answer the trivia. Jim's screen name is Jim Halpert. It was very Jimish. Andy's screen name is Here Comes Trouble, and Karen's screen name is Karen the Gym Slayer. So congrats if you knew 2 out of 3 of them. Post it in the comments. As for this cold opening, I really like the imagination of this one. It's not very high energy, it really doesn't make me laugh, but it does set up this episode, and there's something so lovable about the character interactions in this one. I'll give it a 3 out of 5. As for the episode, I give this one a 4 out of 5. The pacing is great, and I've already gushed about the acting, and I have to throw in the writing on this one is incredible. I've come down on Paul Lieberstein for some of his writing in the past. This one is simply great. There's so much humor and depth to the coup that I think this more than merits a 4 out of 5. But that's just what I think about this episode. What do you think about the coup? Did I miss any of your favorite parts, your favorite quotes? Leave them in the comments. If you haven't already, consider subscribing. We're doing weekly office field guides. Next week, we're going to be looking at grief counseling. Also, we do other film and TV related videos as well. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Killing us left and right, okay? I'm just saying, and you're gonna thank me later, if I see big tuna.
Hello, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. My name's Chris, and we're reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, we're looking at grief counseling. This one was written by Jennifer Saletta and directed by Roger Nygaard. This episode aired on October 12th, 2006, and was viewed by 8.8 million people. The setup for this one is that Michael learns that Ed Truck, the former manager of Dunder Mifflin Scranton branch, has passed away. As grief sets in, the office takes a darker tone as they explore the effects of grief, loss, and pain. Meanwhile, Jim tries to find chips for Karen.
What is my store number? 6. Wait, no, I'll call you back.
And so for the trivia for this episode, maybe only the most knowledgeable and eagle-eyed fans will know this one without looking it up. Out of all of the staff shown working at the Scranton office during this fateful day, which character had the audacity to not attend the Bird funeral? And with that, let's start this session.
No one asked you anything ever?
So when I sat down to write this episode, I really didn't think I'd have a lot to talk about, but I ended up having a lot, so let's get this going. As I mentioned, Roger Nygaard is the one who directed this episode. It's a new name for me, so I did a little research on him. According to IMDb, Nygaard does it all, with credits for editor, director, writer, producer, and a slew of other things. He seems to be most well known for his late 90s documentary called Trekkies that explored the sincere fandom of Star Trek. And then today, he seems to be getting most of his work currently as an editor on Curb Your Enthusiasm and a handful of other shows over the last couple years. I'll put the IMDb link in the description. I found an interview from Den of Geek in which the interviewer asked him what was it like to come on and direct an episode of The Office, and how much creative license could he take with it. And Nygaard said, television episodes are the domain of the writer-producers. You are there to service their vision. The Office is fully scripted, but there's always a little room to play when it's warranted. The first cuts are around 45 minutes, so you often have to cut the episodes in half for air. So I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'll assume that he maybe didn't have as much fun or as a rewarding experience as he had hoped from this, as he never directed another episode of The Office again. And what's interesting about this episode is that there's a few hotly debated topics from it. The first one is that we know for sure that Ed Truck passed away, as we heard it from a credible source.
So I wanted to let you know that we lost Ed Truck.
Okay, let me see if I have his cell.
What we learn later in the episode is that Ed Truck was decapitated after a drunk driving accident, which this information comes from a relatively unreliable source.
Creed.
So really, the debate is, was Creed telling the truth? And ultimately, the show doesn't explore this. It's up for you to decide. My gut is that Creed just completely made it up. We know Creed's extremely unreliable.
Oh, I'm engaged to Pam.
I thought you were gay.
Then why would you want to set me up with her daughter?
I don't know.
I think he probably just connected Ed Truck, semi-truck, decapitated.
He leaves work, he's on his way home. Wham! His kappa is detated from his head.
And the other debate from grief counseling is one that I had never even heard of until I started researching this episode. There seems to be a debate on what Pam was actually doing in this episode. It seems to be that her actions can be read as genuinely trying to help Michael deal with his grief, or she was just doing a long prank on Michael. And I hadn't ever thought of this before, so forgive me if this isn't really a debate, but I found several critics from the original reviews of this episode that lauded Pam's pranks in this one, listing the funeral as her greatest prank ever. So let me know what your thoughts on these debates are. There's plenty of more clips that I want to get to, but I'm going to work them in along the way. So with that, let's get to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Sometimes an episode of The Office has some deep, abstract thesis that's buried in metaphor or the connection of diverging plot lines. And sometimes the title of the episode is the thesis statement. Grief is defined as deep sorrow. Typically, we correlate it to the sorrow experienced at the death of someone close. And as long as there's been storytelling in human history, there have been tales told on how to tame the torn heart.
When I found out that she asked her manager to remove her breathing tube so she could die.
Wow. The concept of grief has been described in a series of emotions that Michael so eloquently summarizes.
There are 5 stages to grief, which are denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
I hold to the idea that everyone's a unique butterfly, and there's probably not a scientific process to really understand grief. But I think it is intended to be a decent way to frame the seemingly consistent rationale that those experiencing sorrow tend to have. But I do think that there's a bit of a red herring here, as on the outside, Michael seems to be all about his employees' grief.
Job to try to get them all the way through to acceptance. And if not acceptance, then just depression. If I can get them depressed, then I'll have done my job.
He's really the only one experiencing any grief in this episode. And to Nygaard's point, there's a lot of this episode left on the cutting room floor. So I'll tell you how I read Michael's actions in this episode. At first, with the news of Ed Truck, he was completely indifferent, as he really didn't even like Ed in the first place.
Ed Truck. Ugh. Ed Truck was the manager before me. Horrible. He hated fun. It was like, oh, Ed Truck is walking toward us. Stop having fun.
Once Kelly shows him the smallest amount of sympathy, Michael, well, he's like a toddler that just fell and scraped his knee. If you, the adult, freak out, that toddler will mimic your emotions and equally freak out. But this does set Michael down a path of grief. Death is a reminder to all of us that we're not going to live forever.
Look, I know this is hard for you, but death's just a part of life.
And in memorial services, while we remember the good things about the deceased,
maybe it's that same bird that surprised Oscar that one morning with a special present from above.
I remember that. That was so funny.
Death forces us to look inward, and we're left with the choice of what we're going to do with the rest of the time that we have left. What's comedically explored in this episode is that the only one in denial in this episode is Michael. He's in denial over what he's actually grieving.
The guy who had my job has died, and nobody cares. And he sat at my desk.
Michael's undoubtedly fearing that his life will ultimately mean nothing.
I mean, how many times do I have to confirm plans with Ryan for him to know that we have a date tonight?
That when he's dead and gone, those people that he cares so much about will inevitably not blink an eye when he's gone. Pam seems to be the only one who's keen to this.
Died, and nobody cares. And he sat at my desk.
Michael.
And that's why I think she goes out of her way to put on this funeral.
Did I wake up this morning thinking I'd be throwing together a bird funeral? You never can tell what your day here is going to turn into.
I think in spite of everything that Michael has done and said to her, Pam sees past all of that to the human who's needing to be seen. And she sees him.
Because I'm sure that there were lots of other birds out there who cared for him very much. He will not be forgotten.
Amen.
So the message here is, if you're experiencing grief, find a Pam who will tell you that you matter. And if you can't, let me be your Pam. You matter. Or if you're not experiencing grief right now, be a Pam to somebody. Tell those people around you that they really do matter.
There is such a thing as good grief. Just ask Charlie Brown.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to perpetuate the Hers brand of chips.
Nothing. They're just out of Hers chips.
Oh. Actually, that is interesting. The B plot of this does mimic the A plot. You have one character experiencing a loss, then another character going out of their way and over the top to find closure for the character who's experienced loss. But I digress. With that, let's dish out some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the best recorder and vocal duet in The Office goes to Pam and Dwight.
You are the sunshine that lights my heart within.
All right, moving on. The Dundie for the fake scientific fact goes to Michael Scott.
He's covered in germs and bacteria. Now, you can't get diseases from a bird.
Okay, I really just wanted to include that clip in this field guide, and I couldn't think of a better place. But with that, let's move on to the ratings.
What gives you the right?
Okay, and before we rate this thing, let's give you the answer to that trivia question. Who was the character heinous enough to skip the bird funeral? The answer is Luann Kelly, the mysterious woman who lurks in the background over the first few seasons that causes longtime fans of the show to pause when she's on screen, take a picture of her, and post that picture online and ask, who is this? Well, it's Luann. It could be her grief counseling betrayal that is the reason why she only appears in 2 more episodes. Does Michael fire her for this obvious slight against him? Who knows, as we didn't even know her name until Greg Daniels spoke about her in an interview sometime way after the series ended. Anyway, let's rate this thing. As for the cold opening, it's fun. I give this a 3 out of 5. It's not amazing, but Steve Carell is pretty gold in it, and Pam's pranking prowess is a solid reminder that even without Jim in the Scranton office, it's still worth sticking around with them.
With cream and sugar?
And as for this episode, I give it a 3 out of 5 as well. There are great bits in this episode, and grief counseling is chock full of genius. But I dare you to ask anyone to recap this episode from memory, assuming that they haven't just been binging the show repeatedly during this whole corona quarantine, and have them explain this episode. It'll probably go something like this.
Decapitated, whole big thing. We had a funeral for a bird.
Which is my main point with this episode. And the first half is kind of boring, and Michael's insufferable, not completely in a bad way, because it does pay off at the end, but the bird funeral probably is the thing that most people will remember from this episode. But that's just what I think about grief counseling. What do you think about this episode? What are your favorite bits? Leave it in the comments. I'd love to hear what you have to say. If you haven't already, consider subscribing. Next week, we're going to be looking at the initiation episode, a Ryan and Dwight-centric episode set at the fabled Schrute Farms, and for the first time on screen, we get to see Mose Schrute. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Okay.
You won't open.
Hello, and welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, we're looking at The Initiation. This is the 5th episode of the 3rd season of The Office, and it first aired on October 19th, 2006. It was written by BJ Novak, which is interesting since this is the first episode that keys in on the character of Ryan. The Initiation was directed by Randall Einhorn, who is a director of cinematography for the entire series, as well as a guy who's behind the camera most of the time. This is the first episode that Einhorn directed, if we don't take the webisodes into consideration. I'll leave a link in the description with the list of each episode that Einhorn directed. It's always interesting to see how different directors put their own flair on each episode. The setup for the initiation is that Dwight takes Ryan out under the guise of a sales call in order to initiate him into sales and friendship. The B plot revolves around Pam monitoring the amount of work that Michael does per Jan's orders, and then the shoehorn C plot revolves around Jim and Karen flirting over squeaky chairs. So your trivia for the initiation episode is, including the Lost reference in this episode, how many times has Dwight referenced Lost in the entire series so far? Stay tuned to the end for that answer. With that, let's get this initiated.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, so I get to revisit one of my favorite topics from early in season 2. The initiation episode marks the first episode to show Mose Schrute live and in the flesh. He was first seen in the photograph in season 2's Office Olympics.
I run it with my cousin Mose. We sell beats to local stores.
But the initiation is when we get to see Michael Schur bring him to life. BJ Novak had the idea to incorporate Mose in this episode during the preseason planning. As such, Michael Schur had 3 months to get a head start on growing out his beard. In an interview, Schur said that he was miserable due to the heat, plus his grungy beard, plus they had him in all-wool clothing. Regardless, it's such a good way of introducing us to the oddity that is Mose.
What was that?
Pay no attention to the spirits that haunt this hallowed ground.
Is that your cousin Mose?
Yes.
He definitely belongs on my top 10 list of supporting characters. Another interesting connection that I found while researching this episode was that I was looking into this reference.
Because they're acting all tough and everything, but what they were rapping about was cupcakes, the Chronicles of Narnia. God, who invented cupcakes, right?
I wasn't quite sure what Kelly was referring to, so I turned to my trusty friend, Google. I found that it was based on an SNL bit that Chris Parnell and Andy Samberg did back in 2005. I love Andy Samberg. It's a duo rap video in which they rap about a Sunday filled with buying cupcakes and going to the theater to watch The Chronicles of Narnia. Knowing that this had something to do with SNL now, I find it interesting that Michael is relatively disinterested in what Kelly's talking about, as he's always quoting Saturday Night Live. But I can see that Michael is probably more of like a classic SNL kind of guy and stopped watching it at some point in the 90s. But he must have checked this out, as the song's name is Lazy Sunday, and here's a brief clip.
Cupcakes like McAdams loves Gosling.
And it'll only be 3 episodes later when Michael and Dwight unveil this beaut.
Plenty of space in the parking lot, but the little cars go in the compact spot. Spot.
And as for other bits in this episode, there are some great ones, but I'm going to try to weave those into the deeper meaning and beyond. But before I get to the deeper meaning, I wanted to call out one hidden goodie that just fills me with pure joy, and it's in this sequence.
Love me, this is not a proportionate response.
You love me, boo me, go on and boo me.
Did you catch it? I didn't either until it was pointed out to me by a good friend. Watch Josh in the background.
Love me, this is not a proportionate response.
You love me, boo me, go on and boo me.
I love the idea of Josh flashing the peace sign to the camera, but I also hope that you have this song stuck in your head too.
I don't care about anything but you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
So in a change of speed for Novak's normal episodes, this one's just not as edgy as episodes like Diversity Day and Sexual Harassment. Just like with the grief counseling episode, the title of this one bears the deeper meaning. To be initiated means to be made ready to be a part of something. It infers that there's a leader and a follower, a mentor and a protege. Ryan gives his reasoning for why he's allowing Dwight to mentor him.
Dwight's the top salesman in the company, and he's taking me on my first sales call today. And I'm excited.
Ryan's hoping that now that Jim's gone, he can begin to make a name for himself. And the only problem is that, Dwight is weird.
Ryan, you don't have to wrestle him. Ryan, just get in the car.
Dwight makes it clear that his goal is to make a new friend. Actually, teaching Ryan to be a good salesman is not as imperative to that end.
Mose is my cousin, and he lives here. He will always be my best friend. Unless things go well with Ryan today, in which case I won't hang out with Mose so much anymore.
And if you think about it, as weird as Dwight's attempts are, this is probably how Dwight would actually want to be mentored. with riddles, abstract metaphors, and weird fear factor challenges. Dwight probably didn't have anyone mentor him. Michael's shown to be an expert salesman, but Michael makes a pretty big sale in this episode on his own, in his spare time, in between a nap and a fully loaded soft pretzel, and doesn't even seem to understand the importance of the sale. So he probably never gave much time to initiate his own employees. Well, he did do this for Ryan's first day.
Watch this.
Here you go.
So with this idea of teaching, training, and replicating yourself, it's probably worth pointing out that in the Stanford office, there's a dude dressed exactly like Jim, messing with candy dish, goofing around with the receptionist. So read into that as much as you want. So the message of this one is simply put, if you're gonna allow yourself to be trained, make sure that Dwight isn't your mentor. But more importantly, we see a few examples in this episode of the ineptitude of people who are supposed to be leading. Michael is gifted, but shows no interest in replicating himself. Dwight, on the other hand, makes it clear that he has ulterior motives. This episode is great commentary on those types of bosses that we've all had at some point.
And we are, after all, a paper company. Are we not? Are we not? Are we not? Are you with me? Are you with me? Thank you very much.
He's on a sales call. No message?
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to remind us to take joy in the little things.
Is there any way that you could do all of them?
The works, you got it.
All right. Thank you.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
Then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for creating a bit that we'll all go crazy for once a year goes to BJ Novak.
And then I go to work to a job for which I get paid too little. But on pretzel day, well, I like pretzel day.
So great. And the mutual respect Dundie goes to Michael and Stanley.
Ooh, back in line.
Thank you. That's right.
What a pair of Marys. This is pretzel day.
This is the only time I can think of in the entire series, maybe, where Stanley exhibits any kind of respect towards Michael. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments.
What gives you the right?
Okay, and so to answer that trivia question, the lost reference in this episode is the third reference that I've caught so far in the series.
Wrong. He hated himself. What is the Dharma Initiative?
Here's the obvious one.
Remember on Lost, when they met the others?
And here's the less obvious one.
Question. Did my shoes come off in the plane crash?
All right, and so for the cold opening, I give it a 3 out of 5. It's fine. It's probably a 2 out of 5 if it didn't actually set up the dichotomy between Ryan and Dwight in a Ryan and Dwight-centric episode so well.
Himself and the ice melted.
Hunter.
It's a polar bear because you're at the North Pole.
So I do have to give it some bonus points for that. As for the episode itself, I'll be honest, I groan a little bit when this one comes on. While I love seeing Moe's, Schrute Farms, see those two guys bond at the end, as well as Jim and Pam reconnect, oh, and the pretzel day, it's just not as memorable of an episode. It's getting a 3 out of 5 for me. But that's just what I think about the initiation. But what are your favorite bits, your favorite lines, your favorite moments? Leave it in the comments. Next week, we'll be taking a look at the Diwali episode, so make sure you subscribe if you're interested in following along. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Love me, love. We have sweet glaze, cinnamon sugar, chocolate, white chocolate, fudge, M&M's, caramel dip, mint chip, chocolate chip, marshmallows, nuts, toffee nuts, coconut, peanut butter drizzle, Oreos, sprinkles, cotton candy bits, and powdered sugar.
I don't care about anything but you.
Hello, and welcome to The Office Field Guide. My name's Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we're looking at Season 3, Episode 6, entitled Diwali. The Diwali episode was directed by Miguel Arteta, who directed a ton of stuff, but notably, he directed The Alexander and The Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day, which Steve Carell starred in. Also, this episode was written by Mindy Kaling. Kaling and Daniels actually came up with the idea for this episode after Kaling held a Diwali party for the series staff back in 2005. This one replaced the originally slated Halloween-themed episode. The Diwali episode aired on November 2nd, which is 12 days after the actual Diwali holiday. And to get to the trivia question for this episode, I'll need to show you this clip.
These are not my shoes.
The trivia question for the Diwali episode is, whose shoes did Michael take? If you've seen the deleted scenes, you'll know this one. But with that, let's shine some light on this episode.
No one asked you anything ever?
All right, I've got a lot to get to, so I'm going to try to put this into some sort of order of importance. So starting with the very least, the Stanford bits in Season 3 have been a nice breakaway from the normal Office flow. But my sense is that they're never really fleshed out. We typically just get these quick glances following Jim's early flirtations with Karen. Probably, out of all the episodes that include Stanford, I think I like this one the most because I loved watching Karen outsmart the boys.
2, 3, shot!
Oh, holy mother of God.
But this Jim and Andy moment is just one of my favorites.
Unless I seek my source,
Oh, come on, guys,
closer
please.
I am to find.
I looked up that song because I wasn't familiar, and I realized that it's in another movie that John Krasinski directed and acted in called Hollers from 2016. So he must really like Indigo Girls, or this song's lyrics just resonated with him. And while this is all interesting, I did go listen to the original version of this song on YouTube. I noticed that the top comment by far was this.
Tuna? Are you kidding me?
I love Office fans. Okay, and so we can't talk about the Diwali episode without addressing three more major things. First, the Diwali song. At the risk of over-explaining this is a parody of a comedy song written and performed by Adam Sandler on SNL. I'll tell you this bit fills me with pure joy, but I'll also tell you that the way this episode is edited, it leaves me wondering if this is canon or not. I mean, typically Michael makes these over-the-top bits, and they fall flat when he's in front of a crowd of people.
I'm very sorry. I did not know that you were wearing a hearing aid, and I just thought you were speaking abnormally. And now, the black guy.
But he really seems to nail this one, and I've always felt like it was more of a Christmas special ending than anything else. Like Kayleen just wanted this in the episode, but couldn't figure out a way to organically put it in. Carol's suspiciously missing from the reaction shot from the audience, so I don't know, you tell me, do you think that this is Michael's first real parody song performance? In the vein of Goodbye Toby, Beers in Heaven, Achy Breaky Fart, Lazy Scranton, and My Stumps? Or do you think that they just needed an uplifting moment at the end of this episode, and they filled that void with this bit? I could see it both ways, but I've always felt like this was not canon, this was just some fun they were having with the holiday. Comments are appreciated, let me know what you think. The second big thing to talk about with this episode is representation and diversity. I think this episode is masterclass in both having a diverse casting crew, while representing a culture and a holiday that was foreign, if not for a majority of Americans, at least foreign to the American primetime television show in 2006. This episode seemingly so easily drops the existing storylines of The Office into a unique situation in which all the usual racist landmines are tripped.
Who is this crazy gringo and what is he talking about? Well, I'm not crazy. Maybe I'm crazy.
But, and maybe even better than Diversity Day, the joke is never on the Indian culture. This concept is so clearly seen with this joke.
Don't go. They ate monkey brains.
Hey!
This is a reference to Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which many have scorned for its portrayal of Indian culture, often referencing this scene.
Chilled monkey brain.
The difference between how The Office and the Temple of Doom handle this bit is punching up or punching down. Indiana Jones makes it clear that we, the audience, along with the characters, are supposed to turn our noses up and marginalize others. The Office, on the other hand, makes it clear that Angela's ignorance and rudeness is the joke.
Hey, stop that. That is offensive. Indians do not eat monkey brains. And if they do...
I do think that the deleted scenes make it clear that Angela's motivation for being so snide in this episode is because she's still upset from this event.
Certain people in this office are a little too obsessed with things from India.
which doesn't excuse her at all, but it does reveal a bit about her character. My favorite quote from Kayleen about this episode was that she, like Kelly, didn't know much about the holiday's origin or purpose, and had to Google the information for herself. So she ended up writing Kelly to have the same type of ignorance.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about the origins of the holiday?
I don't know. It's really old, I think.
And while we're at it, I'll also comment on how the actors who played Kelly's parents were perfect. If you didn't know, they're Mindy Kaling's actual parents. They did such a good job, especially for non-actors. One of my favorite exchanges in this episode is this.
To start a family and home.
Or travel and buy an Xbox.
But they also kill it here, too.
She is very fair.
She is very fair. Very fair and very kind.
And look, everybody comes at diversity from a different angle depending on your background and your experiences. All I'm saying is that this episode fires on all cylinders with the comedy and the cringe, while storytelling, educating, and the third thing I want to talk about, the cringe. While Dinner Party, Scott's Tots, and Diversity Day are often ranked as the top episodes that make you feel like hiding your face in an empathetic response, so strong that when you rewatch that episode, you start emotionally preparing for what is about to happen, but I often see the Diwali episode left off this list, which is a shame, because this...
I would like you to do me the honor of making me your husband.
is such a cringe-tastic moment, but when you think it couldn't get any worse for Michael, this happens.
I'm rejecting your kiss.
I didn't.
And if you don't feel this, you might not be human, but we can talk about that some other time. There's so much more to address in this episode, but I'll get to that in a deeper meaning and beyond.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
To start off with, I went down a rabbit hole trying to research the deeper meaning of this holiday, so that I could factor that into how to read this episode. Diwali, which is also known as Diwali, which literally translates to row of lights, is celebrated by millions around the world. While the cause of the celebration for the holiday seemed to vary based on various religious sects or subcultures, for example, this seems to be one of the reasons for Diwali.
The celebration of the coronation of the god King Rama after his epic battle with Ravana, the demon king of Lanka. It symbolizes the battle between good and evil.
All right, this isn't Lord of the Rings.
Though while the cause for celebration might be different, the way this holiday is celebrated is very similar, with lanterns, firecrackers, food, dancing, gift-giving, and prayer. As there seems to be many variances in this holiday, I'll do my very best to generalize it. If someone's watching this and I'm butchering it, please know it's not on purpose, enlighten us in the comments. The spirit of Diwali is a celebration of good over evil or light over darkness, two forces diametrically opposed. And we see this concept of opposition in the Diwali episode with many of its characters, with ignorance at its core. Michael's ignorant of reality.
This is our 9th date, Michael.
Well, yeah, but I feel like I've known you many lifetimes. Maybe I'm Hindu after all.
Again, Michael's ignorant of reality.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Kelly's also ignorant of reality.
Is there anything you wanted to ask us tonight?
Yeah, Kelly is fine. But honestly, I just came here for the free Indian food, you know, like everyone else.
Angela is ignorant of Dwight's motives in this episode.
The only thing I like about India is the culture, period. And the 6-armed god monsters, which are so awesome.
Roy's ignorant of where Pam really is right now. And I'm sure there's more if we dug in, but there's a bigger play in this episode. The risk Daniels took in titling and focusing the Sweeps Week episode on a holiday, which at the time didn't have much exposure in the American audience, is a message to all of us. And that message is expel the ignorance that we have in us. I'm not saying we all need to be a Dwight, but we definitely don't want to be an Angela.
Looked like you were having fun.
I am. You should come dance with us.
I have to watch our shoes so they don't get stolen.
Interestingly, for all of his faults in this episode, Michael's pursuit to learn about Diwali is something to be applauded. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode is just a setup to get Pam driving with Michael in her backseat, while Karen's driving with Jim in her backseat. It has to mean something, right? With that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundie for Mindy Kaling impersonations goes to Steve Carell.
I love blah, blah, blah. It's so super fun, and it's gonna be great.
And the Dundie for the Zach Braff lookalike goes to BJ Novak.
Kelly Zach Braff ko pasand karti hai.
I had to go online to find out what Kelly's sisters were saying, and it translates loosely to Kelly has a crush on Zach Braff, which I can kind of see. Either way, thanks for the research assignment, Mindy Kaling, and with that, let's get to the ratings.
What gives you the right?
Okay, and to start us off, the answer to the trivia question, whose shoes did Michael take?
These are not my shoes.
And where are my shoes?
All right, and so the cold opening. I give this one a 3 out of 5. It's an episode setup. It's not the most exciting, but it does pack in the humor pretty concisely. Michael's ignorance, impersonation, and then the flip-flopping is very well executed and edited perfectly. And maybe there's no surprises here, as much as I've gushed and talked about this one, but I'm giving the Diwali episode the fabled 5 out of 5. This episode is so well done. One of the great marks of an episode of The Office is its ability to manage the storytelling with the humor. It is one of the best episodes of The Office in my opinion. Definitely my top 10 for sure. The writing is so clever, the editing is well done. Arteta did an amazing job directing this one. And considering that they were off-site even expands my appreciation all the more, as I've been pretty critical of offset episodes so far. This one is definitely one of the greats, and if my ratings didn't say it enough, this is better on all accounts than a Diversity Day episode, at both accomplishing its message and delivering the humor. The only cons that this episode has in it is the weak inclusion of the Stanford bits, and the Diwali song seems out of place, as I already talked about. But even the deleted scenes in this one are great. But that's just what I think about the Diwali episode. What are your thoughts? Did I rate this one too high? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you have to say. If you like this episode and you're new to the channel, take a minute to check out the rest of our field guides. I release one office field guide every week, so consider subscribing if you're in for more of this. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
If you're Indian and you love to party, have a happy, 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 happy Diwali.
Hello and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today we are looking at the branch closing. This is the 35th of the 201 episodes of The Office, or the 7th of the 3rd season. Branch Wars was written by my personal favorite co-executive producer, Michael Schur, and it was directed by Tucker Gates, who, fun fact, not only directed a ton of shows like Homeland, Ray Donovan, and an episode or two of every show in the Schurverse, but also one of my personal favorite episodes of The Office, Threat Level Midnight. But this one aired on November 9th, 2006, and it was viewed by 8.1 million people. The setup for the branch closing is that Jan informs Michael that the Scranton branch is closing, and chaos ensues. And so your trivia for this episode is, how much money did Creed make by selling items from around the office? But with that, let's absorb this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
First, as this is his last episode in the series, let's say goodbye to Josh.
Josh?
Anyway, I watched this episode more than a few times for this review, and a few things stuck out to me. First, this episode is almost a full diversion away from the normal plot structure of The Office, in which there's a A plot, a B plot, and then often a very minor C plot. This episode is jam-packed with so many plot lines and small bits. From a writing perspective, this makes total sense, and I really like it. When something stable like our career is being ripped out from underneath us, it can feel chaotic. There's so much happening in this episode to give us that sense of chaos. But I think there's another thing at play here too. This episode aired with a 22-minute-ish time frame. But later, on the evening of its airing, a producer's cut was released on NBC.com. NBC execs touted that The Office was always at the front line of digital content, and they wanted to see how Office fans might consume this additional content on their website. Thus, a lot of things like the fleshing out of Creed's scam, the Ryan and Kelly bits, Dwight searching through the trash at David Wallace's house, and like 5 or 6 other things were added to the producer's cut of this episode. The producer's cut seems to be the most consistently available as it was added for the DVD, and it's what's streamed on Netflix. This episode is such a good sitcom episode. The situation, everyone's losing their job, and the comedy is in the behavior of the whole roster of characters. The other huge thing in this episode is that I adore every time Michael and Dwight are in the same scene together. It's amazing both for the comedy and its genuinely touching moments.
My first day when you hazed me by spraying me with a fire extinguisher.
That was hilarious.
And special note, sorry if you're watching this in the distant future, but we're in the middle of the COVID pandemic in the States right now as I'm recording this. And I cannot unsee Dwight sharing his drink with Michael without cringing for a completely different reason than what was originally intended. For all of their shenanigans, nothing fills me with pure joy, bewilderment, and laughter than seeing Michael and Dwight celebrate their win. And then when the calm happens, Michael says,
"Oh, yeah, baby!"
We did it. Oh, man.
How did we do it?
I have no idea.
I don't understand.
But let's explore this more in the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, so I haven't done a versus thesis in a bit, and that's what I'm going for with the branch closing episode. Not only because it's Scranton versus Stanford, but because this episode explores the concept of relationships versus business. Think about that huge list of bits from this episode. Almost all of them have something to do with business versus relationships. Michael and Dwight are on a business quest to save Scranton with an emotional plea.
Do you know what you're going to say when he shows up?
I will improvise. I will speak from the heart.
No, bad idea. You need an attack plan.
Also, they end up deepening their friendship together in the process.
When you took me to the hospital and told me that you cared about me.
Ryan is going to break up with Kelly because it makes perfect business sense.
It just doesn't make sense. This kind of worked out perfectly for me.
But then they get back together for some sort of weird emotional reason. Creed is very illegally selling stuff from around the office because it makes perfect business sense to him. Interestingly, in a crossover business and relational concept, we see Meredith's quest to find who she made a deal to sleep with on her last day of work. Daryl can be confident because Bob Vance, a businessman, made a relational and probably financially motivated deal to keep those guys working. As soon as Michael brings up his relationship with Jan, she walks out because that topic isn't relevant.
Please do not do this to me. Don't hurt me like I hurt you.
It's shown the business is stopping Stanley from living his best life, and the same could be said about Toby.
But Costa Rica will still be there. When I'm 65.
But don't worry, Toby, Costa Rica isn't that far away for you.
I am moving to Costa Rica. I'm just gonna hop the fence and jog home now. Does anyone have a camera here?
I went ziplining my 3rd day in Costa Rica. I guess the harness wasn't strapped in exactly right.
The topic of downsizing has been looming on the horizon since the pilot episode of The Office.
Either you or him to convince me that your branch could incorporate the other.
Okay, no problem.
This does, however, mean that there's going to be downsizing.
Me no want to hear that, Jan. Because downsizing is a bit.
It's come up dozens of times over the last 2.5 seasons of the series, and every time it's meant to fill us with some sort of dread. One, because we don't want to see any of our beloved characters lose their job and thus leave the show. But 2, we hope that the downsizing doesn't happen because we don't want to be downsized ourselves. But for all that dread, there is so much logical sense in what Dwight says here.
okay? It's not a charity, it's a business, and it's a dying business. Look, the whole business model of the small regional paper company simply doesn't make sense anymore.
Stop! He's right. It's 2006. We're well into the internet age. Paper is no longer needed for business operations. Ecological thought is taking hold. And though it hasn't hit yet, a major recession was looming on the horizon. At the end of the day,
Dunder Mifflin, people prices paid for people,
is a business. And its people, aka their employees, are just capital, resources that the company has. And while every company will say that its most valuable resource is the people, when a business is suffering, they have to make cuts to survive. In this, they're showing that sometimes businesses have to make decisions that are going to screw people over.
You expect to get screwed by your company, but you never expect to get screwed by your girlfriend.
On the other hand, making business-minded decisions is also shown in a negative light by the decision that Josh makes.
You leverage your new position with us into another offer? Damn it, Josh. This whole restructuring thing was based around keeping you.
I'm sorry, all right? It's done. It's done.
It makes perfect sense for his situation. But ultimately, he's screwing over the company and a bunch of people who work for him in the Stanford office. Again, Josh is juxtaposed to Michael in this statement.
Say what you will about Michael Scott, but he would never do that.
Michael would never do that. But that statement's true in the same way that saying that this panda will never win first place in the Boston Marathon. One, because he's unlikely to have ever considered competing, and two, he's a tubby panda. No offense to tubby pandas in my audience. Michael wouldn't do this because it's outside his nature to even consider leaving Dunder Mifflin on his own ambition. It's just not going to happen. And while I don't think this episode makes a clear statement on whether business is evil or not, it is a great look at the American workplace culture, which is what this show is about. So maybe the message at the end of the day is that Michael won because business decisions without factoring human cost just doesn't make sense.
I don't understand.
The board voted last night to close your branch.
On whom's authority?
The board's.
Or maybe this whole episode exists to really show how dysfunctional the Ryan and Kelly relationship is.
Can't explain it.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for another set of gifts goes to Michael Scott.
All I can do right now is put on a brave face and go out there and be their leader. It's over. We are screwed.
And
this is the worst.
And the Dundie for acting goes to Charles Chip Eston. It's gotta be hard coming on The Office and playing the straight man who's also kind of the antagonist to Michael Scott. But you could see it on Josh's face when he hears that the rumors of Scranton closing are out in the wild. It's because he has more information than everybody else. There's a lot going on in his performance here, and I just want to give the guy some props. But with that, let's get to the trivia and ratings.
What gives you the right?
All right, the trivia question for this episode was, how much money did Creed make off selling those items?
Hey, Creed. Congratulations.
Thank you. Made like $1,200.
$1,200. I am certain that's a felony. In the non-producer cut of this episode, the Creed bit was cut out, which makes this line funny with no context.
Hey, Pam, we're going to Port Richards. Creed's buying shots.
Okay, and for the cold opening, you guys know I'm a sucker for Jim Dwight pranks, and this one hits the nail on the head.
No! You'll thank me later.
I give it a 4 out of 5. I would have given it a 5 out of 5 if it would have used its time a little more efficiently and maybe showed a few different iterations of this prank. As the theme song hits, I wonder how that conversation between Dwight and Stanley would have gone when he tried to explain how he gets facts from the future. Anyway, as for this episode, man, on my first viewing, I can remember the uneasiness of the situation that they're facing. As I watched this through numerous rewatches and several times for this field guide, I've always gotten a little bugged with this episode. One, because of the plethora of just different bits that they threw into this episode, but also because it's the end of the Stanford arc, and the beginning of an arc of the season that I'm just not really a big fan of. which is the merger and the dwindling of the Stanford employees at Scranton. But if doing these field guides have taught me anything, it's that I need to give each episode its own focus. So all in all, I give this one a 4 out of 5. It was almost a 3 out of 5, but I bumped it up to 4 out of 5 because so many of the bits are just great. This episode does exactly what it needs to story-wise, and it's a great half an hour of television. Steve Carell acted the crap out of this one.
Sprouting up all over the place, ripe for the plucking. Show me that far.
But that's just what I think about the branch closing. What are your thoughts? What are your favorite bits from the vast array of bits in this one? Leave your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear what you have to say. If you like this, we're reviewing an episode of The Office every week on this channel. Next week, we're going to be taking a look at The Merger, so come back for that one. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Confidence. It's the food of the wise man, but the liquor of the fool.
I'm looking forward to getting to know you better, Vikram.
Hello and welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris and we're reviewing every episode of The Office. Today we're looking at The Merger. The Merger was written by Brent Forrester, a reoccurring writer-director for The Office, and it was directed by Ken Winningham. This episode is the 8th of the 3rd season of The Office, and it aired on November 16th, 2006. It was viewed by over 8.6 million people. And the setup is that we're following the Stanford employees' first day at the Scranton branch, and it goes about as well as you'd expect.
Excuse me? You are fired. I'm sorry, but we don't have quitters on this team.
All right, and so we have a lot to get to today. We're going to be looking at some great bits and dissecting how this episode may be an allegory for desegregation in America. So you're in for a treat. As always, let's get to the trivia. The trivia for The Merger is, what vehicles do Dwight and Andy drive during this point in time in the series? Bonus points if you know the year of Dwight's car. But with that, let's get into this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, I have a lot to say about this episode, and a lot of it's going to be in the deeper meaning. So let me use this sequence to just call out some of my favorite things about this episode. To start off with, the, quote, banquet hall.
The official Merger Day, all family welcome breakfast. Come on in.
Seems to only consist of champagne and, what is that, salmon? I don't know. It's random and I love it.
Hey, champagne.
No, guess only.
Dwight is the darling of this episode, though. Dwight's Japanese concentration camp thing.
I always wondered how they chose the man who was to die.
Dwight turns childlike in demeanor when he's explaining how good of a job he could have done.
I think I would have been good at choosing the person.
But Dwight's insistence that someone be fired is a slight homage to the UK office when Gareth insists that several of the newly absorbed employees be let go. And speaking of the original UK version, David Brent makes a comment in the same episode stating that he would never put employees up on a table because of health code reasons and all that. So another homage to the UK version. But back to Dwight. His interactions with Andy in this episode are priceless. And this feud lasts quite a while, but they have some great moments together in the series.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River, in German!
And obviously I'm saying Dwight and Andy, but clearly Ed Helms and Rainn Wilson are killing it in this episode. And so for one of my last thoughts, I want to talk about lazy Scranton. I already spoke about how it's possible that this conversation in the initiation episode is what probably spurred Michael to create this video.
Because they're acting all tough and everything, but what they were rapping about was cupcakes, the Chronicles of Narnia.
Having made several stupid videos like this in the past, I can't tell you how much this adds to the realism of the show. I watch this and imagine what an episode focused on just Michael and Dwight filming Lazy Scranton would have been like, let alone Michael's thought process during the filming of this.
The Scranton Witch Project.
I am so scared when people don't label their personal food.
And also within Lazy Scranton, I love the reference to the healthcare.
So if you're bit by a spider, but check that it's covered by your healthcare provider.
I thought I'd also point out that for some reason, on Netflix and the version I'm pulling from the DVDs, have a shortened version of Lazy Scranton in this episode. To watch the full video, see the link in the description. You gotta check it out. And while I gushed about Dwight, Michael is great in this episode. I don't even know what he's referencing here, but Steve Carell is such a delight.
I thought it would either be an A or an A+, but I completely forgot that there's an A++.
There's so much blissful ignorance behind Michael, but I do think that leads us to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Interestingly, I think this episode has an undercurrent theme of desegregation in the United States back in the 50s, which might sound weird, but stick with me. There is enough racial references in this episode to merit the consideration. Michael makes this statement, thus invoking race.
Follow me, I will show you where all the slaves work. Not so.
Michael also makes this statement, again invoking race.
Welcome. Wow, you are very exotic looking. Was your dad a GI or?
Martin invokes race. Meredith invokes race in this deleted scene.
I love your complexion. It's like devil's food cake.
And not with malice, but nonetheless, Dwight says this in a deleted scene.
Nash.
Martin Nash. Okay. Male, age 37.
Good.
Mocha complexion.
But even the integration ceremony that Michael puts on seems to be purposefully invoking desegregation, which was often called integration.
That is why I created the integration celebration. This is the moment when Scranton and Stanford come together as one.
It's clear they're doing something with this topic. I won't be talking so much in depth on the history here, since there's so much content out there about desegregation in the form of articles, books, documentaries, and Remember the Titans.
Nothing come between us. We are team.
Go watch that movie, it's so good. Anyway, the gist of the topic here surrounds a Supreme Court decision that outlawed racial segregation in public schools, deeming them unconstitutional. As a result, over the next decade, schools consisting mostly of white students and schools consisting mostly of black students were forced to consolidate into one school system. Often the black schools were shut down, with most of the teachers and staff being fired. This left a smaller group of black students joining a previously all-white school. So we're starting to see some parallels of what's happening in this episode. But what was the point of invoking all of this? A few things, I think. So first, the fact that change is difficult. Change is something that countless works of art have been produced on. We get it, it's hard. But imagine you're young, outdated ideals have been instilled in you since birth, and the way of life that's been in effect for at least a few generations has now ended. You're now forced to be side by side with people that you think hate you, and you probably hate them for that. It's a recipe for disaster, and chaos most definitely ensued. We get a taste of this in the merger episode in the form of this sequence of vignettes that show characters annoying each other, exposing the difficulty they're having with adjusting to the change. This is the reason that Michael puts on the integration celebration in the first place.
United in applause.
Michael thinks that putting on a good show can somehow create a sense of unity, thus forcing them to forget their differences. But instead, and to my second point, Michael just ends up marginalizing a group of people. First, by calling them guests.
Hey, champagne.
No, guests only.
It's not salmon.
No, for the guests it is. For you, consider it cow meat.
They're not guests, they're employees. Words matter, and what we call people matter. Guest would imply that they're only there for a short while. We should be careful when we apply a word to a group of people. Michael forcing the Stanford people up on a table only serves to make them feel more marginalized by bringing attention to their differences and making them self-conscious.
What I want all of you to do is approach one of the new people and tell them the one thing that you like most about them. Who wants to start? Let's give it a shot. Okay, Meredith, let's give it a shot.
He did the same thing to Oscar earlier this season.
Oscar, why don't you take this opportunity to officially come out to everybody here, however you want to do it.
By the way, that's why Andy's very awkwardly sitting at Oscar's desk.
Oh,
Do you like it?
I do like it, actually.
Back to the point, I think the most scathing thing that's spoken in this episode comes from Andy.
Because the angrier he gets, the more marginalized he becomes. Meanwhile, Andy Bernard is out there laying on the charm.
Now, the writers seem to be hitting on something really important here.
Can't we all just get along? Or have we forgotten the words of the Reverend King?
If you can make someone look like a fool in their anger, you cut the integrity of their argument right out from underneath them. Think about a time you got in an argument with someone. You can be the most right anyone's ever been, but if your anger is out of control, it undercuts your point every time. Regardless, marginalizing people sidelines them, and with no support group, no way out, and all eyes on them due to them being on the fringes of society, can only have unanticipated consequences.
I don't know what I'm grabbing here, but it feels good. Push it. I'm right in your crack. Compliment accepted.
Do you realize, Michael, that we now have to pay him severance?
There's probably also something to be read into the fact that Kevin is literally shredding their files because Toby didn't want to file them. So searching for meaning here, I think at the end of the day, Michael is right in thinking that simply mixing the two environments might not be enough.
Can we find each other and connect with each other in spite of these differences? No, we can't. But we have to try.
The only thing that can conquer our differences is to personally have integrity and treat people with respect, or find a villain big enough that people will unite against them.
Man, they got us so bad. We cannot let them get away with this. We have got to pull together as one and steal their refrigerators. Yeah! Yeah?
I don't think we can do that.
Go home, Toby. They saved the worst for me. They put a hate note under my windshield wiper. Check this out. It's so hateful. You guys suck! You can never pull together as one and revenge us. That is why you suck. This is egregious!
What brings the kids together is hating the lunch lady. Although that'll change, because by the end of the 4th grade, the lunch lady was actually the person I hung out with the most.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists just to show us that Creed can do whatever he wants and not get fired.
It's my left breast.
How did you right place at the right time?
But with that, let's get to the Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, so this Dundie needs a little setup before it gets unveiled. I was watching a merger for this review, and I was interrupted by one of my children. Anyway, I paused this episode, and when I came back, I saw something that both cracked me up and instantly gave me a great reference. So, to announce this Dundie, I give you Michael Scott.
The Doobie Doobie Pothead Stoner of the Year Award goes to Andy Bernard!
Dwight may have won the battle.
Okay, maybe it's not as funny as I thought it was, but it did crack me up. All right, moving on. The Dundie for Who Is That Guy goes to this guy.
Would none be an accurate estimate? None advice?
I tried to research this. I have no idea who this guy is. It's possible that he's another Stanford employee we've never seen, but it's more than likely he's just there to help even the frame out when Andy's response is center focus in the shot. Either way, it's been almost 14 years since this episode was released, and it's the first time I've ever even noticed this guy, so kudos to the cinematographer there. All right, with that, let's get to the trivia answer and the ratings.
What gives you the right?
Okay, to answer that trivia question, I think it was an easy one, but what vehicles do Dwight and Andy drive during this part of the series? Bonus points if you know the year of Dwight's vehicle. All right, Dwight drives an 87 Trans Am, and Andy drives an Xterra.
Xterra's not even a real word. Actually, it is. It's Latin for Earth.
Oh, so you drive an X-Earth.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd rather drive a classic Trans Am than an X-Earth.
I think the cold opening is pretty great.
Hey, is that Josh's computer?
What?
Dwight bragging about anything is great, and he does a lot of it in this episode.
I could beat that on a skateboard. I am fast. To give you a reference point, I'm somewhere between a snake and a mongoose. And a panther. Fact. I am older. I am wiser. Do not mess with me.
Okay, sounds good.
What are you doing?
Do you know anything about film?
I know everything about film. I've seen over 240 of them.
Congratulations.
Anyway, Pam's prank is pretty good.
I did just make him run around the building, and I have no intention of timing him. This isn't even a stopwatch, it's a digital thermometer.
Regardless, I give this one a 3 out of 5. It's not great, it's fine. This episode, though, has a slow burn genius to it. I give it a 4 out of 5. It is slow, and it's not a non-stop laugh factory, but it is such a well-written episode. There's something genius about introducing and developing characters who have never experienced Michael Scott before, then thrusting them into that chaos.
Movies, favorite men's magazines.
You know what? I think you just need to meet him.
Playing your cards close to the vest, I get it.
It's just great, and there's still a ton to talk about in this episode. I didn't mention the Jim and Pam stuff at all, and also Kevin's odd storyline of shredding things, which leads to this great clip.
Where'd you get that salad?
Staples.
But that's all I have to say about this one. What are your thoughts on the merger? What's your favorite stuff in this episode? Thanks for watching this. Consider subscribing if you enjoyed. We release one of these a week, and next week we'll be looking at The Convict. So as we close out today, let's say goodbye to Tony Gardner.
Beat it, turd.
Thanks, mister.
Hey everybody, my name is Chris and welcome to the Office Field Guide. Today we're looking at The Convict. This is the 9th episode of the 3rd season, or the 37th episode overall. It aired on November 30th, 2006, and it was viewed by just a bit over 9 million people. The Convict was written by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant, the creators of the original UK version of The Office, and I've got a lot to say about that topic, but we're just gonna live in the moment. The Convict was directed by Jeffrey Blitz, who directed 10 other episodes of The Office, including the People's Choice and real award-winning episode, Stress Relief in Season 5.
Today, smoking is gonna save lives.
The setup for this episode is that Michael and the accountants find out that Martin Nash, a newly absorbed Stanford employee, is an ex-convict.
Why did the convict have to be a black guy? It is such a stereotype. I just wish that Josh had made a more progressive choice.
We have a lot to talk about in this episode, between one of the most iconic bits in Office history, the writing duo, and the deeper meaning that we'll be looking at how we can all live in prisons of our own making.
Where are you?
I'm in a glass case of emotion!
So it'll be a good one. And your trivia for today is, what is the name of the song that Andy is playing for Pam at the end of the episode? Answer will be at the end of this episode. But with that, let's get this one locked down.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, so it's the Convict episode. I know what the people want, and I'm gonna waste no time. It's really the only thing that people talk about from this episode. That's right, Hannah's baby.
Adorable. Oh, sorry.
Such a cute kid. Fun fact, this baby actually grew up to become someone really famous. Not a lot of people know this. Are you ready to have your minds blown? That baby grew up to become, and this is true, Hugh Jackman. I actually don't know who that baby is, but it is a cute baby. I had to get that fun fact out of the way because, as we all know, that baby is the only thing people talk about in this episode. Oh, what's that, Will Ferrell?
I'm telling you, that baby could be the star of a show called Babies I Don't Care About.
Oh, then what do people care about from this episode? Right, Prison Mike, that's what the focus is. So since Prison Mike is so iconic, something that I'm sure you're gonna get tired of hearing me say, I wanted to do something special.
But I'm here to scare you straight. I am here to scare you straight!
Oh my God. That's the whole thing.
Okay, and real talk time. I initially planned to cut Michael into an episode of Beyond Scared Straight. But honestly, removing the conference room background from the footage was a rigorous technical feat. By the time I started playing with the footage, I was actually running up on the deadline for this episode. So I've actually decided to release the Prison Mike green screen footage so someone else from the Office community can pick up where I left off. I have some more ideas that I might release in the future as a standalone edit. There definitely is a Harry Potter play here somewhere, but I am looking forward to seeing what the Office community comes up with. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's talk about Gervais and Merchant writing this episode. I haven't talked much about the UK version of The Office on these field guides, as I just haven't been that much of a fan of that series. Recently though, I've been working my way through it, and I've begun to have an appreciation for the humor in it. Daniels had wanted the duo responsible for the original series to get involved with the US version since the beginning. And other than some initial assistance in getting this off the ground, they hadn't had any involvement in the US version at all. So, well into season 3, they were finally convinced to write this episode. I think this is a really interesting variable to keep in mind when analyzing this episode. It's almost a return to season 1 Michael Scott, where his reactions could be read much more as aggressive and pathetic. Anyway, when first watching this series, this episode always stood out to me as unique in Michael's arc. And I think that points out how different writers take these characters in different directions. Michael, and in a lot of ways Dwight, are like water balloons. While their base attributes are the same, the writers squeeze and twist them to take whatever shape fits the story arc for that episode. This is one of my main criticisms of The Office in general. One of my favorite things in a series is to watch character growth over time. Michael makes decisions in this episode that I feel like he should have already learned these lessons based on what we've seen him go through. Anyway, back to Gervais and Merchant's involvement in this episode. They nail the uncomfortability of the original series in The Convict. Prison Mike has its moments, obviously.
Thanks.
But I really wanted to key in on a scene that really demonstrated the UK duo's influence on this episode.
Hey, Martin. How's it going?
Good. Getting settled. You know.
Good. Just a second.
Technically speaking here, this scene is really expertly done. And the beauty of it is in the silence between the dialogue.
Black man that I trust even more. Pam, tell me a white person you trust.
My dad.
Danny Glover.
It's in that silence where we're able to ask ourselves some questions about what is Michael about to do? What's wrong with Michael? How's everybody going to respond? How would I respond? And really, it's that slow burn that I'm not sure if I want to laugh or die humor that The Office UK is known for, and it has its DNA all over this episode. As for how I feel about it, I'll get to that when we get to the ratings. Anyway, how do you feel about Karen and Jim's budding relationship in this one? That's a thing in this. I'm not really sure how I feel about how it's developed, and I think I've always read Jim's reaction here.
I love it. I want in. Who's the target?
Oh, you know what? It was gonna be Pam.
Perfect.
But
as wanting to somehow prevent any bad blood between Pam and Karen, but I'm not really sure what his motives are. What do you think? And I guess while I'm asking you questions to comment on, how do you read Martin Nash in this episode? I'm not saying Martin deserved anything, but typically people step on Michael Scott landmines without any knowledge of what they're about to do.
Cute.
Thank you.
Oh, may I?
Sure.
Martin seems to be baiting Michael in this episode.
Not good. It's a little bit bigger than Michael's office.
But maybe a don't take guff attitude came from his time in the clink. But I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. With that, let's get to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
The message that seems to be recurrent through The Convict has to do with a look of what prison really is. Martin presents a prison that sounds pretty chill and really intended to reform.
They did taught by some Harvard Business School guys, that a lot of the guys also that were in the class, the inmates, a lot of them have gone on to do extraordinary things in business.
This is juxtaposed to Michael.
Now slowly open your eyes again. Who are you picturing? A black man? Wrong. That was a white woman.
Who's probably learned most of what he knows from HBO.
I watch Queer as
That's not what it's called.
The Convict shows many characters in a prison of their own. Martin's constrained by mistakes he's made in the past. Michael's trapped in the insecurity of thinking that his staff would rather be in prison than working at Dunder Mifflin.
Kind of sounds like prison's better than Dunder Mifflin.
Oh, okay, well, that's not true.
Pam's held captive by her feelings for Jim.
Might affect the way people behave around us, or...
And also held captive by Andy's Pig Latin.
But wait, ude, uye, they ampe.
Wow.
Same could probably be said for Jim, except that you add in now he's trapped in this relationship with Karen. I doubt he expected Pam to be so forthcoming in wanting to pick things up so quickly.
So when do I get to hear everything? Are you still getting unpacked, or you want to grab a coffee or something after work?
And the entire staff is literally held captive by Michael's insecurity.
Okay, Michael, come on, let us out.
No, if you think prison is so wonderful, then enjoy prison.
And while these are mostly metaphorical prisons we see in this episode, I think The Convict explores the broader concept that a lot of our notions about the world are based on what we've read or watched. And that might seem like an extreme statement, but Michael knows that Dementors are not real, so this...
The worst thing about prison was the Dementors. They were flying all over the place and they were scary, and then they'd come down and they'd suck the soul out of your body.
Has to be an intentionally added reference as a nod to us, the audience, to know that this is meant to be commentary on our comprehension of the world based on what we've come to understand from the media. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, because mostly I think humans are too grossly undisciplined and inefficient at planning and executing goals to ever accomplish something that big. But I do think it's healthy to analyze what we know firsthand versus what we've learned from a screen.
You, my friend, would be the belle of the ball.
But even deeper than that concept, I think that this episode makes a statement that we all sit in prisons made up of our own makings. Whether it's from the past, judgment from others, hang-ups that stop us from moving forward, or self-imposed prisons of ignorant stances based on what we've been told. At the end of the day, we all have things that hold us back. And the height of the human experience is to break loose those constraints.
Obviously, this is a much nicer place than an actual prison. We have parties here.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to chop more Stanford employees off the block.
And I will not miss him. And that is not because he is black.
And then there were 3. All right, let's get to those Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for Prison Mike goes to Steve Carell,
who has been to prison, who can tell you what it is really like. I'm Prison Mike!
To give out the second Dundie, the Dundie for realism goes to, I'll say Jeffrey Blitz, for including an actual Pennsylvanian weatherman into this episode for one 3-second clip.
You have TV in the joint?
Yeah, in the rec room.
Got a 10-inch black and white.
Actually, our TV was bigger than that one.
This guy's name is Josh Hodel, and he's actually still serving as a weatherman in that area today. Fun fact. All right, let's get to the rating and trivia.
What gives you the right?
All right, so for the trivia question, what song is Andy playing for Pam? The answer is Rainbow Connection.
The lovers, the dreamers.
First sang in the 1970s by, and this is true, Hugh Jackman. So many connections around that baby. Okay, actually this song was sang by Kermit the Frog, and that one is true.
The dreamers and me.
And while we're on the topic, this is such a good prank. And this shot, it hits me in the feels every time. It's a great example of good direction and cinematography. There's a ton going on here between the joke, the music, the emotions, and Jim and Pam are both experiencing them. The look that Jenna Fisher gives here, and then drawing the focus over to Jim, is just so well done. And while Prison Mike steals the focus of this episode, people should be talking about this shot. It's such a good sequence. All right, so let's rate this thing. What do you guys think about this cold opening?
He's dressed all in pink.
That's his favorite color.
Oh, that's fun for him.
I'm dressed.
This one is just uncomfortable and not funny haha to me. Albeit Michael saying, "May I?" and then going under the desk as though anyone in the world would have understood what he was asking permission to do. That is pretty funny. Anyway, I'm gonna give this one a 2 out of 5 because that moment is the only redeeming factor. And now let's rate this thing, and I think I'm gonna have some people rioting against me. I'm not a huge fan of this episode. I've already gushed about my 2 favorite parts, but I have to look at an episode as a part of a whole and as a piece of work in and of itself. prison mic is such an iconic moment in this series, it's hard to not feel like everything leading up to this or after it is just setup and filler. And don't get me wrong, it's great. I love that bit. But it's like ascending a mountain. The highest peak is what you came for. The rest is just a means to get to and from. And in this episode, Michael's actions are borderline nonsensical. From the first time I watched this episode, the prison mic bit takes me out of the experience. It's great, but it's like they wrote this whole episode for the sole purpose of that bit. And not only did the rest of this episode suffer, I also think the Michael Scott arc suffers as well. But for the rating, I give The Convict a 3 out of 5. It has some very high highs, and the rest of it's just fine. But that's what I think. What are your thoughts about The Convict? What are your favorite bits? Did I miss something in this episode? Tell me what you think. Do you enjoy this episode as a whole, or is it just the prison mic bit that you like? As always, thanks for watching, consider subscribing, and share this video with someone that you know that loves The Office. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
When he came out for soccer practice, I pinched him.
Where did you pinch him?
Hey everybody, this is The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we're looking at the Benihana Christmas episode, which consistently ranks as one of the best Christmas episodes of The Office in all 9 seasons. This episode first aired on December 14th, 2006. It was viewed by 8.4 million people, and it's currently rated 8.8 out of 10 on IMDb. We have so much to talk about between the sheer enormous amount of background details in this episode, the deeper meaning, and a new segment I'm introducing in this field guide, so stay tuned. The Benihana Christmas episode was written by Jennifer Saletta, who wrote all of these episodes of The Office, as well as portrays one of Dwight's affiliates in the finale. And maybe one of the coolest background things about this episode is that it was actually directed by Harold Ramis. I have a lot of respect for this guy, as he had his hand in a ton of things that I loved growing up. He also directed the safety training and beach game episodes in Season 3, as well as The Delivery, Part 2, in Season 6. So Robert Schaefer actually told me this awesome story about bumping into Harold Ramis at one of the cast watch parties during an interview I had with him a couple months ago. I'll put the link in the description. It's definitely worth checking out. And the setup for the Benihana Christmas episode is that Carol breaks up with Michael for photoshopping himself onto an old vacation photo, and Michael makes another holiday celebration about himself.
Could you, for once, just let us enjoy a party instead of making it about all your issues?
And your Benihana trivia is, what color or colors does Angela think is whorish?
I thought you said is whorish.
No, just whorish.
The answer will be right before the ratings. With that, let's dish this one up.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, and so this is our first official hour-long episode in Office history. Since this is an hour-long, there's a ton to talk about, so let's just dig in. First up, and maybe the most discussed aspect of this episode, at least from what I've witnessed myself online, is the Benihana trio, or maybe foursome, but that sounds dirtier than I intended, so we're gonna go with trio. The gist of it is that at the behest of Andy, Michael is flirting with this girl, but when they show up at the Christmas party, it's a completely different actress.
Hey, where is everybody?
I was wondering if maybe it was added commentary to the fact that Michael couldn't tell the difference between these waitresses. We're supposed to scoff at Michael's low-key racism. Meanwhile, we didn't realize that there were multiple actresses. But then I found an interview from 2007 in which Greg Daniels mentions that it was supposed to be a joke that flopped. The joke being that Michael and Andy failed at their initial attempts and settled for less attractive waitresses. Daniels said the joke flopped because all of the actresses were so pretty. So I'm not exactly sure what the truth of the matter is, but it's definitely one of my favorite memes around Christmas time. So let me know in the comments, did you notice the actress swapping on your first viewing? And so before we move on to any other aspect of this episode while we're still in the Benihana, there is a few things to call out. This couple is awful. I just can't believe in this situation, they didn't move. This is my PSA. Don't be like them. But this guy, he's been in a lot of stuff over the years. And this actress has also been in a lot of stuff, but for me, she was CJ something or other in Silicon Valley, a series that I love. And moving on, but still in the Benihana, Jim reneged pretty quickly on not pranking Dwight.
Hold its neck back, insert the knife beneath the jaw, bring it all the way around. There's gonna be a good amount of blood.
But it's cool, this cracks me up every single time. All right, so other callouts in this episode, the Photoshop card, I like to think that it's just Steve Carell's head Photoshopped over an actual picture of Steve Carell's head with Nancy and their kids. But I haven't seen that confirmed anywhere. I did see that this card sold at auction back in 2008 to support the United Way.
Sometimes I spend too much time volunteering. Occasionally I'll hit somebody with my car.
It was sold alongside some clothing items worn in the show, like Michael's lucky tie, and also a signed Dwight bobblehead.
It's me. I'm the bobblehead.
There's potentially an interesting callback here between Dwight and Angela. And if we cut back to the pilot episode, Dwight is randomly lipping the little drummer boy. So maybe this weird little thing they have going on has been going on since before the pilot. And in a couple other hidden goodies, Creed is singing his own song, which is super meta. Okay, so in the gift exchange that Jim and Karen have, they give each other the Bridget Jones' Diary sequel. It's actually an inside joke about how awful that movie is between Mindy Kaling and Michael Schur.
I love inside jokes. Love to be a part of one someday.
Okay, I think I hit everything I could call out in this episode, so with that, let's get to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, as this episode is an hour long, I think there's a lot that goes into it. And I keep saying hour long, and I really mean 42 minutes long. So if we were to break this into threes, the first third shows people wanting what they can't have. Dwight wants the goose, Michael wants to go to Jamaica with Carol, Pam wants things to go back to the way they were with Jim, and Toby wants a robe.
Pretty nice robes there. Why?
Then around the 10 to 15 minute mark, it moves into this whole rivalry theme. Dwight and Andy are rivals for the number 2 position. They're also competing for Michael's attention. There's a bit of Stanford and Scranton rivalry happening. Clearly, at least Pam realizes that there was some sort of competition between her and Karen, even if Karen didn't realize there was a competition. Then we move into the most obvious rival of the episode, which is the clash of the two parties. I love this metaphor when trying to force Stanley and the rest of the office to choose between two things. It's perfect imagery for what Jim is going to have to do at some point. And then still in this rivalry theme, Jim and Dwight have this exchange, which calls out their past conflicts.
Permission denied.
Jim and Ryan have this playful banter, which foreshadows their future conflicts. And Michael's bros or hoes bit would probably fall into this rivalry motif as well.
Then suddenly she's not your hoe, no mo.
And then as this episode resolves, the theme shifts again. It takes this tragically optimistic tone of resolving while knowing that not all is right. Toby gets the robe, but it's clear there's a lot more going on under the exteriors. And on that note, Kevin does get to escape the party, but again, there's definitely something going on under the surface here. You can see it in his performance.
You ought to know.
And while we're talking about that song, the song he's singing is You Oughta Know by Alanis Morissette, which is about the fallout after a heartbreak. Michael finds temporary happiness with the Benihana waitress, but we're all just waiting for that to fall apart.
Nah, I have school.
Which it does, and it leads to this great sequence.
I guess I didn't know her very well. I marked her arm.
But Michael's takeaway from this conversation is to ask Jan to go to Sandals with him. But we know where that's going to lead.
Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap!
Jim's motives for getting involved with Karen in the first place are made a little bit more clear in this conversation with Michael. I don't think he necessarily even wanted to date Karen. He just started dating her in conjunction with moving back to Scranton. So he wouldn't have to face Pam as the same guy who left Scranton defeated. There's some pride and some heartbreak in his actions, and unfortunately for Karen, Jim's practically admitting here that she's just a rebound girl.
When it's over, you're left thinking about the girl you really like. One that broke your heart.
Though she's not the only victim to Jim's rebounds.
Let's break up.
Whoa, what?
And I love the duality of Pam seeing Jim and Karen's gift exchange and Jim seeing Pam and Roy's gift exchange. And still in this resolving but things not being right motif, Jim's back at pranking Dwight again.
Abort mission, destroy phone. Destroy phone.
And even Dwight and Angela have this great moment, but you know the way they're handling their relationship is gonna lead to disaster.
And reveal our true love. It won't be that bad. Look at Kelly and Ryan.
I hate those two people more than anything in the entire world.
So pulling all of this together into one coherent message is that sometimes you gotta jump through hurdles in life. You're gonna trip, you're gonna fall, you're gonna get messy, you're gonna get torn. And that life can suck until it doesn't.
Maybe one year she'll be with somebody, and the next year I'll be with somebody, and it's gonna take a long time, and then it's perfect. I'm in no rush.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to finally have someone stand up to Angela.
Does anyone ever stand up to Angela? Or?
I think one of her cats did once. She came in with scratches all over her face.
Right.
That reminds me, I'm adding my new segment to the field guides today. It's called Episodes That We Were Robbed Of. Basically, the premise is, based on this episode, what events had to have happened that we never saw? So for example, a few episodes ago, I mentioned that it would have been great to see an episode dedicated to Michael and Dwight creating Lazy Scranton. So the episode that we were robbed of from the Benihana Christmas episode is called The Duel, in which Angela and Phyllis's party planning committee goes to full-out war against Pam and Karen's committee to plan parties. I love the arc in this episode, and I think we were robbed of another episode, drawing it out, and showing Karen and Pam's friendship develop, making the eventual moment that Karen finds out about Jim's former crush on Pam carry a lot more weight.
So glad you were Jim. He was hung up on Pam for such a long time. I didn't think he'd ever get over her.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Okay, so since Creed Bratton is so meta in this episode, I'm gonna follow suit. The tallest music dude Dundee goes to John Mayer.
This is bound to take a while. Your body is a wonderland.
Mayer wins this award after letting the show use Your Body is a Wonderland in the Benihana Christmas episode. On his blog, John wrote, "One of my favorite shows on television, The Office, wanted to use my song Your Body is a Wonderland in a scene for their Christmas episode. Now, I'm not going to make apologies for my work, but it's safe to say I don't get asked to use Wonderland for strongman competitions and documentaries about aircraft carriers. I get asked so people can goof on it. I initially turned down the request, but after thinking about it and hearing the details of the incredibly funny sounding scene from producer BJ Novak, I decided to go for it, but with one stipulation. I won a Dundee. And they actually gave him a Dundee, which is really cool. So that's why it's meta. I'm giving you another Dundee. Anyway, so the second Dundee. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't do some sort of tribute to Harold Ramis. I'll spare the theatrics and not do an edit. I'll just speak to it. Like I said earlier, he had his hand in a ton of things that defined my childhood, just seemed like a stand-up guy, and also went to school in my hometown, just about 20 minutes away from where I live now. So I want to thank Harold Ramis for the years of entertainment. With that, let's get to the ratings.
What gives you the right?
All right, so to answer your trivia question, what color or colors does Angela think is whorish? The answer is whatever color Phyllis is wearing.
Red.
How about green?
I think green is kind of whorish.
I thought you said green was whorish.
No, orange is whorish.
Okay, so for some ratings, I give this one a 3 out of 5. I think it's a really strong cold opening, but it really just doesn't pack that much of a punch. Overall, it's just not very memorable. Case in point, as I'm writing this, I watched this episode yesterday. I had to go back and look up what this cold opening even was. It does its job as part of the episode, and Paul Lieberstein as Toby is just amazing. I don't care what anybody says. It's a good setup, it's just so melancholy along with the first half of this episode. And as for the actual episode, I rate this one a 4 out of 5. I went back and forth on this and I couldn't decide if that was just too high. When I think about my favorite episodes, I doubt this is ever going to show up on my list without any prompting. But it is such a well done episode. Quote, "It has it all" is a thing I just keep hearing from people who talk about their favorite episodes of The Office. And while this episode has it all, I do think it suffers, as do most hour-long episodes of The Office, of a runtime that's just a little bit too long. But regardless, it's got enough good bits going on to entertain throughout. But that's just what I think about the Benihana Christmas episode. What are your thoughts? What do you like or dislike from this one? What's an episode you were robbed of? What was the other thing I asked? Oh yeah, did you catch the multiple actress thing? Leave your thoughts in the comments. The discussion is part of the reason why I do this series, so I really do want to hear from you. With that, thanks for watching. I'll see you next week when we look at Back from Vacation. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, I'm looking at the 12th episode in Season 3 entitled Back from Vacation. That is the 12th episode if you consider the Benihana episode as 2, which the DVDs do, and Netflix does not. So depending on how you watch these, it's either 11th or the 12th. We're having fun, right? Okay, so Back from Vacation aired on January 4th, 2007. It was written by Justin Spitzer, who just joined the writing team earlier in Season 3, and is also this nurse from the Fun Run episode. This one was directed by Julian Farino, but I'll get to him in just a minute. Back from Vacay was viewed by 8.8 million people and currently has an 8.5 out of 10 rating on IMDb. The setup for this one is that no one was supposed to know that Michael and Jan went to Jamaica together, but then he accidentally sends a compromising photo of the two of them to the warehouse crew, at which point it goes viral. So your trivia for today is, this is the first time that Michael leaves the country. What is the second time Michael leaves the United States? All right, with that, let's get settled in.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, where to start on this episode? There's a lot of action in this one.
Sex.
Nope, not that kind. There is a lot of running from place to place, which is well done because in reality, Michael and Dwight would have had to run a lot longer, as the office interiors are on a soundstage and the warehouse is in a different building, which I was today years old when I learned that the soundstage of the interior shots was actually right next door to where the exterior and the warehouse scenes are shot. I guess I'd assumed that the soundstage was somewhere in the Universal Studios backlot. The family and I actually took a trip to LA last year, and we got as close as we could to the building, which was still pretty far away. Like, we were way back here. I almost followed an ambulance into the gated off area, but I don't know. I didn't really feel like getting arrested. I mean, I love you guys, but I guess I really didn't want my kids to end up in a police station in Van Nuys, California on our vacation. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Anyway, that's right, there was a lot of back and forth running, and you gotta give these guys props. You know that they had to do this several times. So much so that Rainn Wilson is actually still sweating pretty badly during this sequence. And while we're on it, this is one of those scenes that define The Office for me. There's so much heart to this scene. Pam's crying, and Dwight, the forever power-hungry antagonist, puts everything aside and sits and comforts a coworker in need.
So you're PMSing pretty bad, huh?
But before we get too deep with that, I'll give you this prompt for the comments. What do you think about Jim's stance in this episode? And I'll refresh you. He has an issue with Karen moving into an apartment 2 blocks away from where his house is. And the reason he gives is...
He said it would be like we were living together in different houses.
I mean, I guess I see his point, but also Scranton isn't that big. I mean, it bumps up to a couple other towns, but they're all pretty small. So I think there's this kind of assumption that if someone moves to Scranton, you're pretty much in close proximity to them one way or the other. I mean, you're going to end up at the same mall, the same grocery stores, and the same everything. So let me hear in the comments, what do you think about their argument? And this seems like a great point for an episode we were robbed of. So the episode we were robbed of, based on the Back from Vacation episode, is simply entitled Vacation. I mean, I really don't want to see everything that happened in Jamaica, but it would be great to see how they relate to each other when they're on vacation. We do get a little brief slideshow that Michael forces the whole staff to watch.
Now, that's a German woman named Gru.
And while we were robbed at a closer look at their vacation, in season 4, we do get this great nugget.
This is Plaintiff's Exhibit 107. I quote from an entry dated January 4 of this past year.
And I thought the best thing I could do is just quote directly in my own voice. Just got back from Jamaica. Tan almost everywhere. Jan almost everywhere. Hee hee. Oh, diary, what a week. I had sex with my boss. I don't know if it's going anywhere. Jan was very specific that it is not going anywhere, that it was a one-time mistake. But we had sex 6 times, so you tell me. I'm definitely feeling eerie. Irie. More tomorrow, XOXO Michael. Okay, and I'll revisit the deposition episode at some point, but I have to call out that it's amazing that Michael even does bits for his diary, with a setup and a payoff. And I know I said I'd bring up Farino. He is the one who directed the deposition episode, so it is an interesting little trivia bit that he worked on both episodes in which this trip got brought up. And other things in this episode, maybe it's a goof, or maybe there's an in-universe explanation for it, but Jim Carrey is referenced in this episode.
I am not.
Oh, Jim Carrey just walked in. Dwight, get his autograph from Michael.
Jim Carrey did not just walk in.
Which is weird considering that he shows up later in the series. So maybe it's a goof, or maybe Jim Carrey was just doing some research for a part and was doing some interviews on the side. And just a couple more little things. Though it's depressing, Michael's hot, hot, hot out in the cold doesn't slip by me.
Feeling hot, hot, hot.
And Andy again displays his musical talents. But with that, let's dig into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
The phrase back from vacation is pretty much a synonym to back to reality. I don't know if everyone is like me, but there's something almost mystical about traveling. I love it. I love vacations. In addition to LA last year, the year before that, we went to New York and we made the pilgrimage to Scranton. Anyway, there's something about just being away. It's refreshing, it's freeing. The pressures of everyday life are gone. The pressures of your reputation are gone. So for some, travel is one of the most freeing things in the world. For others, it can kind of feel like a trap. Stripped of all pretense, you're really just left with you. And sometimes that can be a scary thing. And this will pay off in a second, just stick with me. Regardless of what kind of person you are, the return back to reality can be a really rocky road. Michael returns with such optimism and hope.
Hey, man.
But it really doesn't take long for his hopes and good vibes to be squished on by reality. And I'll reiterate from the Benihana episode, I believe that Jim jumped into this relationship with Karen to avoid the awkwardness of coming back to Scranton alone. But paralleling Michael's return, he's realizing that his return from Stanford is now getting crushed by reality.
I'm just in this, stupid fight with Karen.
Oh.
But I think it's with Pam that we get to see the depth of this episode, as she is checked hard back into reality.
I think I owe you one.
Sorry?
For talking sense into Halpert. But thanks. Seriously.
Sure.
So I'd suggest that the overall message from this episode is to keep an even head. Whether you're on the mountaintop or in the valley, there's always tomorrow, and that change is inevitable. All the more while we're living in this weird social distancing COVID-19 world. And that I think this episode would suggest that when we try to return back to normalcy, we're going to also be checked by reality. So let's lean on each other in the same way that they do in this episode.
You complete me.
Oh, God.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode is an excuse to show a topless Melora Hardin on primetime television. Okay, I'm not really sure if that's her or not, but Steve Carell's for sure photoshopped here, right? There's something so off about his head. Anyway, to the Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
First up, the best brother Dundee goes to Dwight Schrute.
You don't need to stay here.
I know.
I had to do it. This scene gives me the feels. It's expertly written and acted, and there's a cool timing of the joke to drama cadence that's just so well done. Pam crying, to Dwight springing to action, to taking his jacket off, to wrapping it around himself, to putting his hand on Pam's back, to the comment about PMS. It's a roller coaster, and it's just so well done. I can remember sitting on my couch when this aired with my eyes tearing up, and I was laughing and just glad to see Dwight humanized in such a touching way. And I'm not crying right now, I promise. Anyway, moving on. The Dundee for the worst psychobabble goes to Jan's therapist.
My psychiatrist thinks that I have some self-destructive tendencies and that for once, I should indulge them. You following me?
Yes.
This is bad advice. If you're aware you're making bad decisions, it's probably not wise to dive headfirst into a clearly bad one. This is the eventual outcome.
When I get frustrated or irritated or angry, I come up here and I just smell all my candles. And it just poof goes away.
She loves to sue. She loves lawsuits.
I guess that makes me the devil.
You are! She is! She is the devil! I'm in hell!
Great episode, but probably leads to a bad life. But with that, let's get to the trivia and the ratings.
What gives you the right?
Okay, so before I get to the ratings, let me get you the answer to that trivia question. Michael's first trip out of the country was to Jamaica. His second trip out of the country was to the exotic land of Canada in the business trip episode in season 5.
Stop it! Stop it!
You want to get robbed in a foreign country? I wash my hands of this.
Okay, where's my translator?
Ici, monsieur.
Okay, so for the cold opening, I give this one a 3 out of 5. I love my Jim Dwight prank openings, and this one does not fail me. I also love how oblivious Andy is.
I am now chopping off Phyllis's head with a chainsaw.
I've known some Andys in my time. Anyway, it definitely drags for a bit, and it's just not that memorable. So 3 out of 5 is where it's at. As for the episode, I give this one a 2 out of 5. I'm just not that big of a fan of this episode. The structure, the pacing, and the feeling it gives is just a bit off. I've never really liked this one, and it also might be because of the feelings that it makes me feel, which I'm aware of, but there's just not enough good in this episode for me to warrant anything higher than a 2 out of 5. But that's just what I think about Back from Vacation. What do you think about Back from Vacation? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Again, this is part of why I do this channel, is for the conversation. So leave your thoughts in the comments. Did you know that trivia question was a little too easy? Let me know if you want me to crank up the intensity on these. Anyway, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week when we cover the Traveling Salesman episode.
In the event of a crash, driver always protects his side first.
All right, with that, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey, and welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office. Today, we are looking at Season 3, Episode 12, entitled Traveling Salesman. This episode is chock full of goodness, so let's jump right in. It was written by a combination of Michael Schur and Stupenberg, and The Traveling Salesman was directed by showrunner Greg Daniels. It first aired on January 11th, 2007, and was viewed by 10.7 million people. It currently has an 8.6 out of 10 on IMDb, and the setup for this one is extremely simple. All the salespeople couple up to go on sales calls together, and that's it. The Office can make an incredible episode out of the most mundane topics. Your traveling salesman trivia is maybe a simple one. What are Dwight and Angela's middle names? Both of them are spoken on screen during this episode. With that, let's get these motors started.
No one asked you anything ever?
The first thing that interests me is that this is really a 2-part arc, with the next episode, The Return. Along with some additional scenes, the Traveling Salesman episode actually aired with The Return to create this Frankenstein's monster of an hour-long episode. Daniels wanted to do this as one part fan service and the other part marketing for another round of sweeps. So these episodes are really closely related, being also directed and written by the exact same people. So we're going to see some themes overlap, which I think will be interesting when we get to the deeper meaning. But things to call out during this episode, Michael tossing laundry would have made for just a great callback in and of itself, but it's actually a genius way to spur Andy's backstabbing.
I used to work at Abercrombie, so
pretty good folder.
And speaking of Andy, he's pretty unbearable during this arc.
It's like we're touring Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and dropping off one by one. Well, guess what? I'm not falling in a chocolate river.
Angela, it's pretty simple. Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it.
Help. Police. Murder.
My name is Andrew Bernard. I was with a group called Dunder Mifflin.
Now gone, which is totally awesome.
Hello?
Doompa-dee-doom.
It's a wonder that Angela ever dated this man and almost married him out of spite for Dwight killing Sprinkles. That was a really weird sentence, and The Office is weird. Anyway, another great callback is tucked away in this clip.
Leave the keys.
Did you catch that? All right, we'll play it again and I'll call it out. That's the keychain that Oscar gave Creed in the Christmas party episode in season 2. My theory is that Creed wanted his shirt back.
He obviously forgot to get me something. And then he went into his closet and dug out this little number. And then threw it in a bag.
And so they traded.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
And I think that because Pam ended up with the teapot, so Jim probably thinks that it'll bring him some good luck, as it did on that night. It's just one more piece of evidence that he's still got a thing for Pam. And while we're on this scene, I always love it when The Office takes to the streets. The one thing that's hard to hide is geological features. While they do a good job of showing the mountains in the background, they don't necessarily get rid of all the palm trees. On that topic, these people are acting cold here. It's LA, it's not cold.
Acting!
But I think Dwight's wincing face takes the cake. And while we've all come to expect Jim looking at the camera by now, I think Dwight's glance early in this episode.
Well, thank you, sir. Okay, now going by seniority.
Gets the best camera look of this episode. And for this week's episodes that we were robbed of more of this.
1. Discount prices on ink cartridges.
3.
And also any forms that you're gonna need.
7.
You can custom make them.
I could watch a full hour-long episode of Jim and Dwight doing sales calls. Their banter leading up and after is great, and they're just killing it with their sale. It's a magical thing that the showrunners have created with these two characters. The closest that we ever get to this missing episode would be in this montage during season 9's Suit Warehouse.
We did it at a family-owned law firm, at a family-owned construction company, and a family-owned motorcycle store. Jim and Dwight Schrupert.
So for the second time this season, there is some really good Photoshop work here too. John Krasinski and Rainn Wilson both provided some older pictures, and these editors got to work. I love that the Office background hasn't changed at all. It looks as though it was shot that day. But anyway, I think that's a great cue for us to dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, real talk time. I hate car shopping. I'm the kind of guy that would rather pay a little bit more for something if it means that I don't have to deal with a salesman. There's just something about the whole dance that I just can't handle. But to each their own, some people love it. Car salesmen are one thing, but traveling salesmen, there's a whole different connotation that traveling salesmen carry. I weekly have to close my door on some salesmen, and I don't do it to be mean. I just do it because they're trained to prey on the goodwill of human behavior. If you keep that door open and listen to what they have to say, they still have a chance to make their sale. Which reminds me of a story real quick. One time I was at my office and I got a text from my wife near the end of the workday. She said that there was a vacuum salesman at the door, and I thought, okay, that's interesting. Well, about 20 minutes later or so, I get a text from her saying, hey, he won't leave the house. And it was really at this point I was having these waves of revelations just warming over me. First I thought, what do you mean he won't leave? Why won't he leave? You asked him to leave and he won't leave? Wait, he's in the house? You let him in the house? Why would you let him in the house? So I text her back and I just say, I'm on my way home. I shut my laptop and I take off. The whole way home, I'm just thinking about what I'm gonna say to this guy when I show up. So I pull up and my door's open. I walk in the house and my wife says, oh babe, you're home. Yeah, my wife calls me babe.
Take their coats, babe,
Yes.
babe?
Babe.
Babe.
Exactly.
Honey.
Honey. Hey, babe.
Babe. Babe.
Babe. Honey. Babe.
Babe. Bye, babe.
Oh babe, you're home. Hey, this is, and I'll just call him Bill. This is Bill. He's showing us a vacuum. Okay, I gotta go. She grabs her keys, leaves the house, gets in her car, and drives away. And I'm left in the house with this guy. Had to be some 18-year-old kid wearing a suit that didn't fit right, which I don't blame him for. And I said, hey, I just need you to get your stuff and go. I'm not buying a vacuum today. And he just couldn't be any more nice. He starts packing up his stuff, and he's still giving me a sales pitch. So I start setting up my laptop to close out my workday, and he's just still talking my ear off about all the wonders of this brand of vacuum cleaners. I said, "Hey man, I'm sorry. I think we might have wasted your time, but it's just not in the cards for us to buy a vacuum today." And so he says, "Yeah, no, I get it." And he just keeps talking. So a solid 15 minutes later, this fella's still in my living room, sits down at my table, and I kid you not, slides me a piece of paper, which he hand wrote the amount of $3,400 on. I audibly laugh out loud, and I'm like, "Bill, I thought you were barking up the wrong tree here, but I think you're in the wrong forest. I got my last vacuum, and this is true, out of the trash." And there's a story for that for a whole nother time. He takes a piece of paper back, he scratches out the last amount, writes a new amount, and says he'd have to clear it with his manager, but he could give it to me for this. Slides it back over, and now it's magically $1,700. My first thought is, hey, you would have just charged me $3,400 for a $1,700 vacuum? My second thought, and what I said to him, was, no thank you, we're done here. And then he takes the paper back and he says, "I'm gonna lose my commission on this, but what do you think about this?" Slides the paper back over, $700. At this point, I'm like, oh wow, maybe that's not a bad deal, down from $3,400. Wait, no, get out of my house. I'm not buying a $700 anything right now. I thanked him for his time, I escorted him out of my house, and I couldn't make this up. Turn around, I open my phone, and I see I have a text from my wife. So I open it up, and it says, "Gotcha," implying that this whole thing was a prank. A prank to this day that I've never fully gotten her back for. She knows I can't stand salesmen, and I am sorry for all you salesmen out there. But like I said, traveling salesman has a connotation that just isn't flattering. And that's the focus of this deeper meaning. The trustworthiness of a salesman is what is called into question when someone walks up to someone else trying to sell them something. They all have a gimmick, they all have a thing, and in this episode we get to see this interesting yin-yang of sales tactics in between these sales couples. When you look at Jim and Dwight, Jim is chill and Dwight's intense. Michael is humble, and Andy is lofty. Stanley's apathetic, and Ryan's hungry. And Phyllis and Karen don't necessarily follow this pattern, but that's based on Phyllis's leadership. But in addition to their sales styles, we see a message of trustworthiness at the center of this episode. Andy's doing everything he can to see doubt in Michael's head, which I called Andy oblivious in the last episode, but nothing fills me with pure joy like watching Michael's brick wall response to Andy's attempts.
Think it comes from Dwight Schrute? I don't know. Who knows how words are formed?
Dwight shines as bright as one can in Angela's eyes as a knight who's come to her rescue. But Dwight's trustworthiness is called into question because of his past incursions. And you see this a little bit with Jim too. He started a relationship with someone who moved 2 hours without telling her about a former crush that he had with someone who sits less than 10 feet away from them. So the message here is, sometimes it's best to just face the music and speak the truth. I've said this before, I don't get why Dwight and Angela keep their relationship a secret to the extent that they do.
Michael, I cannot tell you what I was doing there. But you have to trust me. I would never do anything to hurt you or this company.
Which ultimately end up in Dwight getting fired in this episode. But maybe the better message here is, in a world of Andys,
am I happy about the way things turned out?
Be a Dwight to the ones we love. Be loyal and speak the truth. Many arcs in this season would be prevented by people just opening their mouth. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to see Stanley even more animated than on Pretzel Day.
You sounded like my niece, and she's 6 months old.
What gives you the right?
All right, the trivia for today is, what are Dwight and Angela's middle names? And here you go.
Let's call her Noelle. We'll call him Kurt.
I don't know if you caught that, but Angela swaps out their first names for their middle names, which isn't very incognito, but it does remind me of this bit later.
We'll use code names.
Angela can stay the same, but we'll change Andy to Dwight.
So they're both just not very good at this. Anyway, on to some ratings. The cold opening, it gets a 4 out of 5 for me. I doubt I'll ever list this on the top cold openings of all time. But you know that feeling you get when a good cold opening comes on? That hits me with this one. Jim and Pam playing along but also secretly antagonizing Michael. And honestly, look at that smile and tell me that you are not currently smiling. It's just contagious. As for the episode itself, I give this one a 3 out of 5. It's a step up from the last episode, and this episode has a lot going on in it, with about 4 or 5 unique plot lines. Most of them don't resolve in the 22 minutes that we get, and the ones that do conclude a lot like the end of Infinity War, with the bad guy winning, leaving us wanting more. There's plenty to love in this episode, but I think it fits squarely in the meh zone. But that's just what I think about this episode. What do you think? What's your favorite aspect of this one? Leave it in the comments. I really want to hear what you have to say. Next week, we're going to be rounding out this arc with The Return. So watch ahead, and I'll see you next week. All right, hey, welcome to the Office Field Guide. I'm Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office. Today, we are looking at The Return, which is the 13th episode of the 3rd season and the 42nd episode overall. The Return originally aired on January 18th, 2007, was viewed by 10.2 million people, and currently has an IMDb rating of 8.8 out of 10. And so I've made the last couple trivia questions pretty easy, so I'm gonna lean into this one. You'd have to have really been looking for background details to get this one right. What is the name of the anger management facility that Andy sent to? Good luck with that one. Let me know in the comments if you knew it off the bat. And in a special new element for the field guides, I'm going to put Prison Mike or Floating Sumo Andy somewhere in this episode. The first person to get the correct timestamp, give or take 5 seconds or so, will get a shout out in the next video. So keep a lookout. With that, let's dig in.
No one asked you anything ever?
I'm going to get into how I feel about this and the ratings, but this cold opening is Rainn Wilson's time to shine. There are a couple interesting background stories about this cold opening, though. The first one is about this lady. The story is, and I wasn't able to confirm its validity, so take it for what it's worth, Michael Schur came up with the name Gwendolyn Trundlebed as a placeholder. Assuming that Schur was trying to convey a meaning by giving such a specific name, the set design team ran with that and styled this lady's office the way it is. And I think it does work, as we do get a little glance at how hard of a time Dwight has talking with women.
And then we thought I can't carry on with that face. Look at it, I'm gonna get nightmares with that face.
The other interesting tidbit from this cold opening has to do with this guy. But I'm gonna give him a Dundee, so hold tight for that. While we're on random guest stars in this episode, one of the tenets of The Office's early years was not to include cameos or guest appearances from uber popular people. However, as you watch through the series, people who are relatively unknown pop out. Namely, in this episode, it's Yvette Nicole Brown.
It's gonna be like that, huh? I don't like him, his giant head, or his beady little eyes. That's all I got to say on the matter.
Who would later go on to star in Community, which, guys, if you haven't watched Community, it's up there as one of my favorite comedy series of all time. Anyway, while most people know her from Community, she was also a consistent guest on The Talking Dead. It was the talk show that Chris Hardwick hosted directly after The Walking Dead. Brown was a major Walking Dead fan and always had the best commentary. She always had this legal notepad with a ton of notes on it, and I obviously love that attention to detail, but I guess we should return to The Return. See what I did there?
Pun.
There's a lot of Andy goodness in this episode, and it's hard to watch The Return and not absolutely hate Andy. But playing someone who everybody loves, like Michael and Jim, that's one thing. But acting so annoying that the majority of the fan base is relieved to see you go? Hats off to Ed Helms.
Addition by subtraction.
What does that even mean? That is impossible.
Yeah, you're right.
In the DVD commentary, he even mentioned that his own mother had to turn the episode off because she couldn't handle how annoying he was.
Am I right?
Yep.
Then quick nap at my place and we hit the T-Zone. No.
And then also in the commentary, Ed Helms mentioned that he himself actually did record this ringtone on his computer.
Recorded on my computer. Wow. Took me forever.
Nice job.
Thank you muchly.
And so as to why Ed Helms leaves after this episode, the stories seem to vary. It's either that Ed Helms had to leave to go film his first Hangover movie, which didn't get released until 2009, so it might have been that it sat on the shelf for a little bit. But I think what seems to be the real story here is that Helms was only contracted for X amount of episodes, and that there was no original intention of keeping him in the main cast of the series. This meltdown was actually meant to be his character's send-off. Evidence for this would be in this clip.
So Michael had a little chat with corporate, and they decided to send me to management training. Anger management, technically, but still.
This wasn't in the original airing of this episode, and it wasn't released until later in the producer's cut that the DVDs and the streaming platforms use. But Helms must have tested well enough to warrant bringing him back 5 episodes later.
I graduated from anger management the same way I graduated from Cornell. On time.
Either way, Andy seems to be one of those characters that I never truly saw as a regular. It wasn't until the finale that I think it finally rendered that Andy had become a staple of The Office.
I wish there was a way to know you're in the good old days before you've actually left them.
And while I think there were some missteps along the way, he really does add this dynamic variable to The Office. Okay, enough about Ed Helms.
Sorry I annoyed you with my friendship.
But I did read that, and again, this is unverified, so take it for what it's worth, a story that the day after this aired, Staples Corporate emailed a memo stating that Dwight Schrute is no longer a Staples employee. Despite his promising start in the business machine selling 2 printers in one morning, it was soon clear that he wasn't a good fit for the Staples culture.
I never heard of him.
Oh, really? Have you heard of paper?
Okay, normal segue here. Another random bit in this episode is this.
Whole big thing. We had a funeral for a bird.
I'm pretty sure none of that's real.
You're not real, man.
Like I said, it's random, but the timeline does add up. Jim was gone, so he has no idea what Creed's referring to. And obviously Creed gets people's names wrong all the time. But there's a great blooper here. Stay to the end of this episode to watch that one. Okay, and this list never ends. There are more things to still call out. Okay, the shirt that Dwight's wearing when he comes back from Staples, he must have had in his car because when he left Staples, he was wearing this. But apparently, the Battlestar Galactica shirt had to be created by the costume department, as they couldn't find any available at the time of filming. But this shirt does make another reappearance during the Survivor Man episode in season 4, which again must have been in Dwight's car. And another thing, which is today's comment prompt.
Look, I've got like 15 new clients that I've inherited from Dwight, and each file is password protected with a different mythical creature, so...
In the comments, tell me what mythical creatures Dwight would have used as passwords. I wonder if Karen had been venting about this and maybe guessed zombie, which is why Andy started singing this.
Zombie, 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 hey, hey, hey.
Okay, and I can't believe I almost forgot this, but obviously Oscar's back, which is the joke of this episode, that the fanfare moves from attention on his return to Dwight's return.
No. I don't need it.
Oscar's stint with the Comedy Central show just didn't pan out, and I'm glad he was able to return back to The Office. But I think I've squeezed this one to death. Let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
I'm going to be as concise as I can because there were so many callouts. I think this episode has a clear message of appreciating what you have. Michael's journey through this episode is akin to one who's separated from his significant other. Michael booted his loyal and loving partner who faithfully served him for years and years for a flashy new guy. But once Michael's finally had enough of the shallow, he goes back to win Dwight over. And this scene is great. I mean, they said they tried several ways to do this, but they never felt quite right about it. And I don't know about all that, but it is a great depiction of a man owning up to his mistakes. And once the tension is diffused, you get to see them reconnect and make amends. And it's moments like this that are just great in The Office. And if you notice the background song that's playing is an instrumental version of this iconic scene from Officer and a Gentleman, in which Richard Gere reunites with his love interest. And I always love that Michael doesn't miss an opportunity to save face by owning up to his mistake and calling himself the bigger man. Not once, but twice.
It takes a big man to admit his mistake, and I am that big man. It takes a big man to admit his mistake, and that's what I did.
So I think the message here is to remember that the grass isn't always greener on the other side, and to support that there's a lot of other callouts in this episode. Dwight goes searching for jobs at different companies, but is ultimately turned down as Michael's the only one who would have ever dealt with his weirdness. He ends up taking a job at a direct competitor, and the one that's running them out of business. Oscar's arc kind of has a play in here too.
I have an idea. Rainbow stickers all over the back windshield. Shout it from the mountaintops, my friend.
As he probably assumed that people would tread lighter about his sexuality after he returned. And it didn't take long for that to get stepped on.
And part of me thinks, you know what, keep talking. I'd really love a home theater.
And a fun and somewhat meta one is this.
I liked you better as the temp.
Me too.
But probably the coolest, deeper meaning piece of this episode is the foreshadowing that the Michael, Dwight, and Andy triangle symbolically present. Skip to this timestamp or so if you haven't watched all of season 3. You have Michael and Dwight, who have history together at Scranton. Dwight and Michael separate because Michael's taken by Andy, a transfer from Stanford. Michael has to realize that Andy isn't the right choice, and once he does, he goes back to set things right with Dwight.
Sure. So maybe you should come back. You should come back.
Paralleling that, you've got Jim and Pam, who have history at Scranton. Pam and Jim separate, and now Jim is taken by Karen, a transfer from Stanford. Jim has to realize that Karen isn't the right choice for him, and once he does, he goes back to set things right with Pam.
Yes.
All right. Then it's a date.
I love the metaphor there. Welcome back, people who skipped. So the message, I think, is appreciate what you have in front of you. Sometimes you gotta fight for it and fight through the problems and put it all on the line for the ones you love.
Why would Dwight do that for you? I think I know why.
Angela from accounting told me what you did.
Oh my God, she told you?
Yes, she did.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode is just an excuse for product placement.
Oh, check out the new car. German engineering. Nice. How many pesos that set you back?
It's a company lease from the settlement after you kissed me.
Gonna go home, get my beer on, get my lost on.
In the frozen food section, Swanson makes a delightful chimichanga.
Where did you get this stuff?
Here it is.
All right, cue the Dundies transition.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, Dundies. The first Dundee, as I teased, goes to this guy. That's Kevin Riley, the, at the time, president of NBC Entertainment, who single-handedly pretty much pulled The Office from the fire after its rocky first season and greenlit the second season in spite of the ratings. Hats off to you, Mr. Riley. Thanks for seeing this diamond in the rough here. And the second Dundee goes to Angela Kinsey. I don't know, there's just something shocking to see her character break that icy exterior, and Kinsey pulls it off pretty well. Crying on screen isn't easy, and I don't know how actors do that. Yet, this performance doesn't venture into this 90s sitcom PSA-type feeling. She managed to keep this over the top in a way that Angela Martin would. Expressing feelings and sorrow like this would be a foreign concept to her, and I think Angela Kinsey killed it. But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
Okay, trivia first. The trivia question, what is the anger management company that Andy visits? The answer is on the plaque in the background of this clip.
That's so good to meet you.
Thanks, well.
That's right, Calm Visions is the name of this place. And that just seems right. I love that Andy's so optimistic about this. He's basically saying the same thing he said in the merger episode. Anyway, to the ratings. The cold opening. Guys, I think this one gets a 4 out of 5. I love it. I think it's underrated, but coming off the end of the last episode, Traveling Salesman, with a bunch of those loose ends, I think that this was a great way to open up this episode. I think it's 4 out of 5. It almost got 5 out of 5, but if they would have cut the Scranton parts and put that later in the episode and added maybe one more interview with Dwight, I think it would have easily gotten a 5 out of 5. All right, as for the real rating for this episode, I guess I always treated this as the equivalent of a flyover state in the US. It was just an episode that completed an arc, but digging into it for this field guide, I think it's great. I give this one a 4 out of 5. It's somehow able to tell this narrative and cram all of this humor into every crevice of every second while still maintaining this mockumentary style. If I had to take away points for anything, it would probably be due to how annoying Andy is in this one. Which I know I gushed about earlier, but I'm human, and this makes me uncomfortable. But that's just what I think about The Return. What do you think? Leave it in the comments. Don't forget to leave a comment about the mythical creatures. Also, did you catch the prison mic or floating Andy? Leave it in the comments. First to get it right gets a shout out next week. And speaking of next week, we'll be looking at the Ben Franklin episode.
Didn't Ben Franklin have syphilis?
Yes, but I don't. My name is Gordon.
Oh.
Thanks for watching, and we'll see you then.
I'm pretty sure none of that's real.
You're not real.
Huh? Hey, and welcome to The Office Field Guide. My name's Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, we are looking at episode 14 of the third season of The Office, which is entitled Ben Franklin. This episode was written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Randall Einhorn. It aired first on February 1st, 2007. It was viewed by 10.1 million people, and it currently has an 8.1 out of 10 on IMDb. Okay, and since I can't ever leave anything the same, I've been given trivia questions for quite a while in these field guides. I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Today, instead of me answering the trivia question for you, the first person to answer the trivia question right in the comments is gonna get a shout out in next week's video. So that's how we're gonna play this. Your trivia question for today is, in this episode, Jim mentions 3 different impersonators that they can hire. One of them is Ben Franklin. Who are the other 2 people that Jim mentions as potential strippers? And also for the new segment, don't forget to look for the prison mic or the floating Andy somewhere in this episode. I thought I hit it maybe too well last week, but user Lazy Turtle found it no time flat, so I'm gonna make it a little more difficult. If you find them first, you will get a shout out in next week's video. That's 2 opportunities for shout outs. And with that, let's dig into this episode.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, one of the most jarring things about this episode is that Jenna Fischer clearly has a cold while they were filming, which I think does pair really well with how awkward her character is.
I've gotten pretty good at reading the back of Jim's neck.
But we saw Angela's armor break last week, and now we get to see some cracks in Pam's facade as well. I did catch this.
Oh, help the man!
Oh, no!
Definitely had a cold. Anyway, after Yvette Nicole Brown's guest appearance last week, I guess we should start a new segment called What's IMDb Say? Okay, so the Ben Franklin impersonator is played by Andy Daly. This guy's been in a little bit of everything, and I mean a little bit of everything. He's the proverbial that guy of television comedies over the last 2 decades. In the Sherverse, he's been in Brooklyn Nine-Nine and The Good Place, but he's also a regular in Blackish, Modern Family, Veep, Reno 911, and also does a ton of voice acting too. He also does a lot of podcasts. I hear him as a guest on a bunch of them. And Jackie DeBaton portrays the stripper in this episode. I don't personally recognize her from anything, but her IMDb is extremely long, and really what's most bizarre is that I grew up about 20 minutes away from her hometown, and I know that because I actually dated a girl from that town when I was in middle school. So that's weird. I asked Miss DeBaton for a comment, and she's yet to reply. One thing I have noticed in filler episodes in Season 3, it's a great opportunity for callbacks. This episode has a lot of them. The George Foreman grill.
Is this the same grill you grilled your foot on? No. Yes, but I got all the foot off of it.
There's this callback to Roy and Pam's relationship.
Roy was supposed to pick the band, but he's concentrating more on the bachelor party now.
I'm not really into strippers. And you know what I find sexy? Pam's art.
There's a casino night callback with Kevin.
I won the 2002 $2,500 no-limit deuce to 7 draw tournament at the World Series of Poker in Vegas.
The game is no limit, deuce to 7 low ball. Blinds 25-50, nickels are worth 10, dimes 25, and quarters 50. Nothing wild.
And the infamous poster.
It makes me feel like the babies are the true artists, and God has a really cute sense of humor.
Oh, I love your poster.
Thank you.
And speaking of the poster, Oscar is oddly missing from this episode with no explanation. And coincidentally, with the subject matter at hand, we're also missing Toby in this episode, which I thought was just an excuse for the writers to do their thing, but they actually did their thing. It's just the explanation didn't make it into the final cut of the episode. It is in a deleted scene.
Look, Toby, why don't you just go home? today. Take the afternoon off. See you tomorrow.
Can't just go.
Yes, you can.
No. I have to make it look like I tried. Right?
But with that, let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, I've been thinking about this for a while. Let's put these puzzle pieces together. We've got a Ben Franklin impersonator. Franklin was a legendary statesman and innovator, as well as having a reputation of being sexually promiscuous.
Well, that is a gray area of my life.
We have a stripper who teaches Michael a moral lesson.
Secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone.
We've got the Jim, Pam, Karen triangle. We've got a lot of gender role and sexual orientation jokes.
A GAI, a gay. Who wants some man meat?
I do. I want some man meat.
Michael, Dwight would like your man meat.
Well, then my man meat he shall have. An hour-long shower with guys.
As well as this great line.
Separate but equal. So that's what that means.
But I was honestly really stumped here. Maybe for the first time since doing this series, I literally had no idea after watching this episode 3 or 4 times. I mean, there's these little messages here and there, but it seemed like I was just missing something. That was until I was doing some research on Ben Franklin, and I found something called the Ben Franklin effect. I was intrigued, so I started reading about it. The concept is based on something that Franklin wrote about way back when, and the effect is pretty simple. It's the idea that a person will be more inclined to perform a favor for you if they've performed a favor for you in the past. In his writings, he used an example of a rival statesman who he was often at odds with. One day, Franklin asked to borrow a book, knowing that this guy had quite the book collection. Franklin returned the book a week later with a thank you note, and then Franklin noted the next time that they were in person, this statesman was very talkative, and from then on, this guy was always ready to serve and back Franklin up whenever he needed anything, and they even became good friends.
Ben Franklin, you're really kind of a sleazebag.
Which I thought was really interesting, but I didn't really see how it connected to this episode until I dug a little deeper with this Ben Franklin effect and saw the connection between this and the psychological concept called cognitive dissonance. I'm no psychologist, so I'll explain it the way I understand it. Dissonance is a fancy word for disharmony. Like this would be dissonance.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
So the theory of cognitive dissonance is that when a person's actions or potential actions are not in alignment with their perceived beliefs, ideals, or values, disharmony occurs. Or in other words, when your actions don't match up with your beliefs, it can stress the crap out of you. Guys! Which, if you watch this episode in preparation for this field guide, this concept's all over the place. Michael didn't think of the repercussions of having a stripper at work at all. Once this behavior came in conflict with his beliefs, he had an epiphany.
I had an epiphany.
It wasn't until Michael cleared his conscience did this dissonance or disharmony clear up.
You are the best GD girlfriend in the world. Do you know that? You are.
Jim seems to be clearly stressed from his dissonance as he knows who he wants to be with, but he's so far down this road with Karen, he just seems to be willing to deal with the stress.
And the night before that, and every night for the last 5 nights.
We also see it with Pam when she's questioned. There seems to be dissonance, as she has a lot she wants to say to Karen, but the nuance of her situation has her tripping all over her words.
What are you sorry about?
What?
What are you sorry about?
Nothing. I was just thinking of something else.
And for the love of Pete, this scene stresses me out and makes my chest sink into itself with how awkward it is. But what makes this one so awkward? Is it just Pam's bumbling about REM cycles? I think it's the disharmony that both of these characters are experiencing by their brains telling them one thing and their behavior following another.
Gotta get your REM cycle going with the whole sleeping. Better than not.
And the Ben Franklin impersonator seems to be a good example of this as well. The impersonator only breaks character to follow the urge to get with Pam.
I'm sensing a little electricity right here.
Didn't Ben Franklin have syphilis?
Yes.
Otherwise, he stays true to his beliefs.
That is not the real Ben Franklin. I am 99% sure.
Care for a piece of chocolate?
Chocolate? Where did you acquire it?
That is a delicacy in the Amazon, but it has not yet been imported to the United States.
So what's the message? Well, Festinger, the psychologist who first proposed this theory, suggested that some humans will either simply change their beliefs to resolve the stress, or they will change their actions to match their beliefs. So I guess the message is really just open to interpretation.
It really makes you wonder how Ben Franklin can become president, but someone like Elizabeth can't.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode was just filler stuffed to the brim with awkward and uncomfortable situations.
I had a very different understanding as to what prima nocta meant.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundie for officially hitting rock bottom goes to Pam Beasley.
My name is Gordon.
And the Dundie for the best joke of the episode goes to Melora Hardin.
So you don't want to end our relationship?
I'm closer to firing you.
That's so sweet.
I love that line. It cracks me up every time. But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, and this is normally when I do the trivia. Again, if you knew the trivia, leave it in the comments. So for the cold opening, this one gets a 3 out of 5 for me. I love Michael and Dwight's video projects. It's a series-wide joke. It never gets old. This cold opening does get a bit awkward, though.
Thanks, Pam.
And as for episodes we were robbed of, I think we were robbed of Michael and Dwight going to the store to buy this bra, because I don't know who else would have given it to them. That would have made for a great bit. I also love when Michael says this.
Yesterday, I was scraping some gunk off my wall sockets with a metal fork, and I gave myself the nastiest shock.
Interestingly enough, I was putting an outlet into my new office/studio yesterday and shocked the crap out of myself. So be careful out there, folks. As I've alluded to, I really don't like this episode that much. It is slow and methodical, and the funniest moments are at the end of this one. There's a lot of wit and thought put into this 22 minutes, but there's also a lot of unredemptive cringe, which is fair enough. It is The Office after all. Maybe early in season 2, this episode would have shined, but it feels bogged down and boring compared to its neighbors in season 3. I'm gonna give this one a 2 out of 5.
Is she hot? Text back, kind of.
But that's just what I think about Ben Franklin. What do you think about this episode? The conversation's half the reason I do this channel in the first place, so I definitely want to hear your thoughts in the comments. Also, don't forget to leave the timestamp of the Easter egg if you found it. Even if you're not first, leave it in the comments to proudly declare that you found it. And also the trivia question. Did you know the answer to the trivia question? I don't know. I said I was going to make this one harder. I don't know if it really was. Guys, the channel's growing, and I really appreciate everybody who's watching, who's sharing this content around the web, leaving positive comments. It's awesome. And if you're new, consider subscribing, because next week we're going to be taking a look at the Phyllis's Wedding episode, which I actually have some great stuff from a Robert Schaefer interview that I never released as part of that video. So I'm looking forward to that. I hope you are. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey, and welcome to the Office Field Guide. My name's Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, we are looking at Phyllis's Wedding, which is one of the highlights of season 3 for me, not to gush too early. So this one was written by Caroline Williams, which is a new name for me, so what does IMDb say? And it seems she's a writer-producer that's had her hand in all sorts of things. During season 3 of The Office, she was a staff writer, and this is the only episode that she got actual lead credits for. It also said that she's married to someone named Drew Goddard, who I had to look up also, and he's also a writer-producer, but he's worked on some of my favorite series over the last couple of years, including The Good Place and the Daredevil series on Netflix, which is awesome. And this episode was directed by Ken Whittingham, who we know as a veteran director of The Office. He did all of these episodes. Whittingham did get an award from the NAACP for his work on this episode, as well as got a nomination from the Writers Guild of America. Your trivia for this episode is, what is the name of Bob Vance's company? Okay, I'm just kidding, that is way too easy. The real trivia question is, what is Pam and Roy's song? It is shown in this episode, so name it in the comments to get your name in next week's video. Last week's winner was Lazy Turtle, and Lazy Turtle also, once again, found the hidden prison mic or floating Andy. It was here. So for the love of Pete, get here early each week and dethrone Lazy Turtle. Although he cracks me, she, I don't know, cracks me up every comment that they leave. So with that, let's commence this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
All right, so let's kick it off with some cross marketing. I've always loved this bit.
I hate you! Long story short, Jeff's dog ended up as ring bearer.
I was able to interview Jake Callender last year, and he's a pretty cool guy. He's actually a pretty talented musician and did the theme song music that plays at the end of every episode. I'll add a link in the description for that interview, and I've been pretty excited about this review for a while because while I was interviewing Robert Schaefer last year, we hit on some great topics. But when talking about the best episode of The Office, he said that Phyllis's Wedding was his favorite episode whether he was in it or not. And later in that interview, I actually got this story out of him, which from what I know, hasn't really been talked about anywhere. So this is a Wolverine exclusive.
I take the microphone from him, and then there was these big, heavy curtains, red curtains, and 3 steps down. So we go through those curtains, but Steve falls down the stairs. He twists his ankle, and he's hurt. He's screaming. I mean, it was a brutal moment. I'm like, oh my God, I've just heard the star of the show. But anyway, he's laying there screaming, and I open the curtains back up, and I go, help! Because there's 200 people sitting out there, right?
And I love that story because I had it on my list of questions to ask Robert Schaefer what it was like to handle Steve Carell like that. And then this story came out. And I think you can read it on my face as he's telling me the story, that I'm running in my head, what does Steve Carell do for the rest of this episode? Seeing that his ankle was hurt, it's probably why he's either just standing, sitting, or he's walking doing this.
I can't believe I pushed that guy's lazy ass around all day.
I also asked Schaefer how he kept a straight face when acting against Steve Carell, and I asked this because I read this as Schaefer having a hard time trying to keep a straight face, which is when he told me this.
The trick there was not to anticipate when he says it, right? You got to get up organically there. You can't be waiting and get up. So that was really what I was trying to do, was just make sure that I was really listening to what he was saying so that I wasn't getting myself ready.
And I guess it's possible that's just an annoyed face. Either way, this is a reversion back to the socially inept Michael Scott. He's so tone deaf in his desire to be the center of attention that it makes this episode difficult for some to digest.
I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you, for the first time as a couple, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Vance!
By the way, have you ever noticed the wedding cake had a fridge on it? Also, did you ever notice that Michael's speech was written on a bunch of napkins? But I think the important stuff from this episode is that this one does a great job of propelling the Jim, Pam, Karen plotline. While watching this for the first time, I found myself just wanting to scream at the TV to tell Jim to just get it together, but I also know how TV producers do. When you have a love interest in a series and you present it in a will they, won't they manner, it becomes an integral part of the dramatic tension of the series itself. Think about Ross and Rachel, for example. While the entire series of Friends isn't about Ross and Rachel, it's in the backdrop of almost every episode. Writers have this extremely difficult and maybe even impossible job of progressing the story while keeping it interesting. But everyone knows that once your Jack and Jill come together, it can be the point in which you break the tension of the entire series. So I can empathize so much with the writers of The Office. Put Jim and Pam together too soon, you might lose interest. Do too much stupid stuff with them, you'll overly frustrate your audience. What I can praise for sure in this episode is that it advances the plot lines, but in a very realistic way. Okay, and that got real deep, so let's just do some callbacks from this episode, of which there are a lot. Okay, Stanley's reaction here.
So
What's in the box?
A toaster. You?
Toaster?
Unbelievable.
It's probably related to the next clip from Gay Witch Hunt.
I got them a toaster. I tried to return the toaster to the store, and they said they no longer sold that kind of toaster. So now my house has got 2 toasters.
And I love this.
The Schrutes have their own traditions. We usually marry standing in our own graves. It makes the funerals very romantic, but the weddings are a bleak affair.
The lovers are standing in their own graves as a reminder that this is the only escape from what they are about to do.
And lastly, Dwight is sporting his spiffy casino night tuxedo.
To my grandfather. He was buried in it, so family heirloom.
Hello, Angela.
Hi, Dwight.
You look as beautiful as the Queen of England.
Thank you.
And there's more I want to call out in this episode, but I think I'll get to it in the deeper meaning, the ratings, and the dendies. So with that, let's just dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, so I'm gonna suggest that the deeper meaning of this episode is that there is really someone out there for everyone. Now, this is a nuanced statement, I get that. Not everybody wants to be with somebody. So bear with me for a second. I don't prescribe to the idea of a soulmate. It just doesn't render for me. The idea that there's just one person on this planet you were intended to be with for the rest of your life, and if you miss that person, you're missing out on your one chance of happiness. I don't really like that, but further, I don't really think that's how relationships work. And don't get me wrong, I'm not oblivious to romantic inclinations. And look, I'm kind of a weirdo. I started dating my wife when I was 18 years old. 2 kids and almost 15 years later, we're happier now than ever before. But relationships are difficult no matter who you are. I think the idea presented in Phyllis's Wedding is that there is a ton of choices on who you marry. Pam's weighing between pining for Jim or settling back with Roy. Pam is socially forced to attend her own wedding to get the idea of what would have been. And yet, towards the end of this episode, she still goes back to Roy. Meanwhile, Jim's weighing the choice between Pam and settling for Karen. I love the writing on this as it's on the heels of this exchange.
I'm pacing myself.
Come on. Get out there. Give the people what they want.
Oh, I'm such a dorky dancer.
I know. And it's very cute.
Pam's portrayed as meek and shies away from the spotlight, and it just drives Jim up a wall, like Pepe Le Pew. Do the kids know who Pepe Le Pew is? It's this guy.
Hello, baby.
Whatever, the point is, right after this exchange, Jim's seen looking on Karen taking center stage and singing up a storm. It's adorable, but it's just clearly not Jim's thing. But upon seeing Pam with Roy, he's immediately reminded of the way that she chose Roy over him, and it leads him to this bravado.
Here's a non-hypothetical. I'm really happy I'm with Karen.
But from Phyllis and Bob, you can see that 2 people, no matter their age, their background, their hobbies, their whatever, can find love. And listening to Robert Schaefer talk about their love in a way that blurred the lines between where Bob Vance / Schaefer and Phyllis Smith / Lappin, to the point that I was intrigued about any off-camera romance, was very interesting. He had no comment on the topic, but he did give me this juicy story.
Well, look, here's something that not a lot of people know, but my mother's name is Phyllis Smith. And my dad's name is Bob. So it was Bob and Phyllis. That's my mom and dad. And there I was getting married to Phyllis. And when I got married, I had a photo of them on their wedding day in my pocket.
Valentine's Day gifts. You weren't in that episode, but Phyllis was getting gifts all.
Yes, but there's an even better real life story. I saw that episode, and the very next morning, Phyllis got a dozen long-stemmed red roses delivered to the makeup trailer on the lot. The card was not signed. It just said a quote from E.E. Cummings: "Though love be a day and life be nothing, it shall not stop kissing." So, cut to me arriving a few weeks later. I enter the trailer. You know, Phil's got these roses, but we don't know who sent them. Do you know who sent them? And I said, "Though love be a day, life be nothing, shall not stop kissing."
Regardless, if you've watched The Good Place, it's a great view of what makes someone a soulmate. I'll paraphrase, the actual clip is just too long for me to play. If soulmates are real, they're not found, they're made. You find someone, you get a feeling, then you put the hard work in to build a relationship. It's a reminder that even Michael has someone out there he can click with.
I think it's really cool you hired Kevin.
Thanks.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode is just an opportunity for me to plug The Good Place. For real, if you haven't watched The Good Place, it's hilarious, it's deep, and it's extremely touching. But with that, let's dish up some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, first and foremost, the Dundie for the most memeable quote in The Office in 2020 goes to Dwight Schrute.
Where are all these people here? There's too many people on this earth. We need a new plague.
It's everywhere right now. It was a great line then, all the more relevant today. Okay, and the second Dundie for the artistic performance of the season goes to Brian Baumgartner. Okay, and don't read into that title too much. I don't really know if it's the entire season. We'll get to that during the wrap-up episode. But Brian Baumgartner gave it all in this episode.
It's a very serious situation.
I talked about this when it came up in season 2, but Baumgartner does not know how to play the drums, nor does he actually sing very well. He actually took some drumming lessons to get ready for this episode, and they had to put a stunt drummer behind the curtain to actually make the music that was happening in the episode. A drumming lead singer was the funniest idea that Baumgartner and Greg Daniels could come up with, and a police cover band doing your wedding, I think that might be the most Scranton thing that something can be. Regardless, for a background bit in this episode, it was great. Dundie well-deserved, Brian Baumgartner, and with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, so for the cold opening, I think this one ranks up there with one of the most notable, memorable pranks of all time. I'm struggling with what to actually rate this, but I have to go with my established criteria. This one gets a 4 out of 5 for me. I had to take away points for it not having anything to do with the episode at all. I mean, I couldn't even think of a way to wrap Pavlov's dog into the deeper meaning. So, you know, I had to take some points away. But a 4 out of 5 is probably one of my highest for this season so far, so it's got that. For the episode itself, this is a big one. I'm giving this episode the fabled 5 out of 5. Maybe it's where I am right now in my life, but this episode is just incredible. So well written, so well directed, and since I've gushed mostly on the writing, let me call out one extremely genius example of directing and cinematography. First, they establish that Michael has been kicked out of the wedding, but then we get this sequence of 2 shots back and forth. The first shot is a mid-range shot of Pam staring at something, we don't know. Switch to camera 2 and we see her out of focus in the foreground, and in the background, the focus is set on Jim and Karen dancing. And then it cuts back to Pam after eye contact was made. Pam's been outed and she looks down, and then we cut back to Jim and Karen. Focus is this time directly on Jim, but it slowly fades to Pam. So in these shots, we've got Pam focusing on Jim, and then Jim focusing on Pam. And that makes sense technically with the camera focusing, but it also tells us what these characters are focusing on. And then back to the sequence, once this is too much for Pam to handle, the focus draws back to Jim. As he sees the effect everything's having on Pam. The cameraman tracks Jenna Fisher through a whole crowd of people as she exits the hall. This exchange has no words. It's 20 seconds long, but it does feature Brian Baumgartner singing Sting, so that's great. But what even adds to the sequence is directly after Pam exits the room, as though a robot was perfectly controlling this camera, as soon as Fisher exits the shot, the camera jerks over to see Michael repeatedly jumping to get a view of what's going on, and that adds some levity. This is a genius sequence, and every time I watch this, I'm reminded how much talent every single person working on this series had. It definitely earns a 5 out of 5 for me, for not just this sequence, but the entire episode could have been a complete flop, but it wasn't. It actually is one of the best episodes of The Office for me. Michael is no picnic in this episode, but he does get a mishappen chance at redemption in the end by finding Uncle Al. But that's just what I think about this episode. What do you think about Phyllis's Wedding? Am I inflating this one too much? Is it not all that I'm cracking it up to be? Leave it in the comments. I really want to know your thoughts. Next week, we're going to be looking at the business school episode, which is another great episode of The Office. A few months ago, I got a chance to interview Tom Chick, who plays Gil, Oscar's boyfriend. He's got a great part in the business school episode, so I'll splice some of the footage into that episode as well. As always, like, subscribe, do all that crap. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week. Hey everybody, welcome to The Office Field Guide. My name's Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, we are looking at the 16th episode of the 3rd season of The Office, which is entitled Business School. Okay, and I just have to jump right in because there's so much to talk about in this episode. Business School was written by Brent Forrester, who also directed the Merger episode. Look for that to come up later. And this one was directed by Joss Whedon. Yep, that Joss Whedon. So we have so much more to talk about there. And Business School was released on February 15th, 2007, was viewed by 8.8 million people, and currently has an 8.9 out of 10 on IMDb. So your business school trivia is, name the 4 candy bars that are listed in this episode. And as always, look out for the prison mic or the floating sumo Andy somewhere in this episode. Be the first to get the trivia right in the comments and the first to find the timestamp of the hidden Easter egg, and you'll get your name in next week's video. Congrats to these folks for being first last week, but with that, let's go to school.
No one asked you anything ever?
Okay, the first thing I have to talk about is Joss Whedon's involvement in this episode. I'm a big old nerd and watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel when I was in high school and into college. He had his hands in a lot of things that I loved through the 2000s, but holy crap, shut the front door when the Avengers came out, it blew my mind. When you see his name linked to anything in this episode, it might be an easy connection that he really wanted to invoke the vampire plotline into this episode. And while in interviews, Whedon praised the Office creators for allowing him to have some creative freedom and input while directing the business school episode. He originally thought the script they sent him was a joke. According to BJ Novak, they had to actually convince him it wasn't a joke, and the vampire plotline just happened to be a coincidence. Also, this week while I was writing this, I was thinking about how John Krasinski was considered for the Captain America role, which would have made the Avengers an Office reunion of sorts.
I am in his chemistry!
Okay, and to organize my thoughts on this episode, I thought the best way to do it would be similar to my dinner party episode, where I'll just break this episode down into 4 different segments. We're gonna start with the setup. Okay, I've said it before and I'll say it again until season 7, episode 22, but Steve Carell portraying Michael Scott is a national treasure. Anytime Michael's excited about something, it fills me with joy and the slightest bit of dread. But there's some depth in Michael's character in this episode, and I have to praise the writing team for that. And the car ride with Michael and Ryan is amazing. Choosing to film this from the center of the back seat, showing that Ryan is feeling one thing and Michael's in a whole nother place, is simple, great cinematography. Keeping in mind that this is how they typically filmed the car scenes up to this point. And while we're talking about some technical things, there is some elegance in the way that the love triangle bits were shot and edited in this episode. Pam uses these words.
I think it shows maturity. Maturity and dignity.
Who is she convincing? Well, I read this as she's trying to convince herself. I think this whole thing is intended to be read as Pam is with Roy for the same reason that Jim is with Karen, so that they don't have to be alone and they can save face. Hard cut from the lovey-dovey directly to Jim yawning. Following with what we heard in the Ben Franklin episode, Jim and Karen are probably still up late arguing about the relationship. And using Stanley's advice,
and this time, really listen to the pauses.
We need to watch this clip again.
Moving on.
It's the silence you gotta listen for. And I wanna say that's all there is to the Jim, Karen, Pam plot lines in this, but we do get this deleted scene in which we get a little bit of an understanding as to why Jim wasn't even there in the first place. So probably the reason that Jim doesn't show up to the art show is because Karen wasn't having it. And jumping forward here a little bit, we start to see that Pam is already starting to get that she doesn't belong with Roy. Again.
Your art was the prettiest art of all the art.
I've always loved that line because it's delivered so sweetly. It's not just how David Denman said it, It's the lack of depth that's there. And still in the setup, Pam's drawing a tape dispenser, and I feel like it's so mundane, but it's such a good sketch. Then we get to see 2 out of 3 of Dwight's core character traits coming through in this episode. Investigator, farmer, and salesman. And then boom, Bat's released, tons of stuff has happened, and we're not even 5 minutes into this episode. So let's take a look at Michael's presentation. I feel like Ryan's in a tough place here, as he's not actually wrong with this assessment.
I'd be stupid not to do it, right?
But setting up Michael to take such hard questions without any prep is a pretty low thing to do. But Michael doesn't disappoint.
I know these are expensive, but the lesson is priceless. Good.
As the school section ends, we get to see this awkward ride home where Ryan tries to save face, but Michael tells him to clear his desk. We think he's firing him, but Michael says one of my favorite lines in the entire series.
Good manager doesn't fire people, he hires people and inspires people. Ryan.
But moving on to the Bat Attack. We get some of the best Rainn Wilson has to offer in this episode when Dwight's confronted with the problem of catching the bat and dealing with Jim's vampirism. Vampirism? Did I say that right? I want to say that the most unbelievable thing that happens in this episode is that Dwight would believe that a vampiric germ exists.
But I have hunted werewolves. I shot one once, but by the time I got to it, it had turned back into my neighbor's dog.
But I guess there is precedence for Dwight's belief in the supernatural.
I could sort of control things with my mind.
I don't believe you. Continue.
Dwight and literally everybody in this episode is 100% of their character. Kelly is no exception. She is 100% shallow.
We have such a solid foundation, you know?
Oh my God, you're so in love now. Don't hurt that bat, Creed. It's a living thing with. Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!
I am a hero.
And then to Pam's art show. Pam explaining her art to some rando older lady. Well, I don't know about you, but explaining your own art is cringy. Art is meant for others to interpret, and that's the difference between Roy's fluff.
I mean, I looked at all of them.
Yeah, I'll drive myself home.
And Michael's commentary.
Look at this one. Wow. You nailed it.
Michael, beaten, bruised, tired, and against all expectations, shares this moment with Pam.
I'm really proud of you.
We do get to see this clip of Pam's art being critiqued by Gil.
Courage, okay, and honesty.
Well, those aren't Pam's strong points.
Yeah, exactly. That's why this is motel art.
Okay, and I actually got a chance to catch up with Tom Chick, the guy who plays Gil, a few weeks ago. His camera wasn't working on Skype, so it's just audio only, so stick with me. I'll throw the whole edited down interview out in a few days, but for now, I just wanted to share this story of Gil trying to get through this scene with some great feedback from Joss Whedon.
When I show up and he's directing that episode, I was like, oh, cool, that's like the Buffy Serenity Firefly guy. And I remember doing the lines and Joss Whedon coming over afterwards. And a lot of times when you have a small part like mine, the director doesn't say anything. You know, you just say your part. Maybe the director talks to some of the leads and you move on. But I remember he came over to talk to me and I'm thinking, oh, cool, Joss Whedon is going to say something to me. And I don't remember specifically what he said, but I remember the gist of it being that I wasn't doing the line the way that he wanted and to try it a different way. So that's cool. Like, I'm always happy to do that. So we shot again and I tried it a different way. And I don't remember what adjustment I made, but I tried to do something differently. And then he came over again afterwards. It's like, wow, he's being super interactive with me. And he, again, wanted me to do something different. And my takeaway from this second approach from him was, oh, he wants me to make it funny, like a joke. So I was like, okay, well, let me see if I can sell that. So we did the scene again. So we tried a third time, and Joss Whedon comes over to me again. So I remember saying to him something that you should never say to a director. You never ask someone, just tell me how to say the line, because that is your job, is to come up with how to say the line. And that's called, like, you never ask someone for a line reading. Here I am. It's the third take we've done. We're going to do it a fourth time. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, I cannot be Nathan Fillion for this guy. He's used to working with the Nathan Fillions. I'm not that. So I remember saying to Joss Whedon, You can give me a line reading if you want. And just this look of disappointment on his face and realizing that was the complete wrong thing to say. And he didn't too. He demurred. He was like, well, no, I don't know what to tell you. And we did it a fourth time. And I guess I don't know if he finally got what he wanted, but I personally disappointed Joss Whedon. And I remember as the words were leaving my mouth, realizing this is probably the wrong thing to say. And then the look on his face just confirming, yeah, you should not have asked Joss Whedon for a line reading.
Which I just loved hearing about, but as we had a chance to discuss earlier in the interview, Tom wasn't a fan of The Office at all. So it's incredible to me that he really, even up to that moment, didn't realize the impact his lines were having on the character of Pam.
And those are the words that I think end up spurring character growth in Pam over the rest of that season, and kind of moving forward for the rest of the arc for her in the series.
Well, that's really cool, Chris. Like, I didn't, because again, not having the context for it, I'm not sure that I appreciated that. It's not just the guys applying like art critic standards to an art student. He's criticizing her for being safe.
Okay, with so many good things in this episode, we just need to dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, I'm gonna say that the deeper meaning of this episode is that the way that we view ourselves doesn't always match up with reality, and that sometimes we need external influences to be able to see ourselves for who we truly are, or in other words, education. Michael thinks he's God's gift to these business school students, like he's trying to teach them everything they're gonna need to know in 15 minutes or whatever he's allowed. In reality, these students are just biding their time to pick Michael's brain for why he's not concerned about working for a company that doesn't have any plans to evolve with the times. Okay, personal story time. This reminds me of a time I had an interview with a company that has DVD kiosk all over the place where you can rent movies. I won't name the company, but you might be able to figure it out. About 7 years ago, I interviewed with them, and I asked every person who interviewed me, what are the company's plans to stay relevant with technology as everything evolves, specifically streaming? Most people that interviewed me had some cushy answers like, we're looking at the technology from every angle. But this one guy was like, nothing, we're doing nothing. DVDs are here to stay for forever.
He doesn't know anything, and neither do you.
I left that day feeling like a Ryan, like I knew better than them. But hey, they're still around. They're not a publicly traded company, so I don't really know how well they're doing. I just know I shouldn't have been so cocky. Business is really nuanced, but there is a depth in the nuance of Michael's character in this episode. As he's really knocked off his high horse, Michael delivers this one back to these students.
Can't you understand that? No, you can't. You're too young.
Again, teaching them something about themselves. While it's a little cringy to watch Michael throw Ryan under the bus in front of his peers, it's a reminder that Ryan can give a slick presentation, but he hasn't even completed one sale. So for Michael, this experience brings out what he really believes, that his personal relationships with the people in his employ are what really matter, and that it leads to this incredibly touching moment.
I'm really proud of you.
Ryan, on the other hand, seems to have learned, albeit temporarily, some humility from this whole experience. But we get to see this the most with Pam. Pam pursuing the crafting of her skills at the art school and places her art in an art show called Artist for Art. For real, that's what it's called. In art, you get a chance to put yourself out there. When no one shows except Roy, who it's clear he's only there to earn points, Pam's left realizing that the people she thinks she's close to aren't even there to see who she really is. But is that really the case? Do they really not care? Again, we get to see this pivotal moment.
Meaning real art takes courage, okay, and honesty.
Well, those aren't Pam's strong points.
Yeah, exactly. That's why this is motel art.
Gil sums up why this really is, and why people don't see Pam for who she really is. It's because she's guarded, insecure, and playing it safe is her status quo. Gil argues that art comes from a place of life and experience, which interestingly is the same argument that Michael makes. So bizarrely, we see that Ryan and Pam are in the same boat here. So the message here is that we all need to be schooled. See what I did there? That's the name of the... Sometimes education is people telling you the hard things about yourself to see yourself as you really are. Humans tend to run from this type of conflict as it sucks to hear this kind of stuff about yourself. And while you don't need every message that everyone ever speaks to you to cut you down to the heart, sometimes the right things said by the right people can actually bring about an awesome change.
I've decided that I'm going to be more honest. I'm going to start telling people what I want directly.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to set up why this prop hangs on the wall for the rest of the series.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
Okay, so the School of Business Dundee goes to Michael Scott. I made an edit, I'll put a link in the description. This episode is just too long for me to add it in, but there are some great Michael Scott tidbits of wisdom in this episode and in The Office in general. And for your second Dundee, it goes to Tom Chick. Thanks again for the interview, Tom. Remember to look out for that full interview soon. I'll give a special shout out to Toy Insanity for the hot tip on interviewing Tom Chick. With that, let's rate this one.
What gives you the right?
All right, I'm gonna give this cold opening a 2 out of 5. It doesn't hit much on my criteria for being an excellent cold opening. The points it does get is for being an outstanding setup for this episode. And speaking of this episode, I give this one the fabled 5 out of 5. That's 2 in a row. Just like last week, this episode is just so good. It's definitely on my list of the best episodes of The Office. The Jim Dwight moments are excellent. The business school sequence is not only a callback to The Office UK, but it's just so well done. And this moment with Pam and Michael at the end is fantastic. I'm serious, I watched this episode a few times and I teared up during the sequence every single time. So this one gets my stamp of approval as one of the greatest of the series, 5 out of 5. But that's just what I think about Business School. What do you think about this episode? I want to hear your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget the trivia and the Easter egg timestamp. If you're still with me, thank you so much for watching. Consider liking this video, sharing it, subscribing if you're not, do all that stuff. Next week, we're going to be looking at the cocktails episode. So thank you so much for watching. And with that, I'll see you next week. Hey everybody, my name is Chris and welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm reviewing every episode of The Office and today we are looking at Season 3, Episode 17, entitled Cocktails. The setup for this episode is that several Scranton employees are invited to an event at David Wallace's home, an event in which Michael and Jan make their relationship public. Cocktails was written by Paul Lieberstein and directed by J.J. Abrams, and we're gonna have to get to that in a minute. Cocktails aired on February 22nd, 2007, was viewed by 8.3 million people, and currently has an 8.5 out of 10 on IMDb. And your Cocktails trivia is, what is the name of the song that's playing in Poor Richards when Pam tells Roy about the kiss? And you might be asking, Chris, are you just asking that as a trivia question so you don't have to play that song to avoid copyright infringement? Of course I am, but I still want to know how many people actually know what song it is. Anyway, be the first to put the right answer in the comments, and you'll get a shout out in next week's video. And while we're talking about shout outs, don't forget to look for the prison Mike or the floating Andy somewhere in this video. First person to put the timestamp in will get a shout out next week. Congrats to these winners, and with that, let's get this one all mixed up.
No one asked you anything ever?
Initial criticisms of this episode were more than positive. But if I'm being honest, I've always looked at this one as a filler episode. But there are no filler episodes of The Office Field Guide, so I've dug in deep to try to get out the best callouts from this episode. As promised, we need to talk about J.J. Abrams. If you're not sure who he is, Abrams is an extremely talented writer, producer, and director who's had his hands in tons of stuff that I've loved over the last 20 years, as well as some of the things that Dwight loves.
Remember on Lost, when they met the others?
Have you ever seen a stripper before?
Yes. Jennifer Garner portrayed one on Alias. It was one of her many aliases.
Yeah, me neither.
Look, Dwight is a wuss. when we rented Armageddon, he cried at the end of it.
Michael,
We did.
I told you. That was because it was New Year's Eve and it started to snow at exactly midnight.
Bruce Willis, they're gonna leave him on the asteroid.
Okay, I'll punch you.
And man, Lost. That's the stuff of legends for me. I haven't tried to rewatch that series in what has to be like 8 years now, so I'm not exactly sure how it holds up, but Lost was an experience when it was on the air. Everybody everywhere was talking about Lost. And who do you think the others are? And Abrams was behind that entire series. But this is the only episode of The Office that Abrams had anything to do with. And it had been rumored for over a year that he'd work with the show in some way, shape, or form. And with Business School last week with Joss Whedon and this week with J.J. Abrams, they were brought in due to, you guessed it, another round of sweeps. All right, and now what I've gotten completely accustomed to, filler episodes are great opportunities for lots of callbacks. First, we have the return of this guy.
So the merger goes smoothly, or?
It did, like butter. Mike Myers, SNL.
I love this guy. He's such a corporate archetype. It's continuity like this that does help the series feel real. But to directly and immediately contradict myself, this is a totally different house from what we saw Michael and Dwight at earlier in season 3.
Okay. All right.
But this might not be an error. It is possible that in the branch closing episode, they were at the wrong house the entire time. I mean, it's very possible that Dwight's sending Christmas cards to the wrong address. There's a great callback to Sandals Beach.
Okay, let's just go to a motel and just, like, rip into each other like we did on that black sand beach in Jamaica.
Okay, Jan.
And while we're on this, what's Michael's ringtone?
Wait, should you be going? Hello, you!
I've heard it's My Humps, but I don't know. Tell me in the comments what you think it is. And I don't know how Michael ever came up with the idea of ketchup fights.
Jan, I want the picket fence. I want the ketchup fights and the tickling.
But it does make an appearance in Threat Level Midnight. Okay, and in a bizarre connection, BJ Novak's father actually ghostwrote Lee Iacocca's autobiography.
From Lee Iacocca. 20-year-old single malt scotch.
Here is to Mr. Iacocca and his failed experiment, the DeLorean.
You'll learn something new every day. And after being mentioned previously 4 different times in season 2, this is the first time we actually see Poor Richard's bar. Poor Richard's is a bar in Scranton, PA, which is attached to a bowling alley. This bar is actually called Pickwick's Pub, and it's in LA on Ventura Boulevard. And there's also some callbacks to season 2's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day episode with invoking Toby's daughter.
Hey, don't you have a daughter?
And Stanley's daughter in a deleted scene.
I missed you.
I miss you too.
Don't you remember me?
Not again. Melissa!
Daddy!
Wait for me outside.
God.
She is 16.
Interestingly enough, I was corrected in that episode. This kid is not actually Greg Daniels' kid. They share the same last name, and there are just a lot of bad sources of information out there.
Wikipedia is the best thing ever.
So that's my bad, and I might find out that this is wrong later, but this kid actually is Greg Daniels' kid. He's all grown up now and was in Upload and Space Force, 2 of Greg Daniels' shows. And there is a future callback to this episode much later in the series.
Hey, who makes this chair?
I don't know. It was here when I was born.
I want one. It's really good, solid construction. It's comfortable. Nostalgia is truly one of the great human weaknesses, second only to the neck.
And let me say that this might be the most underrated moment of all of season 3.
Hey, Kenny. Sorry about the jet skis.
You guys want a round on me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Let's get you a drink.
I don't know the backstory here, but when Kenny shuts down, you could see the pain on his face. Kenny's portrayed by Michael Patrick McGill, who seems like he's been typecast as a cop or a prison guard, but man, does he have a lot of credits to his name. Good job, Kenny, but it's a bummer we don't get to see you for quite a while. And I've held off talking about relationships as long as I can, so we're gonna get into that in the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
I'm gonna say that the deeper meaning of this episode has everything to do with inspecting ourselves to see where we are with our life goals. So stick with me. When we look at Michael and Jan, it's like a corkscrew to the heart.
Downside, I date Michael Scott publicly and collapse into myself like a dying star.
Every second of it. And it's not just Michael, I feel for Jan too.
I think they both could do better.
It's pretty easy to look at their relationship and think that they're doomed. And I would agree 100%. But when we look at Pam and Roy, with Pam's newfound confidence, they're experiencing some highlights.
Not here.
Yes! But as soon as Roy says this,
you can't keep anything from me.
Well, it seems like this isn't headed for a good place. And that brings us to Jim and Karen. They seem like they're on top of the world. Karen is innocently enough joking about her past.
What the hell? Have you dated like every guy here?
Which I'm certain that Jim is thinking about the fact that he's not with someone from his past. On the surface, everything is going really well for him. Karen's great, the CFO wants to hang out with him, and corporate speak means that he's getting groomed for potential growth in the company. I used to be bugged at how much actually doesn't happen here, but I think there's some realism in the writing. This is the type of exchange that really happens. Anyway, these three relationships have varying levels of doomedness. Is that a word? I'm gonna make it a word. So what's the key to unlocking the deeper meaning? When I did the call-outs earlier, I did mention that Bring Your Daughter to Work Day was a callback. The deeper meaning of that episode was all about living the life that you want to reach the dreams that line up with your priorities.
Little kid lover. That way people will know exactly where my priorities are at.
This discussion with Jan then is a callback to what Michael really wants.
It was handing
I
it
want
to
the
him in
house,
first place.
Jan. I want the picket fence. I want the ketchup fights.
So how do we tie this all together? Well, it's Dwight. It's always Dwight. Dwight's arc in this episode is bizarre, even for him. He's just randomly inspecting David Wallace's house. Maybe this is a Shroot tradition at cocktail parties, but I think the inspection motif is the bow that ties us all together. These three relationships in their varying stages are existing simply because they're not being inspected too closely. Most easily seen with Michael and Jan, so I won't even mess with that one. Pam and Roy.
Yeah, you're right. This is so over.
Well, that didn't take long. But Jim and Karen, spoiler warning, if you haven't watched all of season 3, meet me back up at this timestamp. If you don't want anything spoiled, Jim's getting everything he wants. The successful girl, the relationship, groomed for promotion. But as we know, once he inspects himself and his priorities, it's Pam.
Sorry. Are you free for dinner tonight?
Yes.
All right. Then it's a date.
And life, or better said, the writers, keep throwing distractions his way. Karen? Nope. Corporate job? Nope. Kathy? Nope. Athlete? Nope. No matter what life throws his way, it's always Pam.
Not enough for me. You are everything.
Okay, and I told the people who didn't want spoilers to come back in about 10 seconds, so we'll have to mess with them a little bit. And really, that's why I think Dwight might actually be an alien. So the message here is to always inspect your life to make sure that you're on track with your life goals. Which makes me sound like a motivational speaker, but I'm just assessing what's in the show.
Maybe 5-10 days a year, I'll get home and I will have no idea what the hell just happened.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to connect Michael Scott to Burt Wonderstone, which is a reference I don't even get. But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Protector Dundee goes to Kevin Maloney. This makes me love the character of Kevin all the more. I don't know if he'd really spring into action, but he does seem ready to take a hit to protect Pammy.
And don't call me Pammy.
I mean Pam. And the actual Magician Dundee goes to Steve Carell for this blooper.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
And with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
So the cold opening, this one is so good. It brings a smile to my face every time it comes on. It gets a 4 out of 5 for me. It makes me laugh, it's energetic, it's right on point for everyone involved. It just doesn't do any actual setup for this episode, which is a bummer, but 4 out of 5 is good in that case. As for cocktails in general, I have to say, I think Abrams was wasted here. There's a couple slick camera movements and whatnot, but this is a pretty basic episode. I'm gonna give it a 3 out of 5. This is a filler episode directed by an incredible artist, written by a very talented writer, but somehow this one just really fails to exist on its own. Kind of like how the Power Rangers are stronger when they work together, Cocktails and the negotiation episode might have stood out more by being edited into a 1 hour long event. But it wasn't connected, and in fact there was actually a 2.5 month break in between those episodes, which does make the cliffhanger all the more impactful.
I'm gonna kill Jim Halpern.
But as it is, I give it a 3 out of 5. But that's just what I think about Cocktails. What do you think about this episode? I really want to hear your thoughts in the comments. People keep commenting things like, Chris, your videos are so great. You know, keep doing that. That's great. But I also want to hear what you think about this episode. And don't forget the trivia question in the comments, as well as the Easter egg timestamp. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week when we look at the negotiation episode.
Like having sex with Jan.
Michael.
So like, subscribe, share, do all that stuff. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Hello and welcome to The Office Field Guide. My name's Chris and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we are looking at the 18th episode of the 3rd season of The Office, entitled The Negotiation. This one was written by one of my favorites, Michael Schur, and was directed by Jeffrey Blitz, who we talked about last during the Convict episode. The Negotiation aired on April 5th, 2007, and was viewed by 6.7 million people. And I'll call out that this episode did get Schur nominated for a Primetime Emmy, but he lost to Greg Daniels for The Gay Witch Hunt. And as for that dip in ratings, I have no idea why it happened. So if you know, leave it in the comments. It is the lowest viewed episode of season 3. Your trivia for today is, what is Ryan Howard's middle name? It was mentioned in this episode, so be the first to put it in the comments and you'll get your name in next week's video. So as always, keep an eye out for the Easter egg, Prison Mike, or Floating Andy hidden somewhere in this episode. Be the first to put the timestamp in the comments and you can get your name in next week's video. Here's last week's winners. Congrats. And with that, let's get these talks started.
Negotiation is an art. Back and forth, give and take.
No one asked you anything ever?
This episode is similar to an explosion. The burst happens in the first minute of airtime.
We're gonna go to the movies.
Sounds good.
Hey, help her!
And the rest of this episode is just picking up the pieces. And there are a lot of pieces. We've got Michael and Daryl's negotiation, the love triangle dealing with this event, Angela getting hot and bothered every time someone tells the story of Dwight's heroism, and Jim trying to pay Dwight back. So with so much going on, I'm gonna try to organize the chaos. If I miss some of your favorite stuff, tell me how awful I am in the comments. So let's go. I'm gonna kick us off with a quick round of callbacks because this is one of Michael Schur's favorite things. First, when Michael's discussing the outcomes of the day, he mentions win-win-win.
Both Daryl and I took something. Higher salaries. Win-win-win.
This is a callback to conflict resolution.
And number 5 is win-win-win. The important difference here is with win-win-win, we all win. Me too.
Michael needs to role play with Jim.
Okay, I want you to be Daryl and ask me for a raise because I need to try out some of these negotiation tactics on you.
Just like in the Halloween episode.
I'm sorry?
I want you to role play firing me. I want you to fire me and I will take it.
There's a callback to Daryl teaching Michael slang.
You know, stuff like fleece it out, going Mach 5, dink and flicker.
Yeah, taught Mike some new phrases. I want him to get the raise. Just can't help myself.
Roy calls Pam Pammy.
I'm so sorry, Pammy.
And don't call me Pammy.
Kevin's saying he's got Jim's back.
Jim! Roy, look out!
Just like in Boys and Girls.
I bet he'll try to beat you up.
Thanks for the heads up, Kev.
I got your back if he does.
We also get this great callback to Dwight's possible belief that superheroes exist.
And change into capes and fly around fighting crime. Those are the real heroes.
Okay, you're thinking of a superhero.
We all have a hero in our heart.
I also think it's strange that heroes exist in the Office's universe.
You know who's a real hero? Hero from Heroes. That's a hero.
When we know that Jack Coleman and Sindel Ramamurthy both make appearances in The Office in later seasons. And you know who else played in Heroes? Nicholas D'Augusto, who plays Hunter and has his very first appearance in The Negotiation.
And then your assistant was all young and hot, and
Okay, so sorry to come back with the wardrobe change and everything, but I actually already finished this field guide, but then I got in contact with Nicholas D'Augusto, and he was willing to discuss his time on The Office. And what makes this really difficult is that we had a really great conversation, and it lasted a half an hour, but I only have about 3 minutes to put into this episode, which means I'm gonna have to butcher the crap out of this interview and leave a lot of good stuff out. I will for sure post a longer interview in the next couple days, so be on the lookout for that.
I'm stoked to be here. Happy to talk about The Office.
So I guess to kick us off, are you a fan of The Office?
Yeah, well, I became a fan after I was cast, honestly. It's not that I wasn't a fan or something. It's just that I wasn't really... I'm usually late to the game on TV shows. The reason I was on The Office is this guy, Jeff Blitz. Now, do you know the name Jeff Blitz?
I do. Yeah, he's director and producer.
Yeah. So I only mention it just because I'm lucky to call that guy a good friend of mine, and I've worked with him a lot over the years. I worked with him on this movie called Rocket Science. And anyway, I created a relationship with Jeff, and he brought me into audition, but he gave me the job of Hunter. And so, obviously it was just like a real joy to be on the show. And it's no surprise to say that it's an honor to be a part of just this world, because here I am. I worked on that show maybe 2 days, and here I am talking to you about it a decade later. But the other thing I wanted to say is that Steve is obviously relentlessly funny. The writers are relentlessly funny. And you're going to maybe know the scene better than I do, but he's like it's one of those moments where he's in the office at the end of the night, at the end of that sequence where Hunter's there, and he's doing some direct to camera stuff. And they probably gave him 40 options, 40 joke options. And writers just coming in one after another, joke after joke after joke after joke. And he just like spits them out, does them. And everybody's dying. And they're only going to choose one. But one of the fun things of that environment was, and one of the reasons that shooting went so incredibly long on that show, was that people just never wanted to stop performing for each other. So you can imagine, if you're a fan of The Office, that I bet you'd like to see 39 outtakes. Because there are 39 outtakes of basically every one of those bits. The last little anecdote I like to share is, do you know the moment when Melora Hardin, when Jan drops the box, or the bottom falls out of the box?
Right.
So that was a total accident. And, we've done that take 2 or 3 times already. And she just walks out with the box. She hugs me, and, she kind of she shouts what she shouts. But then there was just this one kind of magical mistake moment where, happy accident is what they call it. And the bottom just fell out. The weight of the trophy inside, or whatever the hell it was, the desk weights just fell out of the box. And I'm just glad that, I wasn't, a big part of that world is just not laughing, and not losing focus. And I'm glad we all just kind of picked it up, and Hunter starts helping her with the box, but it was all kind of a wonderful, happy accident. And, it's fun to, whenever I see that scene, I always laugh about knowing that was just like a totally random occurrence. And it absolutely makes the scene. It makes the button of that scene.
Okay, and again, for time, I'm going to cut it off right there. I can't say enough good things about this guy. When you leave someone's presence and they just make you feel better about yourself? That's such a great quality. That's a quality human being there. We hit on a lot more, like his time on other shows. I asked him about That One Night, and the theory that Hunter is Astrid's father. So be sure to be on the lookout for that longer interview. But for now, let's get back to our regularly scheduled field guide. Bono admiration is invoked here.
That's a hero. Also Bono.
And in the pilot.
Heroes of mine would be Bob Hope, Bono.
And it's not really a callback, but a good segue is the return of Andy Bernard. Nobody up to this point really knew what was happening with the character of Andy. I wasn't sure if Ed Helms was even going to come back to the show, but it was announced about a month before the episode aired that Ed Helms was returning for the remainder of this year. And he never leaves. Guess who's back? And the surface joke of this entire episode is Michael attempting all these power plays with Daryl.
Negotiations are all about controlling things, about being in the driver's seat. And you make one tiny mistake, you're dead.
And yet, the power keeps getting swept out from underneath him. Michael's wearing a woman's suit, which is less commentary on powerful women and more commentary on Michael's stupidity. Michael's paycheck is exposed, immediately placing he and Daryl on the same level.
They're not gonna give the working man more than the boss.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Get your own raise.
And Michael even sits in the middle seat in the truck, which maybe I'm reading too much into this, is probably the least desirable place to sit in a truck like this. And there's a lot of background humor in this episode as well, something I've noticed Cher loves. My favorite example of this is Kelly's phone call in the background.
Okay, let me just get the folder out. Okay, it seems here that you ordered 12,000 reams of paper. Oh, 12 reams.
And the last thing I wanted to comment on was, since there was a 3-month break between Roy saying this,
I'm gonna kill Jim Halpern,
and then doing this.
Right! Right, go!
Meaning that there was a lot of buildup and suspense in those months. This was a water cooler cliffhanger. People would have spent months chit-chatting with their coworkers and friends and family about what was gonna happen. Binging this on Netflix just doesn't give you the same sense, as it all happens so fast. Either way, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments about this whole situation. But with that, let's get to the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, and the title really helps us figure out this one. A negotiation is a continual power struggle between two parties to get the best deal possible. But they can range from anything as bartering for something at a garage sale, buying a car, salary negotiations, and up from there. The act tends to have 3 phases, with the initiation, the exchanges, and the conclusion/resolution.
Pippity poppy, give me the zobbity.
Yes, sir. Remember that.
The writers crafted this episode with the negotiation device in the main plotline. We get to see Michael, Jan, and Daryl handle real power struggles, and it's a character study of its own.
Because that is the way these things are done in films.
But the subplots are equally a character study depicting the power dynamics as they're shifted around.
Why don't you just take that pen and stab me in the heart?
Michael is stupid in this episode. Like, really dumb.
Right.
No, but we can offer you 12.
But you just said 15. Wikipedia is the best thing ever. Anyone in the world can write anything they want about any subject. So you know you are getting the best possible information.
Apparently hundreds or thousands of Office fans took to Wikipedia after this episode to make nonsensical statements about negotiations, to the point that Wikipedia actually soft-locked those pages down until the attention faded. But I think there's something to the fact that everyone has their own way of handling these power shifts in life. Michael, knowing that he doesn't know what he's doing, leans on the collective understanding of society as a whole to give his negotiation the best shot.
If he did intend that, wow. Genius.
Daryl, either intentionally or unintentionally, keys in on Michael's insecurity to deconstruct his position of power.
Okay, can you stay right there for 1 second? I gotta send some emails.
Jan uses corporate speak and HR-approved language and negotiation techniques to maintain power.
Right now we can offer you a 6% raise.
6%?
But then opts to help Michael out of their shared interest in each other.
I just need you to ask for it so I can record that you asked for it. Okay?
Dwight only stands behind his principles and everything he does.
You don't know what it is.
Don't want it, won't open it. Don't need it, won't take it. Citizens do not accept prizes for being citizens.
Jim, similar to Michael, relies on others. But Jim has little interest in appearing powerful in general.
We'll never say a word. And now we are even.
And Pam is trying to change her style up from someone who's passive to someone who's actively telling the truth.
Wait a minute, you broke off our wedding for the guy.
No, there were a lot of reasons.
And I don't really think that there's a message here. It's just a character study on how these people handle different dynamics in a relationship and in business, which is a great example of an episode that focuses on the American workplace. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode is to explain how useless Creed really is.
So the big fella pulls out a sock filled with nickels. Then Cherut grabs a can of hairspray and a lighter.
You're useless.
That's a joke. Don't leave. I was just kidding. With that, let's get to the Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the most ridiculous acting in this episode goes to Steve Carell.
You make very compelling argument. You make very compelling argument.
And the longest engagement Dundie goes to Roy Anderson.
I'm so sorry, Pammy. I wasn't gonna do anything, but then I kept thinking about you two together. I just thought you guys were really good friends, or maybe he was gay or something.
I'm sorry too.
I think enough is enough. I think we should set a date for our wedding. On June 10th. Come on, let's do it.
Wait a minute, you broke off our wedding for the guy.
No, there were a lot of reasons.
Your friend got engaged.
She was always engaged.
Roy said the first one didn't count.
Yeah, I've been working out, and, you know, I'm not gonna take her for granted. I gotta win her back. Your art was the prettiest art of all the art.
This is over.
Yeah, you're right. This is so.
I think that we both made some bad choices.
You're not even gonna try to go out with him. I don't get you, Pam.
I know.
Negotiation is an art. Back and forth, give and take.
She's got a way about her.
What gives you the right?
Okay, how do you rate a cold opening like this? It's one of the most unique in the series, and it's honestly pretty intense, but the humor is on point.
Well, who's laughing now?
It's acted really well, it's shot well, it's wrote well. I'll give this one a 4 out of 5. And as for the episode, let's keep that 4 out of 5 on the screen. I think this one is hilarious.
Italians don't wear pockets.
It's been a really rough couple of days. This helps a little.
It's a beautiful episode that closes the mid-season arcs and brings us to the finish line of season 3. I do give this one a 4 out of 5 because I think it's a great half an hour of television. But that's just what I think about this episode. What do you think about the negotiation? I want to hear your thoughts in the comments. So thank you so much for watching. Share this content with your friends. Next week, we're going to be looking at...
Bingo! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week. Hey, and welcome to The Office Field Guide. My name's Chris, and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today, we are looking at safety training.
Depression? Isn't that just a fancy word for feeling bummed out?
Dwight, you ignorant slut!
I just figured a lot of people were going to be here just for that clip. So with that one out of the way, let's jump right into this. Safety Training was written by BJ Novak, which might be why he has a ton of good lines in this episode.
Come on!
Will I be too warm in a long sleeve tee?
Anyway, it was directed by Harold Ramis, who also directed these episodes. Safety Training first aired on April 12, 2007, was viewed by 7.7 million people, and currently has an 8.8 out of 10 on IMDb. And your trivia for today is, what are the two names that Michael incorrectly refers to Madge as in this episode? As always, look out for the hidden mic or floating Andy in this video, the first to put the correct answer to the trivia in the comments, and the first to find the Easter egg will get their names in next week's video. We have a lot to get to, so let's kick off the training.
No one asked you anything ever?
Alright, so first up, I love the choice of not immediately revealing what's wrong with Daryl's leg.
Hey Daryl, how's it hanging?
But with that moment, we can read between the lines and assume that corporate is mandating this safety training because of Michael's actions. Just like Diversity Day, sexual harassment, and gay witch hunt.
So, end of day, we are going to have a little diversity policy freshener because of some more problems at the Scranton branch.
And having both worked in a warehouse and an office, these are pretty spot on. The only difference for me is that I'd rather listen to Toby ramble about wearing extra layers of clothes if I get cold rather than watch another corporate web-based training module on ergonomics.
It is ergonomically correct. It's a good chair.
So it's still 2007 when this episode was shot, and though YouTube was established in 2005, viral videos on the internet were still a new thing. So unless Michael watched a lot of trampoline fail videos on America's Funniest Home Videos, he might not have realized how dumb what he was about to do really is.
I land on the trampoline, take a couple extra bounces for fun, I climb off, walk around the corner, ta freaking da!
And while we're talking about what it was like in 2007, Netflix used to be a lot of fun.
I go online, I go click, 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 and I change the order of the queue so that I can see Love Actually as soon as I want to. It's so easy, Ryan.
I've always really appreciated the filming of this episode. It really does bring the outside of the office alive. I've always had a hard time with these train tracks though, as this definitely gives me a bigger city vibe, and it should because this is Van Nuys. But I did a little research and Scranton does have a pretty thick railroad system. Anyway, one criticism I do have here is that something may have gone a little haywire while editing this episode. The outside portions are a little odd, and while they're hilarious and the highlights of this episode, they just don't feel right. And I think it's because they took the footage that they had and they played with the narrative a bit.
Might even bring my parents tomorrow to the matinee.
And that is why I am going to jump off this roof.
And there's this moment where Michael's clearly talking, but no audio comes through.
You can't do that because you're going to get horribly, horribly injured.
Either way, this episode has some rapid fire humor.
The offices of James P. Albini, see if he handles hate crimes.
Got it.
Also, take apart the trampoline, stick it in the baler.
We're not allowed to use the baler.
Have do it, or the sea monster.
But I love how Michael thinks quickly through damage control. It's an excellent bit, and it is a great setup for the next episode. It also contains a great callback to Michael's lawyer.
This is my lawyer, James P. Albini.
And it's a great callback to what Michael thinks a hate crime is.
Am a victim of a hate crime. Stanley knows what I'm talking about.
That's not what a hate crime is.
Well, I hated it a lot. Okay,
And while we're on callbacks, I noticed that this is the first episode I ever spotted Hide in. And for context, this is the robot that Dwight's talking about.
Female robot. They're only available in Japan.
I'll put the link to the Wikipedia page in the description.
Wikipedia is the best thing ever.
Never gets old. I'll say that I was always a little confused about the timeline of Andy's vehicles, as we know he was driving the Xterra when he first arrived in Scranton.
Actually, it's Latin for Earth. Oh, so you drive an X-Earth. Yeah, that makes sense.
But then it's established later that he drives a Prius, so he swung completely in the opposite direction, and this is why.
And I have a new car, Toyota Prius, because Andy didn't care about fuel efficiency, but Drew has seen an inconvenient truth nearly twice.
Okay, and with that, let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
All right, and this episode is deep. And just like the psyche of your average office worker, we're gonna really need to unpack a lot to get the full scope. But I'm gonna give you the 10,000 foot view I think this episode is all about. and that is belonging. Michael clearly doesn't belong in the warehouse.
Baylor, I hardly know her.
Damn it, Michael, pay attention, man.
Daryl and his warehouse crew clearly don't belong in the office.
We out of here.
Daryl, I did not walk out in the middle of yours, so
Yeah, but ours was real, Michael.
Yes.
The office is where Michael belongs, and I have to say that Steve Carell is doing some next level stuff here.
Make them feel like wimps. Not me. Hello, I'm Michael. Welcome to Men's Warehouse.
Can you just imagine being in the room with him when he's doing this bit? It's the silence and the prep work that you could just see his brains turning. Anyway, back to belonging. Jim belongs at Pam's desk.
Is not fair. He has spent hours up here at reception with you. Hours and hours.
Okay.
No, constantly, like for...
Kevin belongs at a casino, but he does not belong at an accountant's desk.
10.
Really, 10. That's your guess. You're a professional accountant.
There's like 10 green ones.
Andy's doing his best to belong in the office.
Whoa! What's the situation?
Unshun.
And Karen's realizing that she doesn't belong in the office.
I don't know this place as well as I thought I did.
What Daniel's even saying that the sequence outside shows Jim and Pam are dealing with Michael like a divorced couple dealing with a child, and Karen would fill the role of a new wife, feeling a bit left out. With a backdrop of mundane to serious safety concerns, Michael's reasoning for even being up on the roof evolves from wanting to demonstrate how serious his job is.
And they freak out, and they get to see the dangers of depression with their own eyes. Nice side note, they might think, hey, I should have been nicer to Michael.
But then inevitably becomes about wanting a reason to get up in the morning.
But I never said you had nothing to live for.
What do I have to live for?
Some people are lone wolves, but humans are a social creature, and I think the message of this episode isn't that Michael didn't jump because Daryl had some wise words for him. And it surely wasn't Ryan or Andy's in these deleted scenes.
You have always taken a great interest in my career.
I will miss you the most, Ryan.
Oh, what is your deal, man? Seriously, I don't get it. If you do jump, I want you to reach for the sky.
Okay, careful.
Grab a comet, kiss the moon.
And to be clear, the topic of suicide is an extremely serious one. But as The Office so masterfully does with serious topics like racism, sexism, and so on and so forth, Michael didn't jump because he realized that people see him. It's an absurd and over-the-top way of demonstrating that relationships with one another can bring a sense of belonging.
I saved a life. My own. Am I a hero? I really can't say, but yes.
Michael's stupidity doesn't bring the intended results of showing the dangers of the American office. Still, it does demonstrate the entire show's thesis, which is merely ordinary people doing ordinary things together can have some beautiful results.
An office is as safe as the people in it. And sometimes those people can drive you to do crazy things.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to show off how good Dwight is at making up lyrics on the spot.
Michael is awesome! Woo! Jumping off the roof! Woo! Bouncing on a bouncy! Woo! Show him who's boss! Woo! Rip a hole in the sun! Woo!
For real, I'm not sure he gets enough credit. I was watching The Fire last night with my family, and I just appreciate how quickly he comes up with alternative lyrics. But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the best SNL reference goes to Michael Scott.
Depressed? Isn't that just a fancy word for feeling bummed out?
Dwight, you ignorant slut!
If you didn't know, this is a reference to SNL, one of Michael's favorite go-tos.
But you wouldn't know about that, Dan, because there's no old saying about what's behind a miserable failure.
Jane, you ignorant slut.
And the Dundie for quick thinking goes to Daryl Philbin.
To get out of bed every single day, knowing full well you gotta be you.
Have you ever been in a situation like that where you had to really quickly think of good things to say about someone? It can be a rough spot. But good job, Daryl. And with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
Okay, so I have a lot of thoughts on this episode, but for the cold opening, I give this one a 3 out of 5. It's fine. There's nothing extremely memorable about this. I see some hate for Jim online, refusing to call Andy Drew, but I guess there's just two kinds of people.
No, I'm not gonna call you that.
Oh, Drew. Sorry.
Or maybe three.
Jim, could you please inform Andy Bernard that he is being shunned?
As for the episode itself, this is where I'm gonna get myself into a little bit of trouble. Let me give the rating first. I give this one a 4 out of 5. And I battled with this one, to be honest with you. I'm not a fan of this episode. And I never have been on any previous rewatch, and I actually intended to kind of shred this episode a bit. But before you go leaving me some hate in the comments, I found this poll from 2008 on the Office Tally website, placing Safety Training as one of the lowest ranked episodes of season 3. And that's not to say everyone disliked it, because upon airing it did really well critically. I just think it's definitely an episode that's grown on the fandom over the years. What I discovered is that the first half of this episode is what gave me the issues. The build up to this one is very slow and very depressing. And whenever the humor and the storytelling hinges on Toby, it's gonna be hit or miss. But you've heard me say this before, I love Toby most of the time.
No more s'mores. No more s'mores.
I landed on 4 out of 5 on this one after rewatching it more critically, because this episode is extremely well put together. The subplot of Andy's return, Dwight and Andy's power struggle, the office betting, which does some callbacks to the feelings of the Office Olympics, and then Michael needing to literally be talked off the edge, really does some good stuff for the heart.
I Braveheart. I am.
Not to mention that there's not a break in the pace. It starts slow and it slowly revs up until hitting the climax, and then leaves the whole thing resolved.
That's what she said.
And you know Michael's not okay, but you're also filled with a sense that he's gonna be okay, because he's got people in his life. But that's just what I think about Safety Training. What are your thoughts? I have a particular thing I'd like to ask you in the comments. Imagine that you have the bullhorn instead of Daryl. What do you say to Michael to get him off that roof? Jim tried reason, Pam tried bribery, Dwight didn't really try, and Daryl went with flattery. So what do you go with? Let me hear from you in the comments on that, the trivia, the Easter egg, and whatever else you want to say. Consider subscribing if you haven't already, hit the bell button, and you'll be notified next week when we look at the product recall episode.
This puts us at threat level midnight.
So with that, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hello and welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we are looking at Product Recall.
Then Newsweek picks it up, and then CNN does a story about it, and then YouTube.
It's been 13 years, but now YouTube's finally picking this one up. So let's jump right in. This episode was written by Justin Spitzer and was consulted on by Brent Forrester. It was directed by Randall Einhorn and it first aired on April 26, 2007. Upon airing, it was viewed by 7.6 million people and it currently has an 8.7 out of 10 on IMDb. And your trivia for this episode is, what is Andy's high school girlfriend's name? Might be an easy one. Leave it in the comments as well as a timestamp of the hidden prison mic or floating Andy to get your name in next week's video. With that, let's spin this one.
You're entering the no spin zone.
No one asked you anything ever?
Let's start off with a few callbacks. First, it's revealed that Michael thinks threat level midnight is similar to DEFCON 4.
This puts us at threat level midnight.
Andy knows all about global warming.
Check out this sunshine, man. Global warming, right? Today was supposed to be really cold, I bet.
Because of this deleted scene from Safety Training.
Drew has seen an inconvenient truth nearly twice.
And Creed's attempt to frame poor Debbie Brown comes with this great callback.
I got a call from Debbie Brown saying she has an emergency dentist appointment.
Emergency dentist appointment.
Now I'm told she told her manager she had the flu.
And start having dentist appointments that aren't dentist appointments, and that is when it's nice to let them know that you could beat them up.
Your dentist's name is Crentist.
And while we're on Creed, we gotta talk about Creed. Creed does some things in this series that should warrant some pretty extreme feelings towards him. In this episode alone, he gets the company in hot water because he wasn't doing his job, something we literally never see him do. But then he gets an innocent woman fired, and then on top of that takes a collection of money to give to her, but then pockets it himself.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
But we just can't help ourselves. There's something about Creed that we all just love. If you're not following Creed on TikTok, you're kind of missing out. And also, he just dropped a new album. Anyway, back to Creed's role in Product Recall. There's a great deleted scene here where a reporter recognizes Creed.
You're Creed Bratton, guitar player for Grassroots in the late 1960s.
I am indeed. How'd you know that?
I wrote your obituary.
And this is something in the show that I had never noticed before doing these field guides. The writers seem to repeatedly try to put a very meta backstory for Creed into the narrative of The Office, but it's always edited out on the final cut.
Back in the 60s, I was with the Grassroots. We toured with Janis Joplin, The Doors, Cream. We had a lot of fun.
Except for the finale.
Then the police showed up. Turns out, Creed was in the band The Grassroots in the 1960s.
So was there some deep conspiracy here? A conspiracy to hide the true backstory of Creed from us all?
The only difference between me and a homeless man is this job. I will do whatever it takes to survive, like I did when I was a homeless man.
I don't know, but while we're on conspiracy theories, I always got a little tickled by this 4 + 7.
$4. And it only cost me $7 to recreate the rest of the ensemble, and that's a grand total of $11.
And then this 4 + 7.
Kevin, what's 4 + 7?
11.
Yeah, well, you didn't know that when you filled out this payroll form.
Was Jim using company funds to prank Dwight? Probably not, but that was the best segue I could come up with to talk about this next part. Some mad genius compiled a public Google spreadsheet with his best attempt to derive how much money Jim spent on pranking Dwight. Enjoy wasting an hour of your life digging through that. A link will be in the description. I really can't wrap my head around why Andy and his girlfriend is a plot line in this episode. I mean, the writers have this character that they can develop with a rich backstory and arc around this talented and newly signed actor. And they go with the most creepy and pathetic angle to start him off at. And while we're talking about angles, I overly analyze everything in these episodes, and I really wanted to find some significance of the obscene cartoon. But I really couldn't come up with anything other than maybe it was a dig at Disney. But I don't know, it doesn't look like Mickey Mouse to me at all. I wouldn't even think that if Michael didn't say this.
Upon a certain cartoon mouse that a lot of people like. I've never been a fan.
But I don't know. Let me know if you have any theories on the significance of the cartoon in the comments. The last thing I wanted to say is that this episode is 22 minutes long, and there's over 12 minutes worth of high quality deleted content.
My personal favorite is the one he made for his condo association.
And without denying the seriousness of the situation, I would just like to remind you that in much of the Netherlands, swimming naked is the norm.
So I'll put the link to the YouTube channel that has all the deleted content on it. It's definitely worth a watch. With that, let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
According to Wikipedia, crisis management is a process by which an organization deals with a disruptive and unexpected event that threatens to harm the organization or its stakeholders. This episode is a study on what not to do. I love that Michael springs into action. In my notes, I wrote, Michael's talking like he's in an Aaron Sorkin show. But Michael's first step in crisis management was actually a good one. He assessed the situation and the potential damage for the company. Then he created an action plan that aligned his resources to get out ahead of the problem. Where Michael went wrong was deciding to hold a press conference.
We're having a press conference?
No, Pam. The press is just going to find out by themselves.
Not.
I saw some criticism online about how corporate would have been dealing with this issue, not a local branch. But I actually think it's safe to assume that Dunder Mifflin already made a public statement about this on their corporate HR site. Mainly because that's what companies do, but also Angela says this.
And the company has already apologized, so you can take that apology or not.
But then Michael decides to grab the bull by the horns, and he's potentially playing with fire. Information spreads like wildfire in situations like this, and controlling the narrative is really important. Inviting the press and issuing a public apology has all of the risk involved and barely any pros. We all know that the news would love to talk about these missteps more than they would like to print a full-page article about a company being nice.
Scranton area paper company Dunder Mifflin apologizes to valued client. Some companies still know how business is done.
The next pillar of crisis management that Michael bypasses is keeping a level head. Michael starts his panicking in the conference room. He completely loses it with a customer and becomes a caricature of himself during the videotaping session. And it's clear that Michael is taking this all very personal, which is his business philosophy.
It wasn't personal. Business is always personal. It's the most personal thing in the world.
It's just another visual as to why keeping a cool mind while speaking and acting with reason is vital in these crisis situations. And that's good and all, but most of us aren't going to be in a situation where we have to manage crisis like this. So what's the deeper meaning beyond the deeper meaning? I think that there's a little bit more around the concept of product recalls. These suck for companies and consumers. Whether it's trivial or deadly, the onus is on the company to do a product recall, and they have to spend a butt ton of money to withdraw these products, fix the issues, and or replace all the products out in market. A lot of characters are dealing with unexpected product defects in this episode. There's the obvious Dunder Mifflin Mickey Mouse scandal, but under that is Angela went to her job that day to be an accountant, and instead she has to deal with unreasonable humans, dingo babies, and Kelly.
No, but some of your outfits are not. I didn't apologize.
We're like best friends
We're
now.
not.
I'll text you.
Don't.
Bye, Angela.
There's the cold opening and the end tag that shows the results of a defective product.
Spot on. A little comment.
Jim wanted to be alone, but he had to deal with Andy.
Lord, bear me strength.
Andy realized that the product he had was empty and maybe illegal.
But who was that guy? Probably another high school student.
I say product there metaphorically. Women are not products. I'll be talking about that next week. Stick around. But product recall might entirely be foreshadowing to the major relationship that's in this half of the season. Perhaps there will be a major product recall coming down the pipe. Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists to give these side characters something to do. Except Karen Filippelli. She didn't have anything to do in this episode, so they brought in this Karen.
It's a one-time thing.
I don't care. It was disgusting. Cartoon characters having sex?
May I point out that the sex appeared to be consensual?
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundee for the best quick Michaelism goes to Escapegoat.
It wasn't me. They're trying to make me an scapegoat.
It's a great Michaelism, but it makes it so much better to know that both Pam and Dwight could have done something to correct the error, but they opted not to. Probably for completely different reasons, which leads me to the next Dundee, which is the Dundee for messing with Michael goes to Pam Beasley. And she gets this prestigious award for the aforementioned scapegoat bit, but also for this clip.
She has a good point. I mean, for example, with the last thing you said, by the time you explained it, it actually took a...
You know what? Forget it.
Love it. With that, let's rate this one.
What gives you the right?
All right, let's get the cold opening out of the way. Much has been said about this one. It's consistently on top 10 list of cold openings of all time. And I give it a 5 out of 5. It's just a great cold opening. It hits all my criteria. It's energetic, it's hilarious. It leaves me wanting more of the comedy. And plot-wise, it doesn't really touch the episode, but it does fit the deeper meaning and also warranted this great callback at the end of the episode.
Karen, want to get together later and have sexual intercourse because you're my girlfriend?
Do you?
No, I'm good, thanks.
As for the episode itself, I have some great things to say about this episode and one huge glaring flaw. So we'll go with the good first. Anytime the focus is in the office, it's just really good. Jokes are flowing, characters are relating, and there's just a high energy buzz.
Okay, Karen, Ryan, Pam, center stage. Pam, run a comb through your hair.
The high school subplot fills the cringe void for this episode while fleshing out the character of Andy Bernard in a way that I wouldn't do it, but hey, I wasn't in the writer's room back in '07, so it's not my story to tell. But The biggest flaw I have with this episode is that there is no resolution. I'd argue that the climax of this episode is the press conference, which ends around the 15-minute mark. That leaves 5-ish minutes of Michael talking to the camera, the Jim and Andy singing bit, and then the Dwight impersonation. And don't get me wrong, they're great bits. It's just that this episode has no ending. There's no resolution. There's no consequences. I think that it warrants an episode that we were robbed of. We were robbed of a second-parter episode in which Michael, David Wallace, and a team of corporate wet blankets debrief Michael on his activities and give him some action items to remedy the chaos he caused. Might have been another opportunity to put Jim and Dwight in another sales call type situation. But we really don't get any of that. Really, this episode just ends. So I'm giving this one a 3 out of 5. It's full of energy and great bits. It just doesn't feel like a complete story. Just a half-baked idea on the premise of what if there was a PR issue? But that's just what I think about Product Recall. What do you think about this one? Did I miss your favorite part? Leave it in the comments. Along with the answer to the trivia question and the timestamp of the Easter egg, make sure you subscribe and click the bell button. You'll get notified next week when we talk about women's appreciation. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate everyone who tunes in each week. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Some companies still know how business is done.
It's more like the whole article.
Hello and welcome to The Office Field Guide, the only show on the internet where I talk about The Office. My name's Chris and we're reviewing every episode of The Office ever. Today we are looking at women's appreciation.
Why don't you just take these women, put them in a burlap sack and hit them with a stick? Because that's what you're doing.
Which is the 21st episode of the 3rd season of The Office. This episode was written by series veterans Gene Stupinski and Lee Eisenberg, who, if you've not been following along, I will lovingly refer to as Stupenberg. Women's Appreciation was directed by Tucker Gates, who we talked about last time with the Branch closing episode. This one first aired on May 3rd, 2007, was viewed by 7.6 million people, and currently has an 8.8 rating on IMDb. Your trivia for this episode is, what kind of candy bar does Dwight go holesies on?
No, holesies.
Might be an easy one. Leave it in the comments, as well as a timestamp of the Hidden Prison Mike or Floating Andy to get your name in next week's video. Okay, and with that, to really analyze this episode for this field guide, we're going to be talking about some mature topics. So you might hear the word
penis
a couple of times.
Won't that just shed more light on the penises?
Kind of. We'll get there. Anyway, with that, let's appreciate this one.
No one asked you anything ever?
The first thing I want to talk about is that there's actually some great stuff in the DVD commentary on this episode. It's discussed that the talking head where Michael talks about their safe word,
foliage,
was actually just a placeholder bit that they forgot and they left in the final version of the script. They also discussed how filming offsite became increasingly difficult as crowds would follow them everywhere and people would consistently shout out Carell's name. Flannery talked about how the driving scenes was her favorite as she was excited that her van finally was making a comeback, calling it basically another character on the show. Kinsey talked about how fans started bringing American Dow catalogs for her to sign after this episode aired, and it was discussed that the cold opening was originally intended for the business school episode, and the Product Recall cold opening was intended for this episode. Everything was cut and shifted for time as Women's Appreciation was a supersized episode, along with beach games and then culminating in the hour-long episode, The Job. But back to the cold opening, this is bureaucracy at its finest.
Like, what does a demerit mean?
Let's put it this way. You do not want to receive 3 of those.
Lay it on me.
3 demerits and you'll receive a citation.
Now that sounds serious.
Oh, it is serious. 5 citations and you're looking at a violation. 4 of those and you'll receive a verbal warning. Keep it up and you're looking at a written warning. 2 of those, that'll land you in a world of hurt. In the form of a disciplinary review written up by me and placed on the desk of my immediate superior.
Which would be me.
Next thing we have to talk about is the anti-flashing task force. I love everything about this bit, but apparently if you called this number during the runtime of this episode, you heard the following prompt. You have reached Dwight K. Schrute, commander of the Lackawanna County Anti-Flashing Task Force and assistant regional manager of Dunder Mifflin. If you have any information leading to the capture and or castration of this pervert, press 1. If this is the flasher, then let's talk. You need a friend right now, and I can help you. Just tell me where you want to meet, and I promise I'll help you whatever it is that you need. Thank you, and have a nice day. Oh, and if you're inquiring about any of our paper products and would like a catalog, please press 2. Finally, if anyone, not the flasher, is interested in an awesome 1985 maroon Firebird, I could be persuaded to sell mine. Please press 1 for that too.
Dunder Mifflin Paper / Sex Predator Hotline. This is Dwight Schrute.
This number was later reused for the WB Jones heating, but now is what we have to talk about. I called it this week, and it's now a sex hotline. So there's commentary even in real life there. And a quick round of things I noticed in this episode. You can see Krasinski breaking character here.
You know, as that was coming out of my mouth.
And I've always wondered, who do you think Creed's paying to use the ladies' room?
What are you doing in here? This is the woman's room. You're in here. I pay for that privilege.
I made the pilgrimage to Scranton and visited the real Steamtown Mall. And no offense to Scranton locals, but it's not as grandiose as this. I love the callback to the business school episode.
Employees of this office are very small and delicate, deserve protection from local pervs.
I did notice that Dwight changed up his color scheme for this episode.
Dwight, are those your pants? That's a Polaroid.
And what kind of screwed up circus has Michael been to?
Masters of comedy, a guy dropped his pants. Have you ever been to the circus?
Wilson and the cast trying to get through the task force announcement bit is some of the best bloopers season 3 has to offer. I'll put a clip at the end of this episode, but the link for the full video will be in the description. And back to things I noticed, I don't think this bit gets enough love.
This is what we know.
And moving on, I've seen this meme in several different forms, and I've always wanted to put together an edit for it. So I can't take credit for the original idea, but I hope I do it justice.
And I threw a coin in for every woman in the world and made a wish. I wished for Jan to get over me.
Imagine there's a princess who falls for a guy beneath her station, and the queen doesn't like this at all. And the princess knows that the queen doesn't like it, and so it makes her want to do it all the more just to get at the queen.
Am I the princess?
No, I'm the princess and the queen.
I wished for Pam to gain courage.
I did the coal walk. I did it. Michael, you couldn't even do that. Maybe I should be your boss.
I wished for Angela a heart. For Kelly, a brain.
You guys, I'm like really smart now. You don't even know. You could ask me, Kelly, what's the biggest company in the world? And I'd be like, blah, 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 blah.
But you know what? My wishes never come true, so I'm not going to wish that on her. A watch would be nice.
And with that, let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
I've made it my goal to not politicize anything on this channel. My goal is to talk about The Office, and at times, The Office makes statements about social issues, be it racism, classism.
So you don't even know my real name. I'm the Lizard Gang.
Or in this case, sexism. In each of these cases, I understand that the goal of goofing on these topics is to diffuse tension in order to get a deeper meaning out there.
I don't think laughing about it's an appropriate response.
The topic of sexual harassment came up in several episodes before, mainly in the episode entitled Sexual Harassment in Season 2, but women's appreciation has a vastly different tone and approach to the subject matter. But I've always been intrigued by this line.
You're being sexist.
No, I'm being misogynistic.
While Michael's ignorance cracks me up, I have to admit, I don't really know the difference between misogyny and sexism. So I had to do some research this week to find out that it's a deeply complex and nuanced topic, one in which many leading voices out there have differing opinions on. And to be honest, I don't think I have a firm grasp on what these definitions are.
I'll check the web.
Merriam-Webster defines misogyny as hatred of women, and Dictionary.com expands on that by adding terms like dislike, mistrust, and prejudice onto the pile. Sexism, on the other hand, is defined as prejudice based on sex, exhibited by behavior, conditions, or attitudes that foster stereotypes of social-based roles for sex. So using these definitions, which I hope I'm using right, we see sexism in several different ways in this episode. First, Michael is sexualizing his coworkers.
If Pam wants to show more cleavage, she should be able to. I encourage that.
The stereotyping aspect shows up when Michael's attempt to level the playing field takes them to the mall.
You know where we're gonna go? Steamtown Mall.
Dwight's attempt to protect women end up restricting their freedoms.
Females are not allowed to speak to strangers unless given written authorization by Dwight Schrute. This is ridiculous.
Attention, I am removing all bananas from the kitchen.
But that might just be Dwight.
Better 1,000 innocent men are locked up than one guilty man roam free.
And I think there's some interesting role reversals in this episode too.
I'm spending a fortune on gas and tolls.
I'll give you $200. If I get up before you, I'll leave it on the dresser.
That...
And again later, as he explains some of the dysfunction in his relationship.
Well, Jan has this schoolgirl fantasy.
It's a pretty common one.
I feel uncomfortable wearing the dress.
Okay.
And continuing with the role reversal theme, Pam changes attire while Michael and the rest of the ladies stand to the shade. And really, this is a sexism rabbit hole of an episode, where each character interaction has some depth to it. As funny as Michael's final talking head is,
well, maybe I learned something from women after all.
It's clear that while he doesn't seem to hate women, there's still an aura of sexism deeply seated in his understanding of the world. And it seems to be a reoccurring theme while I was researching over the last week that these traits of misogyny and sexism are subconsciously rooted in us. And this is where I typically talk about the message of the episode, what moral we're supposed to learn from it. And I'm really battling on what to say.
Hardcore discussion about women's problems and issues and situations.
I mean, on one hand, I'd condemn treating anyone differently for anything. Life is hard enough without us humans being awful to other humans.
Phyllis, you're a married woman.
But I am a man, and so far be it from me to explain to women all of the crap that they have to put up with in real life and online. So I'd invite anyone in the comments to share what this episode means to them.
Are we still discussing this? I say again, what is the big deal?
I have a daughter who I cherish. We've recently been discussing the possibility of her beginning to do some live streams. She's all into Fortnite. And my number one concern with her is her heart, as she's undoubtedly going to encounter examples of sexism and misogyny online.
If that's flashing, then lock me up.
While our society's come a long way, it's important to remember that we still have a longer path forward, especially on the internet.
Did you hear that, Michael?
No, Dwight. Respect. R-E-S-P-C-T. Find out what it means to me.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists for this moment.
Pam!
All right, with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
All right, the Dundie, for oh so awkward, goes to Michael and Angela.
See-through, push-up, lace, thigh-high, bustier, anything. It just, you know what? I would love to buy you a fresh set of underwear.
Yet another great blooper here.
Santa would like to buy you a pair of panties, little girl. Santa would like...
And the Dundie for the best cameo goes to Hunter.
Well, I don't know.
No, whatever. Just let my assistant know if you're coming over so he can get more vodka, okay? Hunter, are you on?
You got it, Jan.
It's short and sweet, but being silent while Jan propositions Michael, it's the best. With that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, the cold opening was excellent, and I really do like this one. Between the bureaucracy displayed and the banter between them,
You will receive a full desagulation.
What's that?
and you guys know I'm a sucker for Jim Dwight openings, so I'm gonna give this one a 4 out of 5. It hits on everything except it's not connected to the episode at all. Not in the plot or the deeper meaning. Well, I guess you could say that there's something to do with the arbitrary rules that the patriarchy employs, but I already said this cold opening had nothing to do with this episode, so we can scratch all that. For this episode, I give it a 3 out of 5. And don't take that as a slam against women.
I know the crap out of women.
You know how you feel when you open up your favorite bag of chips from a vending machine and there's only like 15 chips in there? That's what this episode is like. There's a lot of filler airtime.
This is so great, huh?
I think the pacing in the second act is what the issue is. The first 10 minutes work extremely well, and so do the last 5 minutes. So all in all, I give this episode a 3 out of 5. But that's just what I think about women's appreciation. What are your thoughts? I want to hear them in the comments along with the message of this episode. Also, don't forget the timestamp of the Easter egg or the trivia. Don't forget to like, subscribe, click the bell, all that stuff. You'll get notified next week when we take a look at the Beach Games episode.
I just want to lie on the beach and eat hot dogs. That's all I've ever wanted.
An episode very near and dear to me. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hello and welcome to The Office Field Guide. I'm Chris and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever, including this one.
Circle round. Let us play some games.
Beach games, can you feel it? There's just something special about this episode for me, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Let's start with the stat sheet. This one was written by Jennifer Soletta and Greg Daniels and directed by the awesome Harold Ramis. It first aired on May 10th, 2007, was viewed by 7.2 million people, and currently has a 9.2 rating on IMDb. And your trivia for today is, what are the names of the different teams? And as always, keep an eye out for the hidden prison mic in this episode. I would say Floating Andy, but there actually is a Floating Andy in the footage here, so we'll just not get confused with anything. Here's last week's winners, and with that, let's let the games begin.
No one asked you anything ever?
All right, let's start with some production stuff from the DVD commentary. This is obviously not filmed at Lake Scranton.
America's 8th largest indigenous body of water.
Apparently, Ramis and the crew searched for a while before finding the filming location of Hanson Dam in the valley. This was the least beautiful scenery that they could represent the Office's typical drab aesthetics. There does exist a Lake Scranton, which looks like this. But interestingly, it is only a hot 4 miles away from the Steamtown Mall, which would make this charter bus pretty excessive for their trip. Ramis did want the crew to sing some songs on the bus, as that's what people do on buses.
Nice.
And any scene where actors are eating is a challenge. I have mad respect for this. Flannery said that the actors were spitting out hot dogs in between takes, and that was triggering Ed Helms' actual gag reflex.
14 hot dogs!
One came up.
13 hot dogs, everybody!
And keeping in mind that it was crazy hot that day, Soletta said that it was 1,000 degrees during the day and minus 40 at night. And I've wanted to talk about Floating Sumo Andy for a year now.
Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it!
They rigged his suit with a harness and fishing line in order to be able to have the crew members pull him further into the lake. If I could interview Helms, I'd spend all day asking him about this bit. But that does bring us to the coal walk.
The mind has to wrap around the foot.
To make it safe for the crew to mess around with it, the whole thing was rigged. On one side of the path, they used gas lines to produce this fire, and on the inside, the crew buried a light box covered with sand and lava rocks. And not to take away from Fisher's performance here, but I think she's wearing shoes for this. And it may have just gotten tricky on how they shot the scene to organically avoid her feet. But hey, walking across lava rocks sucks, so I get it. All right, and so some appreciation stuff for this episode. I love the way that Michael frames this whole thing like an episode of Survivor. A show I've never watched, but Randall Einhorn, the guy who's presumably behind the camera through this, was a cameraman for an entire season of Survivor in 2001, as well as many of the crew were also involved in that show.
We're going to have a 100-point winner-take-all, sudden death, tribal council round.
Michael wearing his sandals garb is cringy in its own way, and this is a great deleted scene, but it didn't make the cut of this episode, but it is interestingly included in the banker montage.
Eat it, Phyllis. Dip it in the water so it'll slide down your gullet more easily.
That's what she said.
Oh, no, not that. Just come on, you guys. Let's do it. I'm serious.
And as for deleted scenes, I was always a little perplexed at this Jim and Karen calling David Wallace thing while they're on the beach. Not just because it seems edited out of place. I don't.
What does a great manager need most of all?
But it seemed really easy and convenient. But this deleted scene actually fills in the gap here.
David Wallace is calling for you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, and I know Paul Lieberstein isn't an actor. I know that. But if he's not secretly in love with Jenna Fischer, then this is the most convincing performance of this episode. I feel so bad for Toby. And we have to talk about this. Famously, Wilson accidentally kicked sand in David Leslie Baker's face during this episode, and Baker had to be rushed to the hospital to get his eyes cleaned out. And I don't know if I should go with this reference.
Where's Stanley?
He's in the bathroom.
Will you run into the bathroom and tell him to eat it?
Of course.
Hey, David, I'm back.
Eat it, Stanley!
Or this reference. Okay, and this line always bugged me.
I've never seen that look in a man's eyes, ever. I thought that I might die.
I mean, this happened a few weeks ago.
Right! Right, go!
All right, and I'm gonna end this here. Let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
Okay, I'm struggling with what to talk about here for the deeper meaning. This episode seems to be the culmination of the events of this season and what they hoped would be the climax for this arc. I'm tempted to just leave it there, but not on this channel. I'll make up something completely false before I say there's no deeper meaning. So let's pull on the string of the Survivor theme. As I admitted earlier, I've never seen an episode of Survivor, Amazing Race, or any other reality show based on challenges and voting for people for whatever. I get that they're popular and a lot of people around the world love them. They're just not for me. Having said that, I think what's interesting about those shows is that they're essentially sociological studies in which these challenges, their social time, and their talking heads all mix to reveal all you need to know about that person.
I need to see which one of these people have the skills to be a chicken head.
So much so that as the season progresses, I'm sure it gets easier to understand what they're gonna do as these situations arise, creating dramatic tension or a comfortable pattern. I don't know, I'm just spitballing, but applying that idea to this episode, it's structured in a way for us to be able to get some character study on how these characters interact with one another and how they handle these situations. So let's look at Stanley first.
I'm also considering Stanley because of all the good that black people have done. If you don't like it, Stanley, you can go to the back of the bus.
Excuse me?
Or the front of the bus, or drive the bus.
Stanley, spoiler territory here, he's the only character that's listed here.
Jim, Dwight, Andy, and Stanley.
Who never actually sits in as manager. So what makes Stanley, someone who typically does this, motivated in this episode? Well, his motivation is solely out of a desire to not be a subordinate to anyone else.
I would rather work for an upturned broom with a bucket for a head than work for somebody else in this office besides myself. Game on.
Which is great, and he's motivated enough to give his all during these challenges, but his breaking point is trying to suck up to Michael.
I mean, sure thing, that sounds smart. I can't do this anymore. I'm going to sit in the bus.
Your loss.
And then there's Andy.
I trust him. Cons, I don't really trust him.
Andy's a middle-aged man who graduated from an Ivy League school, working at a dying paper company as an unsuccessful paper salesman. There's a lot about his situation that screams a desire to be more than what he is.
As an opportunity for me to demonstrate what a good sport I am. Mallard.
And that mallard thing was improvised, by the way. But Andy's plans are dashed by Dwight and Angela's secret activities. Not the only time that happens in this series. So let's look at Dwight.
He has the best sales record in the office. He loves the work. He is, however, an idiot.
Dwight is loyal and extremely dedicated to his job. His intensity is and will continue to be his undoing. And then there's Jim.
Cons, not a hard worker. I can spend all day on a project and he will finish the same project in a half an hour.
Jim is not an ambitious guy. It's clear that he stayed around because of Pam, but now what's keeping him in Scranton? I was glad to learn that Wallace pursued Jim and not vice versa, as I think that's more in line with what we see in Jim's overall character. We also see some play with other characters here too. I've always loved what they do with Pam in this episode. While this day is Michael's brainchild, he wholly relies on Pam to get things done. And she faithfully performs all of these duties and stays in a place where Michael tells her to.
But I'm not kidding, I really want to do it.
Okay? This is about guts.
But when Michael's busy overlooking her, she takes the opportunity to do something courageous. While this transformation started at the art show, it ultimately is completed here when she metaphorically burns away her old self and becomes a new person.
Hey, I want to say something. I've been trying to be more honest lately, and I just need to say a few things.
So what's the message? I think that the message here is that if something is worth it, then we have to fight for it. Work together with others if we need to, or stand out alone and make a fool of yourself in the process. But don't let people put limits on you.
Maybe I should be your boss.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists for this line.
I just want to lie on the beach and eat hot dogs. That's all I've ever wanted.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for eye candy goes to John Krasinski.
That I might die. On beach day.
Every time he starts his talking head, I wonder why he's still in that sumo suit. Then he waddles away and it's perfect. And I'm using Phyllis's wording here for the Dundie. It's in this deleted scene.
I think Jim would be a good boss. Plus he's eye candy. It's okay, Bob Vance knows he's on my list.
All right, and the Dundie for the best cinematography goes to Ramis. And I guess I'll throw in Daniels and Soletta and anyone else who put this episode together. There's some great shots that I admire every time I watch this episode. But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, the cold opening. I give this one a 2 out of 5. It's barely a cold opening. It's comical, but it's not memorable. It's decent setup for this episode, so I'm gonna give it what I give it. But as for the episode itself, beach games. Let me tell you why this one's so special to me. This is the first episode of The Office I ever watched. I was young, 2 small kids, barely making it, didn't even have enough money to pay for a TV service at the time, so we really didn't watch much of anything. We'd recently gotten cable, and I heard some friends talk about The Office here and there, so one night the house was pretty empty and the Beach Games episode was on. I watched it and it changed my entire perspective on the series. I used to think it was just all about how Michael was a jerk. While I didn't become a weekly viewer until season 5, when we finally got a DVR, Beach Games blew my mind. Without any context, I picked up that the Dwight character is loyal, intense, and stupid. Pam is meek, but trying to change her stripes. There's a love triangle between Jim, Pam, and Karen. Jim's a slacker who happens to be successful at anything he puts his mind to. Michael does stupid things, but wouldn't ever intentionally hurt somebody. And really, the only thing that was jarring from my experience was how snooty Angela is throughout the first 3 seasons. I mean, she's no picnic in this episode, but she's not this. I often see people online ask this question. My friend has never watched The Office. What episode should I start them on? Beach Games is my recommendation. As it worked for me, I understood what the show was from this 28 minutes. I'm not saying it's the perfect episode, and I know nostalgia is influencing this, but it's a 5 out of 5 for me. But that's just what I think about Beach Games. What are your thoughts? Let me hear from you in the comments. I want to hear what you have to say. Don't forget the trivia, the Easter egg timestamp, and definitely don't forget to give this video a like. Consider subscribing if you haven't already. We're getting close to wrapping up season 3. Next week, we're looking at the finale, The Job.
Goodbye, Kelly Kapoor.
Last thing, if you're a fan of the series, it helped me out so much if you just share this around with anyone you know loves The Office. But as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey everybody, welcome to The Office Field Guide, a show I made up because I love The Office. I'm Chris and I'm reviewing every episode of the series here, and today we're in for a treat because today we are looking at The Job.
The job. Job.
The job. The job.
The job.
Job.
I get the job?
The job.
Did in my job.
The job.
For that job.
For the job.
The job, Jan's job.
For the job.
The job. The job. My girlfriend's job. My job.
Full-time job.
Corporate job.
The job. The job.
Give me this job. Boob job.
The Job is the finale of season 3. It is the second hour-long episode of the season, which means we have a ton to talk about. And if you haven't noticed, I'm in my new studio, which is it's not a new studio, it's the same studio. I just sat right here, the camera. Innovation. Let's get to the stat sheet. The Job was an episode produced by series veterans, written by Paul Lieberstein and Michael Schur, and directed by Ken Kwapis. It first aired on May 17th, 2007, was viewed by 7.9 million people, and currently has a 9.3 out of 10 on IMDb. Every week I aim to give out a trivia question that you might know if you just watched the episode. So your trivia on The Job is, what is the name of the corporate HR rep that David Wallace can't stand? And don't forget to keep an eye out for the hidden prison mic or floating Andy in this episode. Be the first to put the right answer in the trivia, and the first to put the timestamp of the Easter egg in the comments, and you'll get your name in next week's video. I'll be moving the winners to the credits from now on, so stay tuned for that. I guess I'm gonna also have to add this to every video, but spoiler warning.
Warning! Warning!
Which is normally the case for most of my videos, but all the more today. So with that, let's vet this one out.
No one asked you anything ever?
First thing we gotta talk about is the Flannery Told a TV Guide that they did table reads for this at the Beach Games shoot, which honestly sounds like a blast. And if you haven't watched a table read for the series finale, I highly recommend it. But one of the most interesting things I read about The Job was that the ending was kept really secret. They actually shot different endings so that the cast wouldn't even know how it ended. I've read that Fisher was unaware that Krasinski was gonna interrupt her during this talking head, but that seems not true at all. I couldn't find anything to confirm this, so if it is true, I'm sure she's gonna talk about it in her podcast when they get there. Similar to the last several weeks, this episode has a crazy amount of deleted content on the DVDs. I'll leave a link in the description for the full video, which is 12 minutes long, but the original cut of The Job was an hour and 12 minutes. That means there's 22-ish minutes that we've never seen. This is one of those episodes I wish there was a director's cut for. But in those deleted scenes, there's a great bit where Creed attempts to manipulate the Schrute currency, Kevin's investigation continues, a lot more razzing about Pam's beach outburst, and a delightful scene that shows a near-finished paint job of Michael's office. The fact that there's so much deleted content is a testament to what I've heard so many folks involved with the show have talked about. That there's always so much more story written, shot, and edited for this show, but a ton gets cut out every episode. And I've got to speed things up here, so rapid fire. I've seen speculation online that this girl is Katie. I've all but confirmed that she is not Amy Adams. This is one of my favorite Jim Dwight bits in the entire series.
Welcome to the Hotel Hell. Check-in time is now, check-out time is never.
Does my room have cable?
No. And the sheets are made of fire.
It's shot like a typical Jim Dwight cold opening, which gives more credibility to those cold openings, as though this is kind of just a daily thing that they do. And does it make anybody else's OCD flare up when Dwight puts this plaque on the door? I mean, it just bothers me. But moving on, this is a great bit.
www.creedthoughts.gov.www/creedthoughts. Check it out.
You can find this on the Wayback Machine. I'll put the link in the description. It's best used on a PC, I think.
I've read some of it. Even for the intranet, it's pretty shocking.
And I also love this.
Michael is gone.
Hail to the chief.
Big League Chew is the best. But if you're not familiar with it, it's just gum. There's no reason to spit. Also, I had some up on my thing. Big League Chew. I think there's awesome commentary there with Dwight thinking that he's now arrived, so he's got big league chew. There are two great callbacks here. First, in the past.
If Dwight ever asks you if you accept something secret, you reply, absolutely I do.
Do you want to form an alliance with me?
Absolutely, I do.
Good, good, excellent.
And then a future callback to this episode.
Michael is gone. There's a new sheriff here in these offices, and his name is me. Conference room, 10 seconds. Okay, everyone, conference room, right now! Yeah! Woohoo!
And since we're in spoiler territory, when I interviewed Nicholas D'Augusto last month, he told me the spill was not on purpose.
And I'm glad we all just kind of picked it up, and Hunter starts helping her with the box, but it was all kind of a wonderful, happy accident. And, it's fun to, whenever I see that scene, I always laugh about knowing that that was just like a totally random occurrence, and it absolutely makes the scene. It makes the button of that scene.
Oh, don't let them change you, okay?
And we also talked about how there's something more probably going on than just their professional relationship. For more on that theory, go check out Chad Nish's video on the topic. Links in the description. Here's what Nicholas said about that idea.
Certainly they were banging, and I can't imagine he was going to be smart enough to do anything about it. And we know that she was mentally unstable at the time. So, who knows, man? I'm happy to let the thing live out there. I'll tell you that.
And another great thing from that scene, this is the first time I can think of where someone else is the cause for the bleep button instead of Michael.
So long.
Michael's face-saving speech when he comes back to the office is so painful it hurts me down deep in my bones.
I'm going nowhere.
In fact, he does a ton of saving face in this episode. Let's talk about it in the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
The Job. This is an episode where I wish I could see the director's cut. I think there's some really deep and complex writing happening here. So let's just start with the surface idea of a job. We can see that Michael, Karen, and Jim, and Ryan are going out for the same job at corporate. Michael thinks that he's a shoo-in for whatever reason, so much so that he took a loss on his property.
I already sold my condo.
Like what?
Why?
But we find out later that he was never seriously considered for this position. Jim and Karen, on the other hand, are both well suited for this job, but it seems like Wallace prefers Jim. I'm assuming that because of this in the cocktails episode, this in the deleted scenes of Beach Games, that shows Wallace pursuing Jim about the position, and I think it's clear that Jim probably withdrew his resume from consideration. Hopefully more tactfully than this.
Do you accept my withdrawal?
I do.
Good, very good. I am glad we are finally on the same page.
Karen had a pretty solid interview, but Wallace still went with Ryan. So maybe it was Ryan this whole time? I don't know, but I love this side glance. But beyond that job is the
boob job.
And look, neither me nor, in my opinion, The Office, are making a positive or negative statement about breast enhancement surgery in general. In this case, it's commentary on Jan's self-destruction.
That was some serious, hardcore self-destruction.
Yeah. I feel bad for her, though.
Don't.
I'm guessing that the surgery is solely a play to win Michael back, as he had these 4 concerns about her in the Women's Appreciation episode.
Breasts. Not anything to write home about. Insecure about body. I'm unhappy when I'm with her. Flat-chested.
What was the last one?
She's totally flat. Shrunken chesticles.
And Michael is instantly won over.
Your advice was good, but Jan's was bigger.
But this idea of winning someone over is actually a motif throughout this entire episode between the 3 characters trying to win over Wallace, Andy trying to win over Dwight, and Jan trying to win over Michael. They're all looking for a job or a role to play out. In my opinion, this episode is making it clear that Pam is confident, joyful, and doing her best to live her best life, even if that life doesn't involve Jim. But those who are bothered that Pam intentionally or inadvertently broke up Jim and Karen?
BFD, engaged ain't married.
Quapis said that he really wanted to be careful how he presented Jim throughout this entire episode. He didn't want him to give anything away. And I think Krasinski really killed it, as well as the rest of the cast. And saving the reveal of what was actually said at the Beach Games outburst is masterful. This whole end sequence actually is masterful. If you don't know where this is going, Pam is resolute in her conviction that she's gonna be okay. Meanwhile, Jim is getting reminder after reminder that he belongs in Scranton with Pam.
Dunder Mifflin, this is Grace. Sure.
And when Wallace asks him this,
long haul. Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Maybe it's just me, but I'm always yelling with Pam in my head. And while Karen is not an antagonist character at all, and honestly, I really do appreciate how relatively faultless she is in this entire arc, but it is her passive aggression that might have sparked this entire outcome.
Before I leave tonight, would you mind making a half a dozen copies of Jim's and my sales reports for interviews tomorrow?
Sure.
Thanks.
She's clearly making copies later in this episode, so this was just a subtle reminder of Pam's place. Pam used that to slip the note in, which by all means is not a love note. It was just a sweet reminder of what he had back in Scranton.
You mean Kevin?
But you know, she finds her own Gumby-shaped man in the future, so all ends well for Karen. I think that the deeper meaning here is a look at what is shallow versus what has depth. Dwight's currency is empty, his lecture is useless, and his leadership has no depth. Even his aspirations are not aspirational.
Yeah, but I haven't told you my salary yet.
Go.
$80,000 a year.
Andy's degree has no meaning or usefulness.
I was just a Cornell grad in anger management. Look where I am now. Not bad.
Kevin's busy vetting out insights for Jim that he will never use, but it's in the choices that are made in this episode that we get to see this theme play out. Jim chooses Pam because of the depth and history that they have. Wallace chooses Ryan because of the depth he assumed Ryan's MBA has. Michael chooses Jan because of the depth her bra has. So the message here is, choose wisely. 3 major life-altering choices are made in this episode. Only one proves worthy in the long haul.
You came up to my desk and you said, this might sound weird, but that mixed berry yogurt you're about to eat has expired.
That was the moment that you knew you liked me.
Yep.
You are everything.
Or I don't know, maybe this whole episode exists as foreshadowing to the dinner party in season 4.
Hi, Hunter.
Bye.
Good luck with your band.
Jan thinks Hunter's very talented. You know what? I don't think he's that good.
At least he's an artist.
BFD, I'm a screenwriter.
But with that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
The Dundie for the most award bait episode goes to The Job.
Good night.
Okay, this is really hard for me to get through. It won the Writers Guild of America Award for the Best Screenplay in an Episodic Comedy and the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Single Camera Picture Editing for a Comedy Series. In addition, Jenna Fischer received a nomination for the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series. So really did do well out there with awards. Anyway, the Dundie for one of the most iconic moments in the series goes to Jim's date proposal.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Just gives you all the feels. But with that, let's rate this thing.
What gives you the right?
All right, the cold opening. I'm gonna give this one a 3 out of 5. There's not a ton to talk about here, but I do think it's a good way to start this episode in a way that curtails addressing Pam's outburst, and it delays that a little bit. Steve Carell and Andy Buckley are great. Michael is crazy awkward, but this is such an underrated line.
The other branch managers are total morons. Hey, Pam, yeah, I forgot what day the interview was and I drove to New York accidentally. Be like 3 hours late.
All right, so for the job's overall rating, I debated about this one, going back and forth between 2 scores, and I ultimately landed on 5 out of 5. This is definitely on my list of top episodes of The Office. As just a comedy episode, it's phenomenal. While at times its central acts can feel like it's made up of just random bits, those bits are pure gold. This episode does a great job of setting up season 4 with Michael and Jan's dysfunction, Ryan's ascent to corporate, Jim and Pam's dating relationship, and Dwight's dismantling. But as it is, the job works super well. As an hour-long episode, the pacing never seems bogged down, it's high energy, and the comedy never takes a backseat to the drama. And the drama is all throughout this episode. I will say that it does leave one thing to be desired, and that is the subject of this week's episodes we were robbed of. I believe that we're left to assume that Jim called Karen and broke up with her prior to this date proposal. We were robbed of an episode in which we see how Jim broke it off with Karen and how Jim and Pam's first date went. Will they, won't they's always create an interesting hook for a series. So it takes a lot of courage for showrunners anytime they make a move like this. Personally for me, I like Jim and Pam as a couple more than I do in their will they won't they stages. But that's just what I think about this episode. What are your thoughts? I actually have a lot more to say about this one, but it's gonna be part of my season 3 wrap up, and that is next week, so subscribe if you're not. We're gonna be looking at all of season 3. And if you're new and you haven't watched any of our wrap-ups, we'll be talking about some of the high-level insights from this season. We'll be talking about the broader, deeper meaning of the various arcs throughout the season. And my personal favorite, we're gonna dish out some Dundies for the different categories, like best and worst episode, cold openings, cringiest moments, and I'm also looking to put together something I'm calling Unsolved Mysteries from season 3. So to help me make decisions about the best and the worst, I've started polling folks on my TikTok account. I'll probably also be putting some polls here on YouTube. I'm filming this in advance, so I might have already started that. I don't know, time is weird. You can check out my community tab to see what I've already posted or what I haven't. But with that, that's all I've got on the job. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey everybody, welcome to The Office Field Guide. My name's Chris and I'm reviewing every episode of The Office ever, and today we're wrapping up season 3. I love wrapping up these seasons because it gives us a chance to look at the season as a whole, and season 3 has a whole lot to look at. So in prep for this video, I watched all of season 3 in the last 2 days. Vacation was awesome. There's so much to talk about for one of the best seasons of television in my opinion. As such, this video might be a little bit longer than normal.
That's what she said, no time!
Special note here too, one of the reasons I love doing this channel is to hear from y'all. So to help with that today, I'm gonna put some comments out there about the various topics I talk about in this video. So feel free to comment, fight, argue, or just totally agree with all of my opinions. So this will be structured like my normal field guides, with the main difference being that the thought section might be a little shorter than normal.
But she did, no time!
The deeper meaning will be a look at some of the arcs, as well as my best attempt at a concise message for this season. And the Dundies are my chance to talk about the best of the best. So with that, let's wrap up season 3.
No one asked you anything ever?
All right, so starting real high level here. Season 3, I think the first thing we have to talk about is the introduction of Ed Helms, Andy Bernard, and Rashida Jones, Karen Filippelli. While Karen was written as a whole season-wide arc, Ed Helms was never intended to actually last the entire season. As of September 2006, when Gay Witch Hunt aired, Helms was relatively unknown. He was a regular on The Daily Show for a bit, and he did some other side gigs before landing the role of Andy Bernard. The inclusion of Andy Bernard as a sole remaining member of the Stanford branch merger plotline was always odd to me. I think I mentioned this before, but I never really saw him as a regular in the cast. even though he persists through each season from now until the end of the finale. In fact, in the finale, his closing remarks are so impactful that it made me question if I really missed the importance of his character. Andy's character is similar to Dwight. He's a plot device of a character. When they need him to be an antagonist, you get this.
Am I happy about the way things turned out?
When they needed him to be annoying, you get this.
Ra-da-da-da-doo.
When you needed him to be uncomfortable, you get this.
No, she's a part-time frozen yogurt chef.
We'll get into Jones's Filippelli more during the deeper meaning, but I just want to say now that I think she killed it. She went on from here to Parks and Rec and then did a ton of stuff similar to Helms in both series and movies. It's probably worth mentioning here too that season 3 is when Justin Spitzer began to work on The Office. He was a writer, he was credited with both Back from Vacation and the Product Recall episodes. As a lead writer, he was also a story editor for several episodes, and then later became a producer and even a showrunner for the show Superstore, a series that people keep telling me to watch, and I keep not watching. I don't know, have you ever seen it?
I don't care.
And on that side of things, as The Office was increasing its popularity, the showrunners continued to get bigger and bigger guest directors to come on set. In my opinion, this is more about the show's credibility in the industry, and not so much about the creative differences, because most of them talked about how they didn't get a ton of creative freedoms. But seeing Harold Ramis, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant, Joss Whedon, and J.J. Abrams in the credits is really interesting.
From now on, you guys are no longer losers.
And that's probably a good segue to talk about some of my experience making these field guides over season 3. I think there's been some cool highlights here and there. When I made the Gay Witch Hunt episode, I was under a ton of pressure to get that and the convention done as quickly as possible, as I was going down for some surgery at that time. The Convict was the first episode I played with After Effects to cut out Prism Mike, making this Easter egg a thing in these videos. Since then I played with Floating Andy, and I also put this one on TikTok, but most of y'all haven't seen it yet, so here you go.
Should have gone for the head.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
So follow my social accounts if you want more of that kind of stuff. In addition to Tom Chick, I was able to interview Andy Green, who wrote that book, and I also interviewed Nicholas D'Augusto. Also, season 3 is the first time most of you guys have seen me, so congratulations there. Oh! But the arcs are what I really want to talk about, so let's dive into the deeper meaning.
Why don't you explain this to me like I'm 5?
This season is a juggling act of genius that I'm not even sure The Office, let alone anyone else, could ever fully recreate. Each episode has a reason to exist, a reason for the film crew to even be there. Whether it's the Diversity Day-esque Gay Witch Hunt, or the Drab Paper Convention, or the merging of the two branches, or Dwight's firing in return, and so on, there's no episode in this season that's wasted. What I think makes this season so special is in the writer's ability to juggle the over-the-top bits with the mundane lives of these paper company employees, doing so with these business and relational plot lines. So let's start with the big one, the plot line that's been around since the very first episode of season 1, and that's downsizing.
Because downsizing is
At a time in our economy when things were slowing down and downsizing was a consistent thought on anyone in the business world's mind, this consistent story loomed across the central themes of 35 episodes in the series. Themes like fear, expectations, motives, performance reviews, and inadequacies of management are all getting their time to shine in this season. Branch closing in the merger episodes wrap this arc in such an on-point manner, with Michael Scott lucking his way into the position.
We did it!
Oh, man!
How did we do it?
I have no idea.
I don't understand.
Throughout the next several episodes, we get to see the Stanford bunch dwindle down as it becomes obvious that Michael is too insecure, too dumb, and or too prideful to be a good leader. It's also in this season we get to see some sort of Stockholm Syndrome effect that's going on with his original group of employees.
You're a good boss. You're a great boss.
Also in season 3, we have several hot topic social issues being spotlit, like homosexuality,
gay, good,
race,
why did the convict have to be a black guy?
Sexism.
I'm saying that you're being sexist.
No, I'm being misogynistic.
And identity theft.
Identity theft is not a joke, Jim.
And on top of that, we see the series-spanning arc of Dwight's ambition to become regional manager realized and then taken away. His ambition led him to some dark places, both metaphorically and literally. Dwight rounds out this season with his hopes again dashed. But while Dwight's professional life is shaken during this season, his love life is stronger than ever, for now. And it's in these relationship arcs that we get the real dramatic tension of this season. And that's of course the Jim, Pam, Karen love triangle. And what I love is that Karen is never played as the villain. She doesn't fall into any of the standard rom-com other girl tropes. She's sweet, she's smart, funny, competent, and a great partner for Jim overall. And that's what makes this arc actually have some tension. For the first time viewing, we're never really truly sure what Jim's gonna end up doing. And that's what's so great.
All right, then it's a date.
It's so good. And then there's this cool play on season 2 and season 3 arcs. Throughout season 2, we follow Jim as he pines over an unavailable Pam, as the camera and the narrative tends to follow Jim around and capture his emotions. And while reaction shots are consistent throughout the series, in the 3rd season we have a shift to the focus on Pam, pining over an unavailable Jim. It gives both of these characters an opportunity to grow as individuals who are good with who they are. And I think that's what the deeper meaning is. Look, this world is crazy. It is now, and it always has been. Michael Scott, from the point of view of his staff, is a play on the ineptitude of leadership in general. And though Dunder Mifflin Corporate has their ties on a little bit straighter than Michael, they're a play on the untrustworthiness of business, capitalism, corporate America. I don't really know what to call it, but you know what I'm talking about. Both Jim and Pam have these huge hurdles to leap in season 3. Pam has to pursue and fight for what she wants. I often point to the Beach Games outburst as the moment where this is truly realized. But it does start in the gay witch hunt and is chipped at throughout the entire season. But Jim also has some growing to do throughout this season. Jim ran from the uncomfortable situation that is working side by side with the woman who rejected him. I don't have much commentary on that, but the timeline is suspect here. While he's flirty with Karen during the early Stanford arc, they don't actually begin to date until Jim's certain he has to go back to Scranton. I know that painting Jim out to be using Karen as a rebound from Pam is not putting him in his best light, but it's what he's doing. He said it himself.
You just had a rebound. Which, don't get me wrong, can be a really fun distraction. But when it's over, you're left thinking about the girl you really like, one that broke your heart.
So what kept him from jumping at Pam's coffee date proposal in the merger episode? I don't know, but my guess is pride. Throughout this season, we get glimpses that Jim is the holdout here. And it ultimately comes down to this moment on the beach when Pam, just like Jim in the previous season, puts it all out there. It's clear throughout the episode The Job that Jim is done running from all of this. But back to my main point, the world is unstable.
Hey, you're unstable.
Yeah.
And if we look at these structures for stability, we're bound to crumble. Relationships work in the same way. We see the idea of codependence as a bad thing through Ryan and Kelly and Michael and Jan. So the deeper meaning here is that the world sucks and a lot of relationships suck. But if you want something good, be confident in yourself. Know what you want, pursue it, just like Ryan.
You and I are done.
What?
But that's just what I think about season 3's deeper meaning. Tell me in the comments what you think the deeper meaning is. With that, let's dish out some Dundies.
And then I gotta get him to the Dundies.
And this is the time that I've been dreading for the last several weeks. Choosing between anything as the best in this season is really difficult, but that's what I'm here to do. If you disagree, leave it in the comments. Let's start with maybe the hardest thing for me to decide, so instead I had you decide it. What is the best bit in season 3? A season that I'll remind you has some of the best bits in the entire series. Rather than just do the award show type thing that I've done in the last few of these, I'm just gonna do a countdown. All right, so number 5, we have the delight that is Pretzel Day.
And then I go to work to a job for which I get paid too little. But on Pretzel Day, well, I like Pretzel Day.
This bit is so memorable. It's consistently one of the top non-Michael Scott related merch topics I see out there. There's something so relatable to Stanley's affection with Pretzel Day 2. I think that's why it earned its spot here.
All right, thank you.
Number 4, Dwight's coup failure.
I know.
You know what?
Jan called me about your little meeting.
No.
I know.
This is, and will probably always be, one of my favorite scenes featuring both Dwight and Michael.
Wait, I'll do your laundry for a month, for a year.
I have a laundry machine.
Number 3, the improvised gay witch hunt kiss.
Oh. 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 I did it.
Iconic. Made all the more better knowing that it was improvised and everyone's reaction to it has a gleam of realism in it.
Thank you. See? I'm still here. We're all still here.
And number 2.
Depression? Isn't that just a fancy word for feeling bummed out?
Dwight, you ignorant slut!
I don't really get this one, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's that this bit is so popular because it was repeated in the episode.
Dwight, you ignorant slut!
Or because it's been repeated so much online. But it's become one of the most iconic quotes of the series. Even though it's really an SNL quote, but I digress. And before we get to number 1, some honorable mentions here are Gaydar, Diwali song, How to Prepare a Goose, and Michael's apology tape. And the number 1 bit from season 3, as voted by y'all, is of course, Prison Mike.
I'm Prison Mike! You know why they call me Prison Mike?
It doesn't matter what the product is, slap a Prison Mike on there, and it's gonna be a bestseller. This bit was so unexpected, so over the top, so Michael Scott that it deserves its place on the top of this list.
Thanks.
And I'm gonna have to speed through these next 2 categories. So first up, most cringeworthy moments of season 3. Number 5, Ben Franklin hitting on Pam.
Yes, but I don't. My name is Gordon.
Oh. Number 4, Michael's failed kiss attempt.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I'm rejecting your kiss.
I didn't.
Number 3, Michael's failed proposal.
I would like you to do me the honor of making me your husband.
Number 2, Michael Scott announcing at Phyllis's wedding.
For the first time as a couple, Mr. and Mrs. Bob Vance!
That one gets me every time. But I'm gonna give the top one, the most cringe-inducing moment of season 3, to Scott's schooling.
You cannot learn from books.
There's just something so awful, so slow, and just methodical about this segment. And that's why it earned my top spot.
So suck on that!
So before we get to the big ones, the best episode and the best cold opening, here's some of the best unexplained mysteries from season 3. First up, did Dwight ever figure out that Jim wasn't a vampire? I mean, how did that conversation go? Dwight was pretty close to stabbing the guy with a broom. Next up is an often speculated affair. Did Roy and Angela have a thing? I don't think so. Moving on. Who was Toby's date at Phyllis's wedding? We never see her again in the series, and in fact, I spent a little while trying to figure out who this actress even was, and I couldn't figure it out, so the mystery even goes deep in real life. Moving on, was Ed Truck actually decapitated? Creed is shown as a compulsive liar throughout the entire series, so I have no idea if what he says here is true. It seems like something Jan could have cleared up in a jiffy. And lastly, while we're on Creed, who's he paying to use the women's room? My bet is either Meredith or Phyllis.
I don't trust you, Phyllis.
But back on track, the best cold opening. Number 5, Letters from the Future.
So from time to time, I send Dwight faxes from himself, from the future.
It's a great bit, well executed, so much fun. No! And I'd love to hear how this conversation went after the cameras cut. So number 4, when Roy attacks, the negotiation.
Sounds good. Hey, help her!
Right! Right! Go!
It's not funny per se, but it is impactful.
Pun.
But it does make me laugh at the end every single time.
Well, who's laughing now?
Number 3, Pavlov's Dwight.
In school, we learned about this scientist who trained dogs to salivate at the sound of a bell by feeding them whenever a bell rang.
I can still recall the first time watching this cold opening and reveling in the pure joy of their shenanigans.
What are you doing? My mouth tastes so bad all of a sudden.
Number 2, demerits.
And I also have lots of questions, like what does a demerit mean?
Dwight is 100% Dwight in this one, and Jim is 100% Jim, and I'm 100% in.
Full disagulation. What's that?
Oh, you don't want to know.
It's one of the best cold openings of season 3, but the very best has to go to identity theft.
It's kind of blurry. That's better.
And that may not be a surprise because it's often on the list of one of the most iconic cold openings throughout the entire series.
Michael! Oh, that's funny. Michael!
But that leads us into the big one, the best episode of season 3. And this is where I'm gonna get myself into a little bit of trouble. Call it a cop-out if you want. Instead of ranking these, I'm just gonna lay out what I think are the best episodes categorically. First up, the funniest episode of season 3 is Gay Witch Hunt.
Yeah, I know.
No, he's attracted to other men.
Okay, a little too far, cross the line.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, probably. He didn't tell the truth a lot.
Let's call him, get the website.
Definitely.
The laughs are nonstop, the kiss is incredible, and from start to finish, this episode is amazingly funny. It's also what you people voted as the best episode of season 3. All right, so the most inspirational episode of season 3 goes to Beach Games. There's something about the ceiling that Michael and the rest of the staff put on Pam, and seeing her break through it is just one of the best episodes of the series for me.
Pam, that was amazing. But I am still looking for someone with a sales background.
And I'm gonna give business school and safety training honorable mentions here as well. Business school is the office in a bottle. It has everything the office should have: laughs, cringe, and heart.
I'm really proud of you.
Safety training has this.
Dwight, you ignorant slut!
And for some reason, everybody seems to love this episode because of that. But the best episode of season 3 is The Job.
The Job. The Job.
Through this job. Boob job.
It's a great episode, expertly written, shot, acted, and edited. The tension and the payoff at the conclusion are amazing, and it juggles even more than a typical episode of The Office has to, with the extremely difficult job of wrapping up the season's arcs and also setting up season 4. And I might not laugh uncontrollably during this episode, but it is one of the top episodes that come to mind every time I think about season 3.
That's because you're a preppy freak, you're the office pariah, and nobody likes you.
But that's just what I think about season 3. What do you think? Leave it in the comments. I want to know what you have to say. That's all I have for season 3. Next week, join us for the start of season 4, which might sound normal, and if that does, welcome to my channel. If you've been around for a while, then you know I've already done season 4, but this is gonna give me a chance to remaster it. Next week, we should be looking at Fun Run. Probably also expect a channel update in the next week or so. Thank you so much for watching, and like, subscribe, comment, do all that stuff. It helps me out, and we'll see you next time.